Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, a committee has lodged a proposal as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day number 56, Ending Native Forest Logging Bill 2023, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, Deputy President. This bill, the Ending Native Forest Logging Bill, seeks to put an end to the outdated practice of destroying biodiversity by the industrial logging of our native forests, which also, of course, contributes massively to the breakdown of the planet's climate that is happening as we speak here today. This bill seeks to put an end to the practice of logging public forests in Australia by repealing the Regional Forest Agreements Act 2002, closing a loophole, a massive loophole in our environment laws. How do we find ourselves here today in 2024 still debating whether the industrial native forest logging industry, a mendicant industry, a massive loss-making industry that only survives because of the rivers of gold that flow into it from Commonwealth and state coffers, should continue? How do we find ourselves in the middle of the twin crises of climate breakdown and ecological and biodiversity collapse, debating whether the industrial native forest logging industry should be allowed to continue to massively contribute to both of those travesties? How do we find ourselves here today having to defend magnificent, carbon-rich, biodiverse, old-growth forests? How do we find ourselves here today having to debate whether trees that were already ancient when Europeans arrived to colonise this country over 200 years ago should be clear-felled and fed in to the wood chip machines? How do we find ourselves here today debating whether we should keep logging the swift parrot into extinction, that beautiful little bird? How do we find ourselves here today having to debate whether the leadbeater's possum habitat should continue to be logged, whether masked owl habitat should continue to be destroyed? How do we find ourselves here today? Well, I'll tell you how we find ourselves here today, colleagues, and that's because the establishment parties in this country, those parties that it is becoming harder and harder to tell them apart, still support all of those practices: the destruction of nature, the breakdown of our climate, the destruction of the cultural heritage, the Aboriginal cultural heritage that exists in the very lands and forests that are being logged, they still support those things, the ongoing public subsidies to a mendicant industry for base political purposes, and because they are captured by the logging corporations in the same way that they are captured by the big fossil fuel corporations, the supermarket corporations, the banking corporations, and the list goes on. The agents of corporate profiteering in this place continue to refuse to take action to defend our forests, to protect our climate, and to look after the Australian people and, in fact, people right around the world. RFAs had a stated purpose, and that purported purpose was threefold: to protect biodiversity, secure employment and provide resource security. But they comprehensively have failed to deliver on all three of those purported purposes. Firstly, on resource security, epic fail. They sought to provide resource security by logging in guaranteed volumes of saw logs and wood chips, but markets have moved on. People now want ethically sourced wood. They want their wood to be from plantations, they want their wood to be from recycled timbers, and at the very least they want their timbers certified by acceptable certification schemes. What they don't want is timbers sourced from destroying native forests. We are in the early stages of a climate catastrophe, and we continue to fell, and at industrial scale, we continue to devastate our carbon-rich native forests for low-value products that very quickly release their carbon back into the atmosphere, all made possible by government subsidies. In terms of employment, again, this is a mendicant industry. In my home state of Tasmania, there are more newsagents than there are people who work in the native forest logging industry. This can only survive, this industry, because of taxpayer largesse delivered and facilitated by the establishment parties in this place. In Tasmania, the Liberal state government is trying to open up 40,000 hectares of high conservation value native forests that were actually protected under the Tasmanian Forest Agreement, an agreement that was ripped up by that very same Liberal government. In Tasmania, we currently see truckloads of unprocessed native forest timber being transported to mainland Australia, again with subsidies from the taxpayer via the Freight Equalisation Scheme. Yet another government subsidy for an industry that is financially unviable. The greatest failure of RFAs is their failure and inability to protect biodiversity. RFAs enable a carve-out from our environment laws. So let's be very clear about that. If forest is being logged under an RFA, it is not protected by the already very weak environment laws that exist in this country. Now, Labor made a promise to the Australian people in the lead up to the last election. That promise was they would fix our broken environment laws. And what have they done? They have broken that promise. Never trust Labor on the environment. They've broken that promise, and not only have they broken that promise, you've got the Prime Minister floating the prospect of a dirty deal with the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, to actually further weaken our already broken environment laws that even in their current form actually do not exist to protect our environment. they actually exist to facilitate the destruction of nature. It is absolutely unacceptable for Labor to break a solemn commitment they gave to the Australian people to fix our broken environment laws, and worse than that, to start engaging in a backsliding way with the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, to facilitate further weakening of our environment laws for the benefit of climate and nature destroying corporations. That is what is going on at the moment. There is a pathway to pass stronger environment laws through this parliament if Labor would get on board and engage in a good faith way with the Greens and the crossbench. There is a pathway to fix our broken environment laws so that they actually do the job that most people think they exist to do, and that is to protect nature and to protect our climate. And the pathway is for Labor to engage in good faith with the Australian Greens and the crossbench in this place and actually sit down and work through a proposal that will strengthen environment laws, protect nature and protect us from contributing to the breakdown of the climate. That is what Labor needs to do. And of course, the reason we know that our environment laws need to be improved is an independent review of the EPBC Act led by Professor Graham Samuel. And I do note that the Samuel review recommended repealing the RBA exemptions. That is, bringing logging back within the ambit of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. And of course, if it was back within the ambit, at least consideration would need to be given to the fact that, for example, swift parrot habitat in Tasmania is being destroyed, absolutely flattened, and that beautiful little parrot is being logged into extinction. But of course, at the moment, because of the carve-out for RFAs, those matters aren't even considered under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. So what we want to see from the Australian Greens is an end to native forest logging in Australia. It is an outdated practice. It should be condemned to the last century, and it should end. It should end to protect the cultural heritage that exists over all of this country. And we still have significant unfinished business in terms of a treaty or treaties with First Nations people, and to make sure their cultural heritage is adequately protected and respected in this country. Native forest logging should end because it is a massive contributor to the climate crisis. Native forest logging should end because it is destroying biodiversity in the middle of a biodiversity crisis. Native forest logging should end because it is a crime against nature. And what a travesty it is that environmentalists here in Australia are currently being arrested and prosecuted and in some cases jailed for defending our forests. While the people who should be prosecuted, the people who are facilitating the logging of these forests by the ongoing public subsidies into a loss-making industry and by the political protection that the industry enjoys, those people are not being prosecuted. They're going scot-free and they're making an absolute mozza from the destruction of nature and the destruction of our forests. Native forest logging should end because it is condemning multiple species to a slide into extinction. Native forest logging should end because it is a mendicant industry that cannot survive without massive public subsidies. Native forest logging should end because it's a carbon bomb. What happens after the utter swathe of destruction is cut through beautiful magnificent forests is that helicopters fly over them, they drop napalm-like substances into the forest, and it all goes up in smoke and flames, a massive carbon belch into the atmosphere. People are dying around the world because of climate change at the moment. The United Nations is warning that the planet is losing its capacity to sustain human life. And yet somehow the establishment parties in this place still think it's okay to publicly subsidise the destruction of our native forests, the destruction of nature, the breakdown of our climate in the year 2024, when the science is settled. Now, we know what we're doing. No one in here can claim that you don't know what you're doing. You all know exactly what you're doing. You're behaving in a psychopathic way where you are prioritising profit over the potential future survival of this species. That's what you're doing. And these beautiful forests, our magnificent forests, all the amazing, complex, beautiful creatures that live in them, the complex web of life that is the ecosystem of these forests, much of which is unseen because it is giant fungal networks under the ground, giant populations of things like earthworms and beetles, right through to beautiful precious birds like the swift parrot and the masked owl. This complex, awesome web of life is being destroyed because the Labor and Liberal parties are captured by profit. They are captured by the big forestry corporations, just like they're captured by the big fossil fuel corporations.
Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Deputy President. The Australian Government does not support the repeal of the RFA Act. The Government has committed to support the ongoing operations of RFAs while also strengthening environmental protections. This will be achieved by applying new national environmental standards to RFAs. The Australian Government is committed to providing a framework that allows sustainable native forestry to occur. The Government is committed to continue to work with stakeholders towards applying new national environment standards to regional forest agreements. This will support the ongoing operation of RFAs while strengthening environmental protections. Our forest product industries are vital. They're vital to our regional communities. They directly employ 51,000 people, and tens of thousands more jobs are indirectly supported by this sector, which contributes nearly $24 billion to the national economy each year. The benefits of a competitive, sustainable and renewable forestry industry in our regional community should not be underestimated. It delivers positive economic, social and environmental outcomes. In addition to employment and income throughout the supply chain, it also underpins the social networks and the fabric of many of our regional towns and communities. Australia's native forest management is sustainable and does not lead to deforestation. Our native forests are regenerated after harvesting. Repealing the RFA Act and terminating RFAs will not end native forestry, as these are state government decisions. Rather, terminating RFAs will mean forest operations will be subject to EPBC Act assessments, potentially at the COOP level. This may undermine the landscape scale approach taken to forestry approvals under RFAs. Repealing the RFA Act will result in industry uncertainty that could lead to job losses and mill closures in regional areas. This in turn could compromise the future of many of our regional towns and constrain our ability to prevent and respond to bushfire effects through the reduction of skilled workforce and machinery required for quick responses to fires and fire mitigation operations. Repealing the RFA Act will lead to increased administrative costs for forestry operators and for governments that will result in backlogs and possible delays in forestry approvals and in assessing applications for wood exports. The Australian Government is expanding Australia's plantation forest estate, but plantation wood is not able to replace the high-quality wood sourced from native forests. Because of the choice of species and site and short rotation length, most Australian hardwood plantations do not develop the same size, the same strength and appearance properties as wood sourced from native forests. It would place further pressure on domestic supply chains for products only able to be sourced from native forests and increase dependence on substitutes or on imports of native hardwoods from places where forest management standards may not be as high and where wood production may be associated with deforestation and illegal logging. These are some of the many reasons why the Australian Government does not support the repeal of the RFA Act.
Deputy President, well, it is a pleasure to rise and speak to, in defence of, I think, a very proud and sustainable industry in our country, one that has been the political whipping boy for many a decade, sadly, and frankly, for no reason other than arguments based on emotion in pursuit of votes in inner city suburbs where falsehoods are peddled at the expense of science and livelihoods in communities where people are doing the best they can to earn an honest living. These are the people who are in the firing line. These are the people who work in an industry that, as I say, based on science, based on fact, are doing the right thing and should not be targeted in the way they are. The net effect, as Senator Urquhart rightly points out, of what the Greens propose to do here is worse for our environment than they claim. They think by ending native forest logging in this country, by repealing the RFA Act and ensuring that every coop that is ever harvested in a native forest in a sustainable and science-based way is assessed by the EPBC Act, they think that that somehow is going to protect the environment. Well, I tell you what, as we've learned over time, and we saw this happen in Victoria when a certain retail chain in Australia decided not to stock Victorian native timbers as a result of a court case which hadn't yet been decided upon, just a court case, a legal question before the courts, decided not to stock Australian-grown native forest timber. They, of course, didn't lose any demand for the product. They had to continue to stock products that were equivalent in nature, that is, native forest hardwoods. The only difference was they weren't coming from Victoria. They were coming from somewhere else, and in many cases from overseas. And this is the problem with this argument. And you look around this chamber, you look around the houses we live in, and you look at the beautiful staircases and bench tops and coffee tables and window frames and the like. They don't come out of plantation forests, like Senator Urquhart has said. They come out of sustainably managed, science-based management approaches to these coops, native forests, because of their strength and appearance characteristics. So they're not coming out of Australian forests as we go around the countryside shutting them down based on emotion, not science. They come out of forests overseas where countries, jurisdictions managing these forests don't care about the environmental outcomes. If we're supposed to be global leaders, Deputy President, when it comes to looking after our planet as a developed nation, then should we not be guiding others to support science-based best practice management of our resources, including forestry? Should we not be ensuring that we lead the way? And we do lead the way. But the net effect, as I say, of this bill before us now is to stop doing what we do to world's best standard here, because we don't care what happens over the horizon. We don't care what happens in the Congo Basin, where they rip trees out of the ground, never to be replanted. And industries in that part of the world, of course, have the smell of modern slavery attached to it, but hey, we're okay with that because it's not our forests that are being harvested. It doesn't matter what happens outside our backyard. This is the net effect of emotion-driven, divisive green politics, which is what this bill is all about. And that is the worst part about it. We can feel good because we haven't cut down our forests, because they look terrible when they're cut down. And this inflammatory language around what happens in our forests as a result of sustainable science-based native forest management makes people think it is a bad thing. I have sympathy for those who've fallen for these silly arguments over time that are not based on science. And bad decisions have been made time after time. Senator McKim in his contribution talked about deals, talked about dirty deals being done, I gather with reference to a bill that's coming before the Senate soon enough. I'll tell you a thing or two about deals, Acting Deputy President. I'm a Tasmanian, and I remember some deals that have been done over time in my home state of Tasmania. And they're deals that have been very, very bad for our environment, very, very bad for our economy, and very, very bad for our state as a whole. And they're deals that are often done, sadly, between the Greens and the Labor Party. And look, I know there are people here who lament those decisions. There are others who celebrate them terribly. But the point is, these are the deals that are done based on emotion, based on a political whim, based on the pursuit of votes in inner city areas, not in the regions where the people who know how to manage the land are doing the best they can to earn an honest living. And it is that point I make, as I say. The challenge laid down every time we have this debate in this place and in other parliaments around Australia is tell us where they do it better. Tell us where they cut down trees and use them for productive purposes. Trees, of course, which are a great carbon sink, especially when they are harvested sustainably. There is carbon locked up in all of the timber in this chamber here, would you believe, Deputy President. And it's never going to escape unless we burn the place down, and there might be some, sadly, who would like to do that. But the point is, every time you harvest timber, the carbon that's been sequestered by that tree is stored in that felled tree in perpetuity. You plant another tree, it continues to absorb carbon. That is the point of our industry, the forestry industry, being the ultimate renewable and the best carbon sequesterer of all industries of a primary nature. But the claims that are made about it being destructive when it comes to the carbon challenge that this world faces, I think it is important just on that for us to focus on the fact that Australia contributes, I think it's 1.1% of global emissions. So shutting down our forestry industry, which only in their arguments contributes to a portion of that global 1.1%, is not going to turn the dial on what places like the Congo Basin do when it comes to ripping trees out of the ground and burning the life out of the ground behind it and never replacing it with a single stick anywhere at any point in time. That is deforestation. We don't participate in the act of deforestation here, unlike the claims that have been made. That is bad for the environment. That is bad for climate change, not the Australian approach to this. And that's why these facts are so critically important. If we were contributing to 70% of global emissions, then sure, maybe I'd listen to what Senator McKim has to say. But the reality is 1.1% of global emissions, a small portion of that relating to forestry, and suddenly we now need to shut down the industry, to push it off over the horizon to countries where it will be far worse for carbon emissions, far worse for climate change, far worse for the environment, and in fact bad all round when it comes to the economy. But I want to go back to this point around custodians of the land. Foresters are excellent custodians of our land. They know a thing or two about forest management. They don't just run around the countryside in our forests wielding chainsaws, not caring about what they cut down and what they leave. They actually do care about having a sustainable industry where there are forests that produce the timbers they need to have a sustainable industry into the future. They are not in any way reckless or careless about it. They are governed by, at a state level, for example, in the state of Tasmania, some of the most rigid rules around the management of forests through the Forest Practices Authority. They have to get a forest practices plan before they go into a coop. It takes into account every bit of cultural heritage, every area of environmental sensitivity, any presence of a threatened species like a wedge-tailed eagle or similar, a swift parrot habitat might also be identified. Those things are taken into account. And foresters in Tasmania, like they do in other parts of the country, Acting Deputy President, observe those rules. And that is why they know how best to manage our forests. I want to contrast that with, and I was taken down to some very deep, dark parts of the Huon Valley in recent times to visit a coop near the Arve River. Now, this swathe of forest, Acting Deputy President, is now under World Heritage Wilderness Protection. It is protected under the highest level of protection that could ever be afforded a forest on our planet, and we respect that. It is a testament to our forestry sector, our native forest industry that does its best, based on science, to manage our forests, that these forests that have been harvested once, if not twice, over modern times are now protected as part of a World Heritage Wilderness Area. They're not virgin, pristine rainforests that have never been touched by man. They are former production forests. In fact, there are mining operations existing there. There are timber tramways. There are a range of human objects and interactions that exist in these now World Heritage Wilderness Areas, and all of it, or a good portion of it, has been logged and regenerated by these evil foresters the Greens talk about. There is one patch, however, Acting Deputy President, that you can see from Google Earth that hasn't been managed in the same way. Right in the middle of this beautiful green swathe of forest in the southwest of Tasmania, as I say, you can see it from Google Earth, it's a gravel patch. Now, you might have thought it was a former quarry. In fact, no, this was the same as everything else in that part of Tasmania. Beautiful forest that had been managed sustainably for productive purposes over more than 100 years. There's an environmental group in Tasmania, Environment Tasmania, that was given a grant by the former Labor government, by the then Minister for the Environment, Minister Tony Burke, to go and do what they thought was best for the environment. And that gravel pit, that part of a World Heritage Wilderness Area that stands out on Google Earth for all to see as a testament to how inner-city environmentalists would approach forest management, shows you that their denial of forest science doesn't work. Foresters fell the trees. They do a regeneration burn so that the seeds of these particular species can germinate and grow into what now has become a World Heritage Wilderness Area. This environmental group refused to do that. And so what happened was, when they let this coupe sit there for a number of years with this grant of taxpayers' money, the rains came, as they do in southwestern Tasmania, washed away what fledgling saplings there were and the topsoil with it. And all that remains today, because they refuse to follow the science based, would I say, also on the traditional techniques of Indigenous Australians, Acting Deputy President, is a gravel pit. And this is the environmentalists' answer for forest management in this country. So they said, we've got to ban native forestry because it's bad for the environment, but we will lock up swathes of land managed by native forest loggers for World Heritage purposes, in contrast with the patch of land that environmentalists manage, which is nothing more than a gravel pit. It does rather point to the fact that everything here that you heard before from the proponents of this bill is not based on fact, not based on science, pure ideology, and will have bad outcomes not only for our environment, as demonstrated by what I've just said, but for the global environment. And we should be global leaders when it comes to that. Of course, shutting down an industry has economic effects. I have here before me the packaging of copy paper that we have available to us in this House. Would you believe we don't actually produce copy paper in this country anymore, Acting Deputy President, which is a crime. There are many workers who've worked in mills over many years proudly using Australian-sourced material to make Australian copy paper. We don't do that here. This package is produced in Indonesia. Would the Greens say that they do forestry and downstream processing better than here in Australia? Do they look after their workers over there better than we do? No, they don't. But again, doing this, offshoring forestry, offshoring downstream processing, is of course the byproduct of supporting bills like this, because they don't care. They really don't care where we get our paper from, where we get our timber from, what happens to the environment over the horizon, as long as their political games are, of course, played to the best advantage possible. And that's the problem. I mean, this is the same party, of course, Acting Deputy President, that famously their leader once said, of course, back in 1981, in opposition to renewable energy, dams in Tasmania that produce 100% green energy, which is now the envy of the nation as we transition out of coal and gas. Bob Brown, former senator, head of the Bob Brown Foundation, of course, said that coal-fired power was the best option. He now doesn't believe that, of course, anymore, but it does rather prove the point around the arguments that Mr Brown and others in the Green movement use. They deploy at a point in time something they think is part of the zeitgeist, popular. They can tap into an emotive stream in the community to get a political outcome. Well, that political outcome, can I tell you, Acting Deputy President, is immensely destructive. It's bad for the environment, as we've just demonstrated clearly. It's bad for the economy. It's bad for climate change. There is no common sense, there is no human decency, and there is no scientific basis to what they're proposing here, Acting Deputy President. So I implore all senators to vote against this disastrous bill.
Thank you, Senator Dunning. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. And what do the Greens do? After finally showing their true colours as the party of Hamas, as the party of left-wing union thuggery and donations, bribes, as the party of communism, and as the party of environmental destruction in the name of net zero energy, they have a problem. Their traditional base of decent Australians concerned about the natural environment is turning away from the watermelon Greens. So here's the Greens' answer. Resurrect a bill which was already defeated because it's a stupid bill, and use this to pretend the Greens still care about our precious natural environment. The intention of this bill is in the name: ending logging in native forests. Regional forest agreements will be made subservient to environmental regulations, which will tie logging down in the courts and bring logging to an end. End logging. All those workers, many of them fine union members, will be out of a job. Logging that produces timber for, amongst other things, the very seats the Greens are sitting in today, right now, which were made from logged native timber, Western Australian jarrah and Tasmanian myrtle. Putting aside their hypocrisy, it's clear the Greens think their supporters can be gullibly convinced by a superficial virtue signalling stunt. After all, who would oppose protecting native forests? Well, actually, the Greens oppose protecting native forests. Green energy policies are blasting the tops off mountains in old-growth forests to erect 300-metre-high wind turbines. They're clear-felling thousands of kilometres of forest for access roads and the power transmission lines to get the power hundreds of kilometres back to the city. Thousands of kilometres, in fact, back to the city. Thousands of hectares of native forest is being permanently destroyed. Blasting has released arsenic previously locked in sandstone into our waterways and aquifers. In the case of the Atherton Tablelands in North Queensland, pristine North Queensland, aquifers contaminated with arsenic will eventually come to the surface in the middle of the Great Barrier Reef through underground basins. Unlike forest taken for logging, forest damage from net zero energy is not regrown. The access roads are required for maintenance for the life of the turbine. The transmission lines are permanent. Unlike coal mines that are remediated at the end of the mine, there's no remediation bond on industrial wind, solar and transmission lines. So these things will be a rusting blight on the landscape for 100 years. For the community to pay for taxpayers to pay to rehabilitate, for farmers to rehabilitate. The Greens are environmental vandals. And I tell you who does support protecting our native forests: One Nation. We would end the environmental destruction from net zero energy measures and restrict solar panels to build up areas where the energy is needed. We would end any new wind turbine subsidies and instead promote vertical wind technology. One Nation will prevent logging in old-growth forests. Regional forest agreements are an accord between the federal, state and local governments to supervise the timber industry. This means the Greens believe they know better than the state governments, all 6 of them, who have been managing their forests for 200 years. Aboriginals have been managing Australia's forests for tens of thousands of years, including through the use of burning off. Each state government consults with Aboriginal communities in the development of regional forest agreements. Aboriginal voices only matter, though, to the Greens when they can be exploited to advance Greens technology and lock Aboriginals into victimhood and dependency. Generations of ongoing development of forestry agreements, planning out supply and demand, protecting sensitive habitats and protecting old-growth forests, all that great work involving communities, industry and government, torn up and thrown away because the Greens think they know better. Playing God, playing Tsar. What an ego. And to what benefit? The Greens are proclaiming their love of housing and promising to build more houses than anyone else. The question arises, out of what are they going to build those houses? The Greens want to shut down the Australian forestry industry, the conventional steel industry, the gas industry, the diesel industry and the cement industry. The Greens are proposing to build houses without timber, steel or concrete. Well, the last time I looked, pixie dust was not a building material. Does the CFMEU know they're hopping into bed with a political party that will remove from the market all the materials tradies need to build a new home and build new apartment towers, while also removing diesel for tradies' generators and utes, and which they now propose to tax out of existence? I don't want to confuse the feelings coming from my left with facts, yet that's what I do. I deal in facts. At last mapping, there are 131.5 million hectares of native forest in Australia, which is 17% of Australia's land area. And there are 1.8 million hectares of commercial plantations, including pines and eucalypts. This is where most logging occurs, yet it's not enough to sustain Australia's demand for timber. There's 30 million hectares of land, most of that privately owned, which can be logged under the careful management of regional forest agreements. Last year, 2% of those 30 million hectares were logged, meaning Australia is logging 600,000 hectares out of the 133 million hectares available, less than 0.5% of our native forests. So, what happens when a forest is logged? Is it clear-felled, never to grow anything again? Of course not. Forestry is about renewal. That's the whole point of regional forestry agreements. The logging industry is allowed to go in and take the productive timber, remove the stunted and useless timber, and then leave that forest to regenerate for 10 years or so before returning to repeat the cycle. Habitat is not destroyed, it's enhanced. Forests are not destroyed, they're enhanced. Rather than helping our forests, this Greens bill will harm our forests. Logging removes the fuel from the forest. It thins the trees and protects native forests from bushfires. There are huge areas of this country that have never fully recovered from the bushfires during the drought because some native forests contain so much fuel they burned like hell. What happened to the wildlife the Greens profess to care so much about? They were incinerated, agonisingly, cruelly incinerated. The damage to native flora and fauna caused in those bushfires resulted directly from restrictions on burn-offs, something sensible forest management would have mediated and tried to, but the Greens stopped it. This is the problem with communists. They think imperious proclamations are a substitute for good government, facts and data. They are wrong. Let's be clear. It's been illegal to log old-growth forests for the entirety of this century. I know there's been some intrusion into old-growth forests. This bill from the Greens won't deal with that problem, though, because the intrusion is mostly coming from the construction of wind turbines, access roads, solar panels and transmission lines, which the Greens adore and love and drive. Illegal logging that damages old-growth forests must be prosecuted, and One Nation will prosecute offenders. One Nation opposes this bill because we are the party of the environment and we know the current system is best for the environment. As someone who has personally planted thousands of trees and rehabilitated land and protected coastlines, I know One Nation is now the party of the natural environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Davey.
Very much, and I actually agree with a lot of what Senator Roberts has said. I mean, hypocrisy, Green is thy middle name. Yet again, we see the Greens trying to absolve their guilt by exporting our problems. Because what we see time and time again is the Greens trying to shut down industry in Australia, trying to shut down productivity in Australia, but they're not actually doing anything to sort out the demand. And there is supply and demand scenarios across the board. You know, we shouldn't grow rice in Australia, but we can eat rice because it's a healthy food, it's not red meat. So, you know, to lower emissions, we've got to have a vegetarian diet, but we can't grow our own rice. So we'll take rice from countries that have lesser environmental records, worse workplace practices, worse chemical usage than a very sustainable rice industry here in Australia. We shouldn't grow cotton in Australia because apparently cotton is a very, very evil crop, despite the fact that it's an annual crop, can be turned off and on dependent on the weather conditions for the season. It is sustainable. Australia grows the most water-efficient cotton in the world, and it is a natural fibre, but we shouldn't grow it here in Australia because the Greens don't like it. The Greens don't want to see us use our water on growing a cotton crop, but they're happy to take cotton from other nations with lesser environmental standards, worse chemical usage standards, worse workplace practices, because it makes them feel good. And now, today, we see the Greens, again, trying to absolve their guilt, saying we need to end our native forest logging here in Australia so they can feel good about themselves. But we're not going to stop needing timber products and hardwood timber products. So what is the solution? How do we meet the Greens' demands to fix the housing crisis if we can't access hardwood timber for the housing frames? Well, the only solution is that we import the timber. And where do we import it from? Guess what? Countries that do not have the same environmental standards, that do not have the same workplace standards or human rights standards. They want to shut down one of the world's most sustainable logging industries that is highly, highly regulated, that is actually good for the environment, that contributes to Australia's carbon capture and storage targets, so that they can import timber products from countries that see trees ripped out of the ground, no requirements to replant them, native habitats in countries overseas absolutely destroyed, but it's okay, because the Greens can sit back with their misplaced halos on, telling the government they've got to fix everything, from housing crises to food shortages, but we can't do it with anything we actually grow and produce in this country. We've got to look to overseas. And who bears the brunt of these misplaced policies? It is Australian consumers that are already paying for this Labor government's failed economic policies. And can you imagine if after the next election we are confronted with a minority Greens Labor government and what that will lead to? We will see the demise of some of our last remaining highly productive industries because the Greens won't let us dig anything out of the ground. The Greens won't let us grow anything with irrigated agriculture. And the Greens won't let us sustainably harvest our timber products. Let me remind people that in Australia, under our laws, native trees that are harvested must be replanted so that they can be harvested again. It is a renewable product. Trees, as they grow, absorb carbon, and when they are harvested and turned into a timber product, that carbon is captured permanently. As Senator Roberts said, across our country, there's only about 134 million hectares of native forests. And on an annual basis, only 0.06% of that area is harvested. That is only 6 out of every 10,000 trees. This is not an unsustainable industry. This is a highly sustainable industry. And I repeat, demand for these products is not going down. In fact, demand for these products is increasing. We have a growing population. We have migration through the roof under the Labor government's policies, and we are struggling to house people. And the green solution is to cease producing one of the fundamental inputs for housing construction. But not on this side of the chamber, not over here. We support our forestry industry, which employs thousands of people, from the loggers to the truckies that transport the logs, to the sawmillers who turn the logs into the end-use products, to the retailers that actually on-sell the products. We support them. We stand behind our forestry industry because our forestry industry is sustainable. They use science. They incorporate science into their daily procedures. They measure. They leave the remnant trees behind to ensure that there is enough knot holes and habitat for our native flora and fauna. In fact, just this morning, I heard a report about, in the Coffs Harbour, Forest New South Wales have actually ceased harvesting timber in an area where an emu nest was found. Now, this is an emu species that is a small, isolated species. They suspect there are only 50 left in the wild, and they found a nest where the father was sitting on eggs with the chicks. So they actually ceased harvesting and activity in the area to let those chicks hatch. And while Save Our Species went and harvested an amount of the eggs to take and incubate, hoping they come to hatchlings, they left some, and the father, and I'm very pleased to report that the father sat on 3 of those eggs and 2 of them successfully hatched. And now that emu and his chicks are wandering through that area of forestry because our native timber loggers and foresters, they care. They care about our environment. They want to make sure they operate sustainably. They want to make sure that we have healthy native flora and fauna in the areas, and that's why they only take 6 out of every 10,000 trees. So we won't be supporting this bill by any measure, and we will be supporting our forestry industry, and I urge this chamber to vote against this bill. Thank you very much.
Senator David. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to contribute to this debate on this very important piece of legislation. And I associate myself with the comments already made, of course, with my Greens colleague, Senator Nick McKim. It is 2024. We are facing a biodiversity crisis across the world. Climate is getting worse and worse. Extreme weather, the temperature of our oceans, the protection of our native animals and species, and yet we have laws in this country that allow the continued destruction, the bulldozing, the logging of our native and ancient forests. And it is just appalling that despite all of the smarts in the world, Australia continues to log our native forests and destroy our ancient woodlands. It's time this ended. It's time this ended, because if we don't end it now, there won't be much left. We have iconic species like the koala on the brink of extinction, and rather than protecting their homes, we have laws in this country that allow the loggers to go in and chop down their homes in our native forests. Now, Australians are disgusted that this happens. They have been disgusted for a number of years, decades. Every time the community is asked about whether native forest logging should continue, overwhelmingly the majority of Australians say no. Protect what is there, save it for the future, and ensure that it's there for the next generation. Our forests are not just important to save because they are part of our natural history and heritage. They are the homes of our native species, that they help create the ecosystems that underpin all life, but they are crucial in our battle against climate change. They are the lungs of the planet. We need our ancient forests, we need our native forests there to ensure that we can stop the worst of climate change. Our governments around the country, in states like Tasmania, New South Wales, that continue to allow the logging of native forests in their jurisdictions, are doing it at the cost of Australian taxpayers. So not only is this costing nature, costing climate action, making it harder and harder for us to arrest the dangers of global warming, to stop the spiralling out of control extinction of native species like the swift parrot or the greater glider or the koala, but it's actually being done at the expense of the economy, the expense of taxpayers' money. It is mind-boggling that any government in 2024 can continue to argue that taxpayers' money should be able to be spent propping up an industry that destroys our native forests. It's time this ended. This bill is timely because we are in the midst of a debate in this place about Australia's failing environment laws. And the government has put forward an Environmental Protection Agency, but they have no laws to protect nature, no laws to protect our native forests from the bulldozers and the chainsaws, no laws to protect the koala from having their homes logged and destroyed. So what will this Environment Protection Agency do? They've got nothing to implement, no laws to oversee that actually look after nature and protect our forests, our wildlife and our woodlands. This is a missed opportunity if we don't do something now. The government wants a cop on the beat for our environment, but they've given the cop no laws to implement. We need to fix that, And one of the key things we can do to fix that is pass this bill today. The community is shocked at the idea, at knowing that there is a loophole in Australian law that allows, encourages, funds the destruction of our native forests rather than protecting them. And in whose hands is the power to stop this? This chamber, right now, today. This is a challenge to both sides here. The Labor Party or the Coalition, you talk a big game on nature, you talk a big game on industry, you talk a big game on future-proofing. You've done nothing to future-proof the sustainability of our environment, our land, our clean air and our clean water, while you continue to allow this destruction of our native forests. And while we're debating this issue today in the chamber right now, on the other side of the building, the Environment Minister, Tanya Plibersek, is on stage having a nice chit-chat with the head of the Minerals Council. Having a nice chit-chat about how to make laws more friendly for the big mining corporations, rather than fixing the laws to save our native forests and protect our koalas. And that's the priority of this government. That's the priority. We're in here, the Greens are in here, fighting for our forests, and the Environment Ministers on the other side of the building having a nice chit-chat with the mining lobby. Australians are so disappointed in this government. You promised, your Prime Minister promised, to fix Australia's broken environment laws and to do something about making sure stronger laws would be implemented. And you've caved, you've capitulated, you've gone to water because Gina Rinehart wants to keep digging, bulldozing and polluting. You've gone to water because the loggers want to keep the chainsaws going, the bulldozers going and the trees falling. Rather than protecting the Environment Minister's hanging out with the Minerals Council. Says everything about the priorities of this government. Well, the Greens will fight for this. We will take this right through to the election and we will make sure every single voter knows that if you care about the environment, if you want to stop the climate crisis, if you want to stop the logging and stop the pollution, there's only one option, and you've got to vote Green. It's so crystal clear. The choice is crystal clear. You can't keep voting for this mob or that mob if you want to save the planet. They're not up to it. They're chicken scared. They've got no spine and they can't be trusted.
Oh, Senator Allman-Payne, sorry.
Acting Deputy President, I move that the question now be put.
Okay, well, the question is that the motion now be put. All those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Ayes have it. Okay, I'll now move to section... Oh, no, sorry, what? Yes, look, I'll say now that the question now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. Aye. Oh, the noes have that. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thank you. Oh, they got the call you. Shut the doors. Shut the doors. Question is that the bill now be read a second time. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim to tell it for the ayes, Senator Sullivan to tell it for the noes. Order. The result of the divisions is ayes 13, noes 30. The question is resolved in the negative. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thanks, mate. I'll allow senators not involved in the next debate to leave the chamber before I go to pursuant to order, and I call on Minister Gallagher to provide an explanation. Minister.
Thank you so much. I'm just waiting for my... Thank you very much, Jenny.
Sorry.
I just needed my specs. Thank you. The Treasurer's Office received an FOI request in relation to the documents in question, and as required under the legislation, they consulted with the party involved, in this case CBUS. CBUS objected to the release of documents it considered to be business information and available exemption under the FOI Act. Consistent with this approach, the Treasurer made a claim of public interest immunity in response to a Senate order for production of the same documents on the basis of this third-party objection. The Treasurer did this in good faith to protect business information and to ensure we can continue to undertake robust and frank stakeholder consultations which are ultimately in the public interest. These protections are in the legislation so that stakeholders can engage in consultation without fear that their business information will be compromised, and the same rules apply to all parties that engage in consultation. We want to continue to have frank and candid consultation processes in the future, and that's why we comply and did comply in this instance with the FOI Act. Senator Bragg, through his political grandstanding, seeks to undermine these important processes, and we have released the relevant documents on 5th...
Minister. Is there a point of order, Senator?
Of Senator Bragg talking about him seeking to impugn the processes in relation to claiming public interest immunity. He's actually seeking to uphold the processes as they should be applied.
Resume your seat, Senator. There is no point of order. That's the debating point. Minister.
Thank you. As Senator Scarr knows, we have released the relevant documents on the 5th of September 2024 in line with the Information Commissioner's decision in the usual way. And I would say, in the time allowed for me, that this is just a continuation in another form of the Coalition's war against super, in particularly Senator Bragg's war against super, who seeks to undermine the superannuation industry and compulsory superannuation requirements in this country. So let's just be honest about what is actually the issue here. And we know that at every opportunity that the Coalition gets, right back from John Howard days and all through all of the leaders of the Coalition, they have sought to undermine compulsory super, the superannuation industry, and in particular the role of the Labor movement in the superannuation industry, which is again what Senator Bragg seeks to do with his continued attack, including in a piece in the paper that I read this morning. We know, and we saw it yesterday, again with an announcement of amendments that the Coalition are going to move to super on PPL. They cannot bear compulsory superannuation. They just cannot bear it. And they just did there with this, we prefer choice. Well, the choice at the moment is that women retire with a lot less super than men, that economic inequality is a problem in this country for women. You call it choice, we call it inequality. And that's what Labor seeks to address in everything we do, is to ensure that we are upholding equality, that for women, that we are representing the long-term interests for them, that we don't support this kind of underhanded attack, continued attack on super, even prepared to do it on paid parental leave. We know that that is a massive issue. Senator Bragg, at any opportunity he gets to undermine superannuation industry, he will take it. And if he can besmirch industry super at the same time, then that's an added bonus for him. And that's what he's seeking to do with this and with the attendance of the Minister today. I've explained the process the Treasurer went through, and I will continue, and Labor will continue to argue for the benefits of compulsory super for people who are able to retire with the benefits of their hard-working lives reflected in a dignified retirement because they have superannuation assets. We think that is a good thing. We think that is a good thing. The Coalition thinks it's a bad thing. They want to undermine it. They want to tear at it. If they were in government, they would seek to do that again and again. They've opposed it from the get-go. Every single change that we seek to bring to strengthen super, they will undermine. And if they can undermine the industry that represents working people and their retirement savings, then they will do that as well. And that is the point of this attendance today. Well, we aren't going to be suckered into your war on super, Senator Bragg. It's been something that you've done since the moment you got here. I imagine it's going to be something that you continue to the moment you leave here, but at the same time, Labor will always stand up for super, including industry super.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg.
President, and in that last 5 minutes in this attendance motion, we heard from Senator Gallagher a slew of insults.
Senator Bragg, sorry, you just need to move to take note. You need to move to take
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move to take note of the Minister's answer. And in that 5 minutes from the Minister in relation to this attendance motion, we heard a number of personal slights and a real lack of detail that I would have expected that the Australian people would expect in terms of the explanation as to why the Treasurer, Mr Chalmers, told untruths to this Senate when he filed a public interest immunity claim. And the most disappointing thing here is that the government came to office promising integrity and transparency. But what we've seen has been a series of cover-ups to protect vested interests. Now, this has been a government for vested interests, and the reason I filed these claims in relation to freedom of information was because I was suspicious that the government for vested interests was having inappropriate lobbying from CBUS, the superannuation industry and various unions on matters of public policy. And I suspected correctly that this was happening. Now, the FOI request that went in March 2023 came back with a redacted response in September 2023, and then I filed an order for production of documents in the Senate, which was supported by the crossbench. And I want to put on record here my thanks to the crossbench for standing for integrity and transparency in relation to these matters when the government has failed to meet the standard that it set at the last election, when it promised it would be an organisation that would stand for transparency and integrity. In November 2023, the response to the OPD from Mr Chalmers was that the government would not release these files from CBUS to the Treasurer, and there was a public interest immunity claim from the Treasurer which said that disclosure of documents sought would provide an unfair advantage into CBUS's private opinions and business affairs, that this would destroy commercial and confidence information. Now, we appealed that to the Information Commissioner in November 2023, and we received the outcome in August 2024 and the documents just last week. So it took 18 months to get access to a document which had been provided by CBUS to the Treasurer, which was inappropriate lobbying, had nothing to do with commercial and confidence information. And this is an incredible position that we're now in, that the Treasurer of the Commonwealth would make a false claim to the Senate, a lie, that there was commercial and confidence information provided by CBUS when there was none. There was none. So the PII claim was falsely made, and the Information Commissioner itself said, I do not accept that the remaining material would cause detriment if it were disclosed. The remaining material does not contain commercial information about the fund.
Sorry, just resume your seat, sorry. Minister?
Sorry, Acting Deputy Speaker. President, I just ask, I believe Senator Bragg said the Treasurer lied, and if so, that should be withdrawn.
Thank you, Senator Bragg.
There was a significant mistruth here that the Treasurer has presented in relation to this PII claim, and the Information Commissioner said there was no commercial information and it should be released. Thank God for the Information Commissioner, because without the Information Commissioner we wouldn't have this information in the public domain. Now, yesterday, Senator Chisholm said that CBUS had objected to the release of these documents, and that's why the government didn't release them. But it's not up to CBUS to run the government. The government should be run by the people that have been elected by the Australian people, and the judgment was up for the Treasurer to make, in accordance with Senator Gallagher, that these matters were not commercial in confidence and they should have been provided in accordance with the order made by the Senate. There was no commercial in confidence information. This information was all about a secret lobbying attempt so that CBUS could exempt itself from disclosing fees to members. They didn't want to show their members that they were incurring stamp duty costs when they were investing in property, because they are so desperate to become the corporate landlords of Australia. They want to own the Australian dream, and the Labor government have sought to help them cover up this secret lobbying with a cloak of commercial in confidence which was not there. So that is why it is very important that we get to the bottom of this, and that's why I thank again the crossbench for helping us bring on this motion. Because as former Senator Patrick said in a piece on the weekend, how is it that Mr Bragg, as a private citizen, can get documents under FOI that Senator Bragg could not get under the powers of the Senate?
Hear, hear.
And Patrick goes on to say, ultimately, Chalmers' Senate betrayal is a betrayal of the Australian people, who are the real source of the Senate's power and purpose. Now, I think that is really the summary here, that we are here to do the work of the public. We're here to expose wrongdoing, get to the bottom of things, and we're being obstructed by a government that promised integrity and transparency. This is a false public interest immunity claim, had nothing to do with commercial and confidence information. It was all about secret lobbying, which the Treasurer is ashamed of.
Senator Bragg, your time's expired. Senator Darwin? No. Oh, that's quite all right. Senator Darwin. Apologies. Senator Darwin, you have
Yeah,
the call.
thank you. Well, I think Minister Gallagher has responded to the matter at hand. I am sick and tired of having to defend industry superannuation against the constant attacks from the coalition. Senator Bragg should focus on the fact that Australian women retire with less than men in their superannuation balances, and that is just not fair. The coalition continually use superannuation as a political football for their own means. That is what this is about. Just last night we heard the ridiculous suggestions from the coalition that women and families can make choices that suit them when it comes to draining their superannuation balances by making a very difficult choice at a time when they are having to look after a new family to decide whether or not they take some money out of their superannuation account for now at the expense of a decent retirement later. This is outrageous. How is it a choice for women and families to drain their superannuation accounts when we know women over 50...
Senator Darwin, just resume your seat. Sorry, Senator Scarr, on a point of order.
Point of order relevance, Deputy Acting President. I can find no logical connection between the motion which is being discussed here and the general discussion with respect to people taking money out of superannuation.
Senator Scarr, resume your seat. Thank you. Look, there is no point of order. You know these debates can be far-reaching, and Senator Darwin, you have the call.
As I said earlier, I think Senator Gallagher has responded to the question at hand, and industry superannuation continues to be a point of discussion in this chamber. And what I am simply talking about is the point that industry superannuation is not a political football, and I have worked with hundreds of women who have watched the debate in these houses over the years, when what they are interested in is making sure that governments do the right thing to ensure that they have a dignified and decent retirement. And for women in particular, I have worked with hundreds of them over many years where they are worried about their future. They are worried and they are concerned that our governments should be looking after what should be in their balances at the end, rather than point scoring around what might be the issue determined of the day. We know that women over 50 are the largest cohort of people who are becoming homeless, and they are retiring with 25% superannuation less than men when they are approaching retirement. What Australian women want is for our government and the opposition to focus on financial security in retirement for all of us. Unlike those opposite, Labor will always stand for the rights of working women to retire with dignity and security while protecting our superannuation. That is the envy of the world. And on the point around women being able to address, or families making this so-called choice to withdraw their superannuation early, I wonder about whether the Coalition understand what compounding interest is, or if they do, whether that is just a concept that is good for men. Because when people are given a choice to take out their superannuation when they are younger in their careers, they miss out on the compounding interest benefits that will benefit them in retirement.
What about some order?
Women, on average, as I said, have 25% less superannuation than men when they are approaching retirement. I think they want somewhere to live, and they also want to have security when they retire. The Coalition, if the Coalition really cared about women's economic security...
Just resume your seat. Senator Ciccone, you have a point of order?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd just ask that you enforce the standing orders and make sure that senators in this place also give every senator the respect that they deserve. Senator Darman is a new senator, and it's really, I think, quite disrespectful for some of the senators across the board who have been very disrespectful and heckling and making all sorts of comments towards Senator Darman. And I think it's important that we all uphold the standing orders in this place.
Oh, Senator Ciccone, here. Thank you very much. I agree 100%. Thank you, Senator Darman.
All right. Maybe I'll finish with this final point, and it does continue to go on the theme that I believe is relevant and is worth mentioning. Is that we have a situation where we know that women are the predominant beneficiaries of some of the reforms that this government has brought in around closing the gender pay gap, enabling paid parental leave, superannuation payments on paid parental leave, to address the issue of women retiring with less in their balances than men, to address the concerns around women becoming homeless, to address women feeling secure after a lifetime of work for, the simple fact that they perhaps might be taking career breaks to look after family. And so I think that we should be focusing on those things and not continuing to use superannuation as a political football by those opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Can I say at the outset, I am a member of an industry super fund, Australian Super, as a lot of my colleagues. So this concept that there's some sort of war on superannuation from this side of politics is absolute nonsense. I should say my super fund, Australian Super, lost $1.1 billion in an investment in Pluralsight. I'd like some transparency over that, please. But I'm a member of an industry super fund. I believe in super. I think it's an important part of protecting people's retirement. So all the nonsense we heard was deflection. Deflection from three fundamental points. First, the fact that this Senate, the representatives of the Australian people in this Senate, sought these documents from the Treasurer. The representatives representing a majority of the Australian people on your behalf sought these documents from the Treasurer. He refused to provide them. He refused to provide them, notwithstanding a majority of this Senate sought those documents. That is wrong. That is wrong as a point of principle. The second point I'd make is that he forced Senator Bragg to go through the Freedom of Information Act process to get these documents. It took 18 months. 18 months to get these documents, which should have been provided when the Senate passed, the majority of the Senate passed an order for these documents to be produced. 18 months. Our Information Commissioner who assesses these claims with respect to governments of both persuasions refusing to release documents is overwhelmed because of this culture of secrecy, this culture of refusing to provide transparency, not to us, but through us to the Australian people. It is wrong as a matter of principle. And the government is seeking to defend the indefensible. They can't do it, so they're deflecting, they're pivoting to all this nonsense about other issues relating to superannuation. This debate is about transparency and it is about open government. That's what it's about. And Senator Bragg quoted from one of the great, in my view, and I'll acknowledge him deeply, one of the great warriors for freedom of information in this place, Senator Rex Patrick, and probably no senator in this place has done more to promote freedom of information than Senator Rex Patrick during his time here and afterwards, and I congratulate him, and I read his article as well. And the third point I want to make, I want to get into the detail, and a point of order was taken by Senator Gallagher, which is her right, in relation to my friend's characterisation with respect to the claim which was made by the Treasurer. This is what the Treasurer said, and I'm going to walk you through this so you can see how gossamer weak it is. I won't use the word Senator Bragg said. I'll say it was a misrepresentation. I'll say it was gilding the lily. I'll say it was an incorrect assertion. I'll say it was a dodgy claim. I won't use what Senator Bragg says, but this is what the Treasurer said in his response to an order from this Senate. An order from this Senate. This is what he said. Disclosure of the documents sought would provide an unfair insight into Cbus's private opinions and business affairs. That's what he said. It would provide an unfair insight into Cbus's private opinions and business affairs. And then we actually look at the documents, because I've read all these documents this morning in relation to the documents which were disclosed by order of the Information Commissioner 18 months after they should have been disclosed. And what do the documents say? I'll quote, this is the earth-shattering stuff which the Treasurer wanted to prevent disclosure of. We propose that stamp duty should be excluded from fee and cost reporting entirely. Now, please, people listening to this debate, you make a judgment as to whether or not you think this goes to the heart of private business affairs and commercial in confidence discussion. This is the paragraph. We propose that stamp duty should be excluded from fee and cost reporting entirely. This would, A, ensure consistency between unlisted property investments, listed property investments and other asset classes. B, be simple to implement. C, be consistent with other excluded transaction and operational costs, which includes borrowing costs and property operating costs. That's it. That's it. And I'll make these observations in relation to that information. First, it is not particular to Cbus. It is not information which relates particularly to Cbus. It is a point of general application across the superannuation industry and the property industry. So there is nothing particularly private and confidential in that regard. That's the first point I'd make.
Senator Scarr, your time has expired. Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and so I too rise to take note on this attendance by Minister Gallagher, and I note that the Minister has explained the Treasurer's approach in her answer, and that the government's approach to this particular order has been made in good faith to protect sensitive commercial information. But what is not good faith is the persistent and constant attacks on our universal superannuation system by those opposite. Our superannuation system in this country is absolutely the envy of the world. It's a system that is a proud Labor legacy, and it's one that we will continue to build on, despite the attacks of those opposite on our superannuation system. Now, I've been here for long enough to remember many of the attacks that have been made on our superannuation system by those opposite. I know that Senator Rennick is no longer a member of the coalition. He's left to establish his own political party. But I do remember his time in the coalition when he told us that Australia's universal superannuation system should just be abolished. It shouldn't exist. I remember a policy that my colleague Senator Bragg had at one point, which was that people on lower incomes should not receive superannuation, that employer contributions should not be made for people on lower incomes. Of course, these are the people who absolutely need their superannuation, and these are the people that we will stand up for to make sure that they do have a dignified retirement through our super system. We're also seeing from those opposite persistent attacks on our superannuation system through the Coalition's so-called super for housing policy. Now, I've been on a number of hearings with Senator Bragg on this policy,
Senator
now
Walsh,
Coalition policy.
Do you have a point of order, Senator
Point of order,
Bragg?
Acting Deputy President. This is not relevant to the motion before the Senate.
That's not a point of order. The scope is broad. Senator Walsh.
Apparently Senator Bragg doesn't want me to give a view from the hearings that we've been in to report on the evidence that we've seen on his super for housing policy, which is not a housing policy. It is actually a policy to undermine our universal superannuation system. It's not a housing policy because every witness who's come to give evidence to our hearings on these matters has said that allowing people to take their superannuation out to pay for a home will do one thing and one thing only, and that is push house prices up. So this is not a housing policy. And people have also come to our inquiries and said that people in the target range for this policy don't even have enough super in their accounts to withdraw to be able to make a home deposit. So this is not a policy to help anyone buy a house. What it is a strategy to undermine our universal superannuation system. Senator Bragg keeps pushing it as if it's about housing. It is clearly, according to all the evidence that we're seeing, only a policy for dismantling our universal superannuation system. And Senator Darmanin has explained to those opposite, in case they didn't understand it, why it is so important that our superannuation system is supported, why it's so important that people retain their superannuation in their accounts throughout their 20s and 30s, despite the efforts of those opposite to dismantle superannuation. And that, of course, is due to the compound interest that people get by having these savings for their retirement. And we are now seeing the first generation of Australians retire with enough savings through their superannuation system to have a dignified retirement, to not have to rely on the age pension, to actually have ambition that is greater than relying on the age pension. So we know that those opposite will always attack our universal superannuation system. It's a proud Labor legacy. It's one that we're determined to build on. And we are building on it in this term of government. We are building on it by expanding paid parental leave and also paying superannuation on paid parental leave, a policy that will boost the superannuation savings of women. We believe in our universal superannuation system. Those opposite only believe in tearing it down.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. I take note of the Minister's explanations. Just so the Australian people realise the smokescreen that's going on here this morning, which is absolutely disgusting in itself. This is not about super. It's not about housing. This is about being honest with the Australian people and about integrity. It's about integrity and transparency. Okay, that is what this is about this morning. This issue is about a minister that was called to the chamber to explain why Senator Bragg was refused access to information he sought using the Senate's OPD powers. This is what this is about. So forget the smoke screen. The sprinklers are finished. The smoke's gone. There is no more smoke screen. Okay, that's what this is about. And yet, as Mr Bragg, not Senator Bragg, as Mr Bragg was granted access to the same information under FOI. This is what this is about. because this should have been made transparent and it wasn't. And good on Senator Bragg for drawing this issue to the Senate's attention. All senators should be right about what has happened here. All of you. While our primary role is to review and pass laws, it is also our job to hold the government of the day to account on behalf of you people out there. On behalf of you people out there. We sit here on behalf of citizens in all states, and it is our duty to make sure the government is performing its job efficiently, effectively, with transparency and with integrity. That's all we ask, in the best interest of you people outside this House. But we can't do that without access to information. And the Labor Party went to the last election, yeah, you remember, you voters out there of the Labor Party, on a promise of greater transparency. Well, have a good look, Australians. How's that been going for over 2 years? Greater transparency? I don't think so. I don't think so. That was extremely misleading. Extremely misleading, and you wonder why those people out there don't trust us in here. You wonder why they don't trust us. But here's the deal. What just happened to Senator Bragg is not new to this Senate, is it? Because I can remember the same thing happening to former Senator Rex Patrick in the last parliament. He would regularly get access to documents under FOI that he couldn't get using the Senate's powers. So this is not just a Labor thing. It's not a Labor thing, and you haven't done any better with your transparency. The Albanese government is doing exactly the same in the Senate to what the Morrison government did in the 46th Parliament. This is what's going on here. This is just the major party protection racket at work, and we've had enough of it. We've had enough of it. Because I can assure you, because when they get elected, all they do is wrap a secrecy cloak around themselves. That's what they do up here, and that's not what we're here for. It's just a continual Groundhog Day. We have the numbers to change the way that things work, to adopt, for example, the process used in the New South Wales Legislative Council, which involves the use of an independent arbiter. When there is a disagreement between the Executive and Legislative Council, this process was actually considered by the Legal and Constitutional Committee in 2013-14, after Senator Cash refused to provide documents to the Senate in response to an OPD. The committee referred the matter to the Procedures Committee, who came to the conclusion, based on a submission by then Leader of the Government in the Senate, Senator Betts, of all people, not to adopt the New South Wales practice. He also didn't want to be transparent, and he said in his submission, and I quote, "An arbitration process can succeed only if it is mutually accepted by all parties and only if it includes making the disputed information available to the arbiter. Absent these two preconditions, and it is unenforceable in practice." End quote. And so there you have it. Even though we have the numbers today to introduce a better system that allows us to perform our constitutional functions properly in here, we won't get a better system until the major parties both agree. And this isn't going to happen because both major parties consider themselves parties of government. And neither of them want government to be held account properly. This is what's going on in this place. And you wonder why your votes are getting less and people do not trust you. You promised this in the last election. You promised to be more transparent as the Labor Party. And you have failed miserably. Let's be honest. You have failed miserably. In the meantime, Senator Bragg will just have to put up with the government advancing not proper public interest immunities, but dodgy political interest immunity, because that's all that's going on in here today. So just so you Australian people realise, we could change this. We could do this today. We could use the New South Wales way. But oh no, both these major parties in here don't want to mention that. I wonder if I brought that bill up here, if I could get that done just like that. Maybe that's a way to put you both in a corner. Because quite frankly, it's all about transparency.
Senator Cash.
And thank you. And that's exactly what this motion is about. It's actually about transparency. This is a government that, when they're in opposition, love to lecture the then government on transparency and love to tell the Australian people that if they were given the privilege of governing this country, there would be a new level of transparency in Australia. Well, the Australian people, quite frankly, need to understand there is a whole new level of transparency in this country, but it is now known as secrecy. I don't think that there is any time in Australia's history where a government has literally run a closed shop when it comes to democracy. Democracy is about robust debate. Democracy is about answering to the Australian people. It does not matter what portfolio you talk about, this is a government that runs a closed shop. In fact, it has been put to me time and time again, both the Australian Senate and the House of Representatives may as well now be shop floors. In other words, you close down debate, you silence people, because that's the way the Albanese government runs Australia. Stakeholder after stakeholder after stakeholder, across portfolio and portfolio and portfolio. They have to sign, under this government, non-disclosure agreements. Well, again, the Australian people better start to understand what is a non-disclosure agreement. It means that if you are going to consult with this government on something that affects you, you either sign a non-disclosure agreement and shut up. In other words, you don't get to breathe a word of it, let alone raise any criticisms. And if you don't sign a non-disclosure agreement, guess what happens to you? You are blacklisted and you are shown the door. And again, the Australian people had better start to wake up and understand democracy is being eroded by the Albanese government, and today's motion is just another example. But let's put it into context. It's a motion in relation to CBUS, it's a motion in relation to the production of some documents, and it's a motion in relation to the failure of the Treasurer of Australia to respond to an order of the Senate. It is a motion that responds to the fact that Senator Bragg, 18 months later, was actually able to get these documents through the Freedom of Information process, not run by the Albanese government. But let's put it into context, because you've got a protection racket being run here by the Treasurer of Australia and the Albanese government. CBUS chairman, wow, former Treasurer of Australia, Labor Treasurer Wayne Swan. You have to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. If that doesn't say protection racket under the Albanese government, quite frankly, I no longer know what does. CBUS chairman Wayne Swan paid the CFMEU $1.25 million in the 2022-23 financial year. Don't take that from me. Quote, according to disclosures super funds were recently forced to make for the first time. Again, the Australian people need to understand that in the 2 and a bit years that Mr Albanese has been in government, to say they have been hoodwinked, to say that they have had the wool pulled over their eyes is an understatement. I've got no problems that the Labor Party and the Greens have the numbers in this place. That's life. But what I do have a problem with is this: the secrecy, the transparency, the lack of accountability, the silencing of stakeholders by making them sign non-disclosure agreements, telling them they cannot breathe a word of criticism against this government, and if they do, they are silenced. Stakeholders make representations on behalf of the Australian people. And this motion is yet again another example of how democracy has been eroded in this country, and the Australian people, quite frankly, are being silenced, and they don't even know
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Following on from Senator Cash, this chamber exists for one reason only. It is the House of Review. And when it is a House of Review, it means it holds the government to account. But we have a government in this country who are becoming a byword for secrecy, for lack of transparency and lack of accountability. This is a government who, before the last election, promised to be the most transparent ever, to be the most accountable ever. But actually, since Federation in 1901, this government is going to go down as the least transparent government ever, the least accountable government ever, and the most secretive government ever. Because the motion here, moved by Senator Bragg, it's actually not a non-controversial motion. Correct. It's just this Senate setting out its rights in relation to the production of documents. This is what this chamber exists for. This chamber has said, we want these documents in the interest of the taxpayers and the people of Australia. And what did this Labor Party government do? They went, no, you cannot have these documents. You cannot have this information. And Senator Bragg, through various means, was actually able to get those documents to show the connection between CBUS, CFMEU and the Labor Party. And this is what it comes down to. This government doesn't want you to know what is going on because there is a massive conflict of interest, not just in relation to policy, to do with the housing issue in Australia at the moment, but also in terms of how money is laundered through the CFMEU to CBUS, back to the CFMEU and to the Labor Party. Senator Cash just mentioned then about the $1.25 million of members' money of the CBUS super fund that went to the CFMEU, and then the CFMEU donated $6.2 million to the Labor Party. The Labor Party, by the way, has not returned this money. The Labor Party is quite happy to keep the $6.2 million of CFMEU members' donations, despite the Labor Party's protestations about how bad the CFMEU suddenly is. They're very happy to take the money. Because the conflict of interest... Who is the president of the Labor Party? It is Wayne Swan, the world's worst treasurer. Yes. Who is the current treasurer at the moment? It's Dr. Jim Chalmers, not a medical doctor, so if you've got a headache, don't go and see him because you'll get a worse headache because he'll talk to you. But this guy did his PhD in pork eating, another contender for the position of the world's worst treasurer. So we've got the president of the Labor Party, who is also the head of the CBUS super union, connected up with Jim Chalmers. Jim Chalmers, by the way, used to be the chief of staff to Wayne Swan. So it's like one of these sort of Venn diagrams. In the middle of it all
Senator
is
McGrath,
the CFMEU.
Just a reminder to please refer to people using their correct titles. So
Dr. Chalmers, Australia's runner-up for the position of world's worst treasurer. So in the middle of this Venn diagram, you've got the CFMEU with all the tentacles going out to whether it's Paul Keating or Wayne Swan or the Labor Party, because we all know what the Labor Party is, but we're just talking about the price of them, because they will do anything for their masters in the union movement. And this comes back to the motion before us today. That includes covering up, because the Labor Party position on the documents that Senator Bragg requested is a political scandal. It is a disgrace that the Labor Party did not want these documents released. And the question I put to everybody is, what else are they hiding? What else are they hiding? Because we don't know what they're hiding, but guess what? We're going to find out. We're going to put lots of OPDs, order of production of documents, in and find out what else, what other stinking, rotten deals have been done between the Labor Party, CBUS, the CFMEU and their acolytes in the Greens. This is a disgrace how the Labor Party is treating the taxpayers of Australia.
Senator Kovasic.
Thank you. I thank my colleague, Senator Bragg, for bringing this to our attention, and I'm too going to speak about the transparency and integrity issues in relation to this, but I want to draw the chamber's attention to the fact that we have a school group upstairs who are watching this at the moment, and it drew me to go to the website of the Parliamentary Education Office, where it talks about the role of the Senate. And I'll just read briefly, it'll only take a moment. In the Senate, the work of the government is scrutinised, closely examined. I think that's something really important for us to think about in relation to Senator Bragg's order for production of documents. If we can't have an environment where we can seek information in this place so that we can understand and ask questions, then we have a serious problem in our democracy. That is why we are here. But I want to go over some interesting facts, and they've been spoken about, but I just want to run through them. CBUS has some 920,000 members and manages $94 billion of money that belongs to those members. For 18 months, the Treasurer Jim Chalmers and CBUS have been trying to keep the information that Senator Bragg has been seeking a secret. Former Treasurer Wayne Swan is the chair of CBUS. The disgraced CFMEU owns 21% of CBUS. We're getting some dots that we're going to be connecting. And don't forget that Wayne Swan is also the Labor Party president, and he was also Treasurer Chalmers' former boss and mentor. Together, they have worked very, very hard to keep this information out of the public eye. And we have to ask ourselves why that is the case. But even more importantly, they claimed that it was commercial in confidence, that there was an important reason that the Senate couldn't know, because it was information that was private to CBUS. Rather than being transparent with the Australian public and with CBUS's 920,000 members. Why? What didn't they want us and Senator Bragg to know? That was that CBUS wanted special treatment to not be transparent in their fees and cost disclosures to their 920,000 members or to anyone else who wanted to be a member. And then what comes next? Wayne Swan has publicly committed $500 million of CBUS funds to co-invest in the HAF. Should taxpayer funds be put at risk by co-investment with an organisation that is 21% owned by the CFMEU? That's an important question. And that's a question that we need to address here. And I think the last thing I want to point to is the cost of building in this country in a housing and rental crisis. The CFMEU has made housing more unaffordable by imposing an effective 30% tax on apartment buildings. And they are the last people that should be helping this government with housing, or any government for that matter. The Australian people will expect that we protect their funds and hold this government accountable. That is why we are here. This government promised transparency and integrity, and they have broken that promise, and they should be held to account for that. And I want to finish up by responding to a couple of comments from the other side, particularly as they relate to what women want and the women's protection of superannuation. I have this question, and I acknowledge that the largest growing cohort of homelessness in this country is women over 55, and that is shameful. But explain to me why a woman in her 50s is not allowed to access her own money, her own super, to purchase a home, to have stability in her housing, but once she becomes of retirement age, she can spend that super to pay rent to somebody else. Can somebody explain that to me? You can't use your own money to invest in your own home, but when the time comes, you can pay it out to a corporate or institutional landlord and be beholden to them. That is shameful.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Here we are this morning in the House of Review, and we hear cloaks of cover-up from the Labor Party when we're trying to do our job. Labor responds, first of all, to Senator Bragg by hiding behind the gender argument. What that's got to do with this is beyond us. Then Senator Walsh talks about cloaking it as an attack from the coalition on super. How is making sure we have probity on superannuation funds an attack on super? It's protecting superannuation. Senator Bragg is just doing his job, and as am I, as a servant to the people of Queensland and Australia. We need questions answered. The Labor Party's defence this morning has not focused on Senator Bragg's comments, it's focused on Furphy's distractions, which are condemning the Labor Party. Senator Ayres, twice I've had the humour of watching, the comedy of watching Senator Ayres respond twice in the last 2 weeks of sittings in the Senate. 10 minutes each time of just nonsense, misrepresentations, labels. Labels are the refuge of the ignorant, the incompetent, the stupid, the dishonest and the fearful. No response on fact. No response on fact. Instead, we have distortions and labels. Senator Bragg, to recall what Senator Bragg talked about, he wants to know, why did the Treasurer tell the Senate myths, truths and false statements? That's it. So my question now is, why is the Labor Party trying to dodge and divert from that? We have a document from CBUS to the Treasurer. CBUS objected. So is CBUS running the country? They're claiming commercial incompetence for not giving Senator Bragg the comments while giving Mr Bragg the documents. What are they hiding by hiding behind the commercial incompetence? 18 months to get documents, and this House of Review, 18 months. And then he had to use alternate channels as well. Labor's behaviour is now, in response to Senator Bragg, is now rising to one of contempt, holding the Senate in contempt. This is the way CBUS treats its members, hiding. This is the way this government treats the people of Australia, hiding. The government is protecting the CFMEU and CBUS. The government is doing more than just protecting it on superannuation. The government is protecting CFMEU on Australia's biggest wage theft case. The Senate has instructed the Workplace Relations Minister to do an investigation into the wage theft involving thousands of miners from central Queensland and the Hunter Valley. Up to $211,000 claim for one person. Over $1 billion total, we believe. Miners being owed, on average, up to $41,000 per year of work. And Labor Party is burying it, hiding it, not doing what the Senate is telling. And then we've got directors involved, in CFMEU directors involved, coal mines insurance, in coal services, coal long service leave, and they're all protecting each other and protecting the CFMEU. My position on super, just so the Labor Party is clear, is I believe people should have a choice. Access their money or have it in part of a super fund, that is also of their choice. I proposed, my last point is that I proposed a fair way of adjudicating these matters of withholding documents due to commercial incompetence and public indemnity. That has been rejected. And I also so that is still available. I also make the point that the Labor Party, as I disclosed last night, has almost $1 million in donations for the last election from Big Pharma, and it is hiding under a cloak of commercial incompetence the contracts from the people who paid $18 billion for COVID injections. That's what we want on behalf of and it's hiding homicides, tens of thousands of homicides. So confidence in Labor is plummeting, support for Labor is plummeting, and the truth has vanished, and that's the reason you're losing confidence and support in the Australian people.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I call Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. There's something really rotten going on here, but I think it's really important before we begin the discussion about what rotten things are going on to reflect on the many, many very good people that work in superannuation, the many very good people that are members of superannuation funds. And indeed, I've had a lot to do with CBUS and indeed other superannuation funds over my time in here and before I came to this place. And there is good work out there that is being done to make sure that Australians have a chance at a better retirement. This is not a discussion about those people. It is not a discussion about the people that work for CBUS either, and there are very many good people that do that. But they should know what is going on here, because there is this weird, cosy and uncomfortable and inappropriate relationship that is clearly going on between the highest echelons of CBUS and the Labor government. Our concern is that the Labor government is more concerned about what's important to CBUS and indeed more importantly to the unions associated with CBUS and particularly the CFMEU than it is with what is important and what matters to ordinary Australians that rely on both the government and its integrity and organisations that its money is invested in, like industry superannuation, like any superannuation fund, like CBUS, in order to behave to the highest possible standards. And that's not what's happened here. There are plenty of opportunities that the Treasurer has had to address those issues that are important to ordinary Australians. Inflation is running out of control. Economic growth is stagnating in this country. Productivity is going backwards, and yet he seems to spend an inordinate amount of time in cahoots with his former boss, who is also the chair of CBUS here, and making false claims to this chamber in the process. Now, that is uncomfortable, and it should be uncomfortable, and it should be called out by this chamber. Back in March in 2023, my colleague, Senator Bragg, did something pretty basic, something that pretty much all of us at some stage have done, and sent a Freedom of Information request to the Treasurer, requesting all communications between CBUS Super, and let's remember that CBUS Super's chair is Wayne Swan, the former Treasurer of the country and the former boss of the current Treasurer. He requested all communications with CBUS since the last federal election. Now, 6 months later, Senator Bragg finally received those documents, but they were so heavily redacted as to make them unintelligible. They did include a redacted email sent by CBUS to the Treasurer's office on the 24th of November 2022, just a few days before the CBUS chair, Wayne Swan, publicly committed $500 million of superannuation members' money for involvement with Labor's proposed Housing Australia Future Fund, just a couple of days before. Now, that commitment came before there was any exposure draft legislation on the HAF had been released by the Treasury. Now, on the 17th of October 2023, the Senate agreed to an order for the production of documents requiring the Treasurer to release those documents unredacted. But on the 6th of November the same year, the Treasurer, via the Minister here, responded to that order by claiming a public interest immunity claim over the documents. Now, in that claim, the Treasurer said that the disclosure of certain information relating to CBUS Superfund would be contrary to the public interest because it would disclose commercial in confidence information. In that Treasurer's letter to the Senate, he said disclosure would provide an unfair insight into CBUS's private opinions, and that would have the potential to damage their commercial affairs. Well, we know that that was not commercial in confidence information, and that PII claim was falsely made. Now, PII claims are not made lightly in this place. In fact, we all need to take it very seriously, because if we don't take it seriously, we debase the work that we all do. Not just the current government, not just the current Treasurer, but all of us. This has been made a mockery of. It's been made a mockery of by the Information Commissioner. You have been found to be not wearing any trunks when the tide goes out on this one, Labor. And what is the Treasurer going to do about this? Well, we want him to come via his minister and make an explanation to this Senate as to exactly why he would make a false public interest immunity claim, debase the work of the Senate, debase us all.
Thank you. Debate has concluded. I call the clerk. Okay, so the motion the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister. The clerk, yeah.
Government business orders of the day relating to the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and a related bill.
The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Number 1 Bill 2024. Minister. Oh, he's finished it. Minister?
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
And the question is that the bills, as indicated by the Minister, be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Number 1 Bill 2024.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bills and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted and the debate continues. Senator Hume.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Bill 2024. This bill seeks to retrofit some form of principle-based framework to the government's hodgepodge of announcements that it's rolled together in its Future Made in Australia agenda. The Coalition will oppose these bills, and we encourage all of those in this chamber to oppose them. Because the more we learn about Labor's Future Made in Australia plan, the more clearly we see that the Emperor has no clothes on at all. The more we learn about Labor's Future Made in Australia, the more obvious it is that there is no new paradigm, no new economic orthodoxy, as the Treasurer is so fond of claiming and indeed penning 6,000-word essays about. No, there is just the same old Labor, with the same old industry policy, picking winners, ideologically driven priorities and wrong-headed subsidies, all at the expense of the taxpayer. It could not be more clear that this does not stack up. It's a plan for pork barrelling. It's not a plan for building a strong economy. It's a plan that would lead to more government intervention, not more business investment. And worst of all, it's a plan for more inflation at a time when Australian families and businesses are already struggling under the weight of the Labor government's economic mismanagement. Now, Australia has a proud and strong manufacturing history and a proud and strong manufacturing industry. But for decades, and while for decades the Coalition has been a champion of this vital sector by supporting manufacturing, it requires far more than simply empty slogans to keep it going. It requires effective economic management, a management style that gets back to basics, affordable and reliable energy, flexible workplace practices that work for both the employee and the employer, less regulation and red tape and green tape, and an incentive-based tax system that rewards risk and provides an incentive for people's efforts. These are the pillars of a successful economy, pillars that Labor policies are steadily eroding. Let's make it clear. The Future Made in Australia bill is not about securing our future, it's about securing Labor's political interests. Labor's using this bill as a vehicle for pork barrelling, handing out taxpayer money to favoured sectors without any proper scrutiny. It's not the way to build a strong and resilient economy. Labor's plan fundamentally misunderstands what it is that drives business investment. It's not more government grants and handouts that Australian businesses need and it's certainly not what they're crying out for. What they need is less red tape, less green tape, less regulation, lower taxes, and that regulatory environment that encourages growth and innovation, doesn't stymie it. Instead, these bills dramatically increase the ability for the government to essentially funnel taxpayer money through the Export Finance Australia organisation and ARENA, transforming them into tools for political gain rather than tools for economic development. The changes to ARENA in particular are alarming. ARENA was established as a research and development agency. Previously, Labor opposed even expanding the remit of this organisation to cover sensible net zero and related R&D expenditure, including, R&D expenditure initiatives, including into carbon capture and storage and blue hydrogen. Labor opposed that. They opposed that. But now under this bill, ARENA's role is expanded to include deployment, manufacturing and commercialisation, areas that are so far removed from its original purpose. Labor's changes give the Minister for Climate Change the power to boost ARENA's funding without parliamentary oversight, allowing $3.98 billion to be spent with the stroke of a pen. $3.98 billion of taxpayer money without scrutiny. Now, this is nothing more than a slush fund for the Minister for Climate Change, Mr Bowen, who will now have the power to roll out billions of dollars without any parliamentary oversight. This is the same old industry policy for the same old Labor. And let's see how well they're doing so far. We have $1 billion that has already been shelled out for solar panel manufacturers that even the Treasurer's own hand-picked Productivity Commissioner doesn't believe will economically stack up. $1 billion of your money. There's $500 million to an American quantum computing company. And there are serious questions to answer on the process for the funding that the ANAO may inquire into. Now, an American quantum computer company for a future made in Australia, I ask you, how does that stack up? The Solar Sunshot program, which even the Treasury Secretary refuses to endorse, I think that's quite extraordinary. And the biggest booster of green hydrogen, Fortescue, is scaling back their ambitions for green hydrogen, not expanding them, despite the promise of tax credits for just existing, for just doing what they were always going to do. Tax credits for just being. So this is the Labor government's idea of a future made in Australia. Former Productivity Commissioner Mr Gary Banks described the government's policy as a fool's errand that risks repeating the mistakes of the past by propping up, in his words, political favourites. Let us consider why Australian manufacturing industry are in this position to begin with. Labor's policy on energy, on industrial relations and on taxation are making Australia a less attractive place to do business. Insolvencies in this country have skyrocketed. Around 19,000 businesses have either gone under since Labor took office. 19,000 just in the last 2.5 years alone. And every indication is that there is more to come. That's the highest number of insolvencies on record. Productivity is down by 6.3% in the last 2 years. And businesses are struggling just to keep their doors open. The Future Made in Australia bill does absolutely nothing to address these challenges. In fact, by throwing money into a flawed system, it's likely to make things worse. Inflation is already, in the words of the RBA Governor, both homegrown and sticky. Prices have risen by 10%, and for working households, the cost of living has surged by over 18%. No wonder Australians feel like they're doing it tough. They are doing it tough. No wonder they feel like they're poorer. They are poorer under Labor. Personal income taxes are up 20%. Real wages have collapsed by 9% and household savings are down by 10%. A typical family with a mortgage in Australia of around $750,000 is now $35,000 a year worse off. They have to find $35,000 a year more to pay that mortgage. That's not the sort of money that you find down the back of a couch. These are the facts, and they paint a very bleak picture of Labor's economic legacy. Since taking office, Labor has spent an additional $315 billion. Now that's over $30,000 per household in Australia. And I haven't met a family yet who's feeling $30,000 better off under this government. The Prime Minister and the Treasurer may be trying to pick winners, but the problem is it's Australian families that will lose under this plan. Australians deserve better, so much better. They deserve a government that will address cost of living issues head on, that will put their needs first, not the needs of their mates, not the needs of their political favourites. And they need a government that will make tough decisions that are required to secure our nation's economic future. The Coalition's plan is very clear. We will get back to basics. First, we will rein in that inflationary spending. We will not spend billions of dollars on corporate welfare, for green hydrogen and critical minerals. Instead, we will prioritise responsible spending that delivers real benefits for Australian families and Australian businesses. Second, we will cut red tape, removing those regulatory roadblocks that are stifling innovation and suffocating our economy. We will make it easier for businesses to grow and to create jobs. We will not make it harder for them. That's what they are asking of us. And third, we will provide lower and simpler and fairer taxes for all Australians. Everyone should be able to keep more of what they earn, and we will ensure that that happens, injecting that sense of aspiration, of opportunity back into our economy. We've already announced our plan to increase the instant asset write-off to $30,000. Not only will we increase it, but we will make it permanent. That's a genuine productivity-enhancing policy that will benefit small businesses, who we must all remind ourselves every single day are the engine room of the Australian economy. Fourth, we will deliver affordable and reliable energy by getting more gas into the system to support manufacturers and provide secure baseload power. That 24/7 power is necessary in order for our manufacturers to be viable. This will support businesses with the power that they need to thrive and to ensure that households are not burdened with those skyrocketing energy bills that we've seen over the last 2 years. Our plan is not about slogans. It's not about slogans and it's not about handouts. It's about real and practical solutions that will restore confidence in our economy and rebuild Australia's competitiveness. It's not about ideology and it's not about playing favourites and picking winners. It's about getting back to basics and restoring our economy back on an even keel so that we can all prosper and all thrive. In conclusion, the Future Made in Australia Bill is not the answer to our nation's economic challenges. It is, unfortunately, simply a misguided attempt to paper over the cracks of Labor's economic policies. And it uses taxpayer money to do it. Taxpayer money to fund political priorities rather than pulling the levers on those drivers of a strong economy, drivers like energy prices and energy reliability, drivers like an industrial relations system that is flexible for employees and for employers so that it works for all of us, not just for some of us, and returns productivity back into our economy. It's about reducing red tape and brown tape and green tape and every other tape that this government has wrapped up our economy into, that has slowed down business, has stifled innovation and made people walk away from their own businesses because it's all too hard. And it's about a tax system that gets productivity going, a tax system that restores that sense of opportunity so that people know that if they work hard, that if they take a risk, that it's worth their while doing so. Most importantly, it's about tackling inflation, the ultimate thief in the night that eats away at your income, that erodes your savings, that reduces your standard of living and overall reduces your quality of life, because if you cannot tackle inflation, then as a government you are not doing your first job, which is to raise people's standard of living, not lower it. That's what we've seen in the last 2 years. And most importantly, it's to address the real needs of Australian families and businesses, to improve their quality of life, to make sure that they've got more money in their pockets so that they can have the choices and the opportunities that they deserve and that they expect in what should be and can be and will be, under a coalition government, a prosperous and thriving society. The coalition offers a much better way, a return to sound economic management, to responsible use of taxpayer money, and to policies that will secure Australians' future.
Thank you, Senator Hume. I call Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Greens are approaching the Future Made in Australia legislation proposed by Labor very cautiously. And I'll explain in a little while why we are doing that and what some of our concerns and, to be fair, our fears are with this legislation. But I do want to firstly start at a high level and say, while we are in, as we are, an era where the ecological processes that actually underpin all life, including human life on this planet, are crumbling around us and collapsing, while the planet's climate is breaking down, the time for more government intervention in the economy is upon us. Now, we have seen what laissez-faire capitalism has delivered us. We have seen what a so-called free market approach has delivered us. It has delivered us calamity and catastrophe. It's delivered us a planet that is becoming unlivable. It has delivered us an extinction crisis. It's delivered us and is delivering us climate breakdown. Now, that's what this hands-off, leave it all to the markets approach has done. This is what privatisation has delivered us. This is what allowing corporations to behave in that psychopathic way that corporations do has delivered us. This is what standing back and allowing rampant corporate profiteering and price gouging is delivering us: an unlivable planet and a massive redistribution of wealth in our society away from people at the bottom and in the middle and up to the oligarchs at the top. The time for more government intervention in the economy is upon us, and we have to do this. We have to understand that governments can be lenders of first resort. We have to understand that governments can actually nationalise companies and sectors that are currently being run by the private sector, but which not that many decades ago were run by governments in this country. And it's ironic that the Australian Labor Party, that is obviously now in government, is actually the architect of the great privatisation agenda that we've seen in the last 40 or 50 years in this country, because of course that privatisation agenda and that wholehearted embrace of neoliberalism and corporatism started under Prime Minister Bob Hawke and Treasurer Paul Keating. I mean, privatisation is a Labor agenda. Like, Labor governments rarely saw an asset owned by the public that wasn't absolutely nailed down. They rarely saw that asset as anything other than something to be sold and privatised. So we support starting to move away from this privatisation agenda that's been in place since Labor brought it in 40-odd years ago. We support the idea of moving away from just letting markets rip, letting markets slash and burn, smashing up our society, making our society more unequal, rendering the planet uninhabitable, driving an extinction crisis. And we support ending those things and moving back into a scenario where, when there was a social need for something, like, for example, housing, at the moment, government stepped in and built houses, built enough houses so that everyone in Australia can have a safe and affordable and accessible home. Now, that's the way it used to be. Governments would build houses and they would rent them out to people at affordable prices so people could have a safe and affordable home. And it's a disgrace that in a country as rich as Australia, we don't have enough homes for people in this country. But that is what neoliberalism has delivered, that is what privatisation has delivered, and that is what the big corporations who've got their hooks into the establishment parties in this place have delivered. The Greens support governments setting an agenda for the direction of our economy. We need an urgent transition out of fossil fuels into renewables. Governments should be driving that agenda much more quickly than we currently are. We want governments to put in place frameworks which shape investor decisions about which productive parts of the economy we want money to flow into and which unproductive, undesirable parts of the economy we don't want money to flow into. The problem that the Greens have got with the government's Future Made in Australia agenda is, even though it sounds terrific, make our future in Australia, we're not convinced it's going to do any of those things that I just outlined. We're not convinced about that at all. The real danger here is that, as it's been presented to this parliament, Labor's Future Made in Australia agenda is actually all about a future of coal, oil and gas well beyond 2050. Labor's future gas strategy is inherently linked to Labor's Future Made in Australia framework. And that is dangerous. It is dangerous for our country. It's dangerous for everyone in the world. It's dangerous for all the species who are being driven to extinction. It's dangerous for our climate. We have very real concerns that hidden within this nice, fluffy, warm-sounding framework, a future made in Australia, is actually a dangerous future for coal, oil and gas beyond 2050. And there's some indicators there. Now, I've read the Chevron submission to the Senate inquiry. I've read the INPEX submission to the Senate inquiry. They love it. They love it. And you know why they love it? Because they can smell public money to boost their already obscene profits. And remember, folks, remember, about a third of the top 100 biggest corporations in Australia pay zero tax. Zero tax. That means that a nurse or a teacher or a chippy or a plumber that goes to work and pays income tax is paying more tax than giant multinational corporations that operate in Australia and then offshore their profits and avoid their tax responsibilities. 1 in 3 of the 100 biggest corporations in this country pay zero tax at all. Absolute nada. Nothing. Nothing. So I say to every nurse, every teacher, every carpenter, everyone who goes to work and does an honest day's work in Australia or an honest year's work in Australia and pays income tax, thank you for your contribution, but what a shame that the big corporations, so many of them, are paying zero tax. Zero tax. And of course, they turn around and they use those profits to pay multi-million-dollar salary and bonus packages to their wealthy CEOs and their senior managers, and they also use some of those profits to donate to the establishment political parties in this place. And so the cycle goes on. So we've got concerns that Parliament could pass the bill, this week potentially, or next week, and we could be told, oh, look, now we need to open up new gas fields and we need to use the Future Made in Australia framework to support the opening up of new gas fields so that we can make petrochemical production or fertilisers to support our economic resilience. But I'll tell you one thing, colleagues. I'll tell you one thing for nothing. The physical reality, not to mention the science and not to mention the laws of thermodynamics, are telling us very clearly we need to stop opening new fossil fuel projects. We need to stop it, and we need to stop it now. So where is Labor's response to that? Where is Labor's response to that? A pathetically weak climate agenda that is actually seeing emissions continue to go up. Going up, colleagues, since Labor came to power. Labor were elected to bring Australia's emissions down. That's what people believed they were buying from the Labor Party or going to get from the Labor Party in return for their vote. And what have we seen? A Labor Party that's overseen emissions continue to go up since it came into government. Now, we have got the situation in Australia currently where companies like Santos, who are buying gas in the domestic market and then turning around and exporting it to fulfil international contracts that they over-promised on and now can't deliver on. Well, I want to say very clearly to Santos, and there's other companies in the same boat, that's not our problem. That is not the problem of the Australian taxpayer. That is not the problem of the Australian people. That is not the problem of this parliament. We should make it unlawful for companies like Santos to buy gas in the domestic market and ship it overseas just because they got greedy and overcontracted. That's Santos's problem. They can fix it, but don't start putting the pain onto Australian consumers. Greedy gas corporations are now pushing onto a meek, complicit Labor government that the government has to deal with the consequences of corporate greed and overcontracting and overcommitment. Well, it's not the government's problem. The government shouldn't be bailing out big corporations out of that problem. So the future gas strategy, which appears inherently linked to Labor's Future Made in Australia agenda, has a great big dream underpinning it, a great big fantasy underpinning it. And that is the dream and the fantasy of opening up the Beetaloo Basin, Scarborough, Browse, fracking the Kimberley, Perth and Surat basins. That's the dream. That's the fantasy of the future gas strategy, which appears embedded in Labor's Future Made in Australia legislation. The failures of the gas export industry should have taught us an important lesson that it appears the Future Made in Australia premise has forgotten. We cannot just let multinational corporations swoop in, mine our resources, extract our resources for nothing or next to nothing and ship the resources and the profits overseas. But here we are with a complicit, weak Labor government that appears to be contemplating doing exactly that into the future under a fluffy, warm badge of the Future Made in Australia legislation. If we want a future made in Australia, let's actually have a genuine discussion about what that means and what kind of future we want in this country. The Australian Greens support government intervention in our economy to drive public and private funds into productive parts of our economy and out of parts of our economy that are unproductive and that actually deliver negative outcomes to our people and to our environment. We support that. And it appears that Labor has accepted in principle that that is a good thing. But we have to have an honest discussion about what that actually looks like in reality, which parts of the economy we want to help, which parts of the economy we want to disadvantage, how we are going to frame up a future where we can deliver on the needs of our people and we can deliver to ensure an inhabitable planet into the future where the climate's not breaking down around us and when ecological collapse has been averted. Those are the conversations that we need to have, and we have no certainty at all that the Labor Party is ready to have those discussions. We stand ready to enter into a good faith negotiation with Labor on this legislation, by the way. We cannot keep privatising the profits and socialising the losses. We've seen during COVID, when Qantas and Virgin needed bailing out, what the taxpayer support should have done is ensure ownership and assure equity for the people of Australia in those companies. Instead, they got massive cash grants, and now that they're profitable again, instead of the public getting a financial return on its investment and its bailout, the companies have just pocketed the money, continue to fleece their customers and continue to give multi-million-dollar salary and bonus packages to their CEOs. Socialising the losses while privatising the profits is a tried and true public policy failure, and the people hate it, and rightly so. Privatisation is a tried and true public policy failure, and the Australian people hate it, and rightly so. Let's start nationalising companies again. Let's start intervening in the market, and instead of this hands-off, laissez-faire, disaster capitalism framework that we have now, let's actually make markets work in the interests of people and in the interests of nature and climate.
Thank you, Senator McKim. I call Senator Polley.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, what a contribution. As usual, the Greens are grandstanding, doing their social media, overhyping their contribution to what is very important legislation. Australia is a lucky country for so many reasons. We are a smart country that can adapt. We are a country that embraces the future. We don't hide from it. We are culturally, geographically and resource-rich in every sense. It is our people that are our greatest strength. Mateship, unity of purpose, our success as a multicultural country is the envy of the Western world. The Albanese government is always looking to the future, where we are forward-thinking government like all great Labor governments. We plan for the worst and hope for the best. This bill is about locking in our future prosperity as a nation. It's about creating opportunity for all to share in the great wealth of our country. This is about this generation and the next. We know that the world is changing ever so quickly. The global economic climate has changed and we must change with it. The planet is changing from a carbon-intense planet to a cheaper, cleaner energy producer. This is the purpose. This is the biggest change that is needed in the world, and we have witnessed before the Industrial Revolution. The global world order is shifting, and if we don't shift and adapt, we will be left behind and will not prosper. Australia, this is an amazing continent in the Pacific and has been dealt an amazing hand to take every opportunity presented to it, to use our natural abilities as a nation, our natural resources which are in abundance over our heads, to make the most of the global net zero economy. We have a unique combination of geographical, all of this we should be seeing as advantages and using this to make sure that we provide assets and opportunities for all Australians. That's what a good, fair government will set up Australia to take advantage of and benefit from as a nation. The jobs and opportunities of the clean energy transition must not be taken for granted. We know those on that side, when they were in government for 10 years, they had 22 policies around energy and couldn't deliver on one. And let's talk a little bit later about their most recent light bulb moment. The Albanese government, on the other hand, what we're doing is we want to make sure that we have manufacturing back on our land. We're about creating a future made here in Australia. That's what our agenda is. We're in a very unique situation to take advantage and to ensure it invests in our people. That's what we're doing, in our institutions, and in this wonderful continent we call here in Australia. A future made here will power the future, bring the manufacturing base back into our own backyard. We are engaging in investment in our future. This bill will help make Australia a renewable energy superpower and an indispensable part of the global net zero economy. to more closely align our national security and economic security interests. That's what this bill is going to do. We will modernise and strengthen our economy in a world built on cheaper and cleaner energy. This bill serves every Australian, not just some, not just in the cities, but in our regions as well. It will also ensure public investment in smart investments, public investment that pulls in substantial private investment and guides it towards Australia's national and economic interests. Like investing in green hydrogen in my home state of Tasmania, or a wind farm off the coast of Tasmania. We will educate and create the jobs of the future so every Tasmanian has a secure, well-paid job that they can rely on into the future. This bill is about a national interest framework, which will help us identify sectors where we have a sustainable, comparable advantage in the net zero economy, or an economy resilient and ready to take that next security step that we need, which is imperative going forward, that our investments are around the economy of the future, which will give us security for those people who can invest in these ventures. Second, it will give us a robust sector assessment process to help us better understand and break down barriers to private investment in key areas of the economy. And third, a set of community benefit principles that will ensure public investment and that the private investment it generates leads to a strong returns, but also leads to a stronger, healthier community. The National Interest Framework outlines criteria to assess sectors up against all those sectors to ensure that we determine where Australia's national interests are so that we can unlock those opportunities to have private investment. Business must drive this investment and energy transition, and it will, because it has already started this process, and we acknowledge that. Jim Chalmers and Anthony Albanese have made sure that the Future Made in Australia investment is the focus of our latest budget, on refining and processing critical minerals, producing renewable hydrogen, exploring production of green metals and low-carbon liquid fuels, and supporting targeted manufacturing of clean energy technology, including solar, and value adding in the battery supply chain. This is where Australia's future is heading, and we have to capitalise on it. That's what this bill will deliver. It will deliver a better economy, it will deliver more investment, and it will deliver greater outcomes for both regional Australia and our cities. It delivers a smart Australia, an Australia that will continue to be reliant on foreign interests to make every single consumable is not the future that we want for Australians. We will make our own solar panels and batteries to power Australian homes and businesses, because there is nothing like Australians' know-how and our ingenuity. Our attitude is that we can do this, and we will. We want those people in this chamber to get on board and support this legislation. The bill empowers the governments to direct Treasury to undertake independent assessments, and these assessments will be tabled in Parliament to supply transparency and rigorous decision-making and help deliver value for money, because if we don't invest correctly, we will waste taxpayers' money, and that's not what we're about. Public investment will be an important and substantial part of our plan, but public and private investment together is what this bill is going to encourage, because that private investment must be attractive to enable us to help transform our economy and our communities. This is a public and private partnership. That's what this plan is all about. The most important role for public investment will be to unlock the vast amount of private sector capital that will need to deploy an additional $225 billion by 2050 to transition the energy system and realise net zero opportunities in heavy industries. And the framework and the sector assessments will be instrumental here in identifying the barriers to private investment and opportunities to address them, informed by Treasury's expert analysis and evidence-based assessment on top of their own normal policy advice. Now, we know how important it is to get expert advice when you talk about energy, unlike those opposite. That's why they couldn't deliver on the 22 energy policies that they had when they were in government for 10 years. That's why their latest light bulb thought about energy will never be delivered, because they haven't got the backing of any experts in that area whatsoever, and the country would never ever be able to afford it. But this bill will also outline a series of community benefit principles, because we know that just pumping capital into transformation won't be enough if we don't pay attention to how we deploy it. Our educational institutions are amongst the best in the world, which is why we have funded them, unlike those opposite who gutted TAFE and our other institutions. Education and skills are so crucial to empower our economy and to ensure that we have manufacturing back in our backyard. But to educate and skill up our people is investing in them, not like those with their record. We need to develop skills that are inclusive to ensure we have the workforces to be able to engage in local communities, including our First Nation communities and communities affected by the transition to net zero. Ensuring our domestic industrial capabilities thrive to ensure, if this plan is to be effective, local supply chains will be bolstered. Our $22.7 billion budget investment demonstrates our commitment to a future made here in Australia. Public investment will show us a path to a future made in Australia, but private capital will pave the way. So it's an exciting time to be in business in Australia, and it will need thinkers and entrepreneurial people to invest in Australia first and then businesses second. A future made in Australia agenda is investing in a strategy to make our growth strategy stronger, to provide investors with clarity, certainty and cooperation that they need from government. So I thank our business leaders for working so collaboratively with the Treasurer Chalmers, Minister Bowen and Minister Husick, and of course the Prime Minister for his vision, Anthony Albanese, who has demonstrated this leadership and vision. It is a vision that supports the principles of the Labor movement. It supports workers right across the country to make the best quality products right here at home in their backyard. It is time now to act. We wasted 10 years with those in government. The world is changing, and unlike those opposite, we are ready to accept the challenge of the future. The new age can be a golden age if we make the change now. If we decide to invest in our people and the Australian spirit, our country has suffered through a decade of denial and delay under those opposite, and if they had their way, there'd be another wasted decade ahead. going down a nuclear road to a mushroom cloud. Let's not make that same mistake of the past. We must be a bold country that is a smart country, that country that knows our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. We can and we will make best products right here domestically and for the international consumption. I'm backing a future made in Australia. I'm backing the Prime Minister and his leadership. I'm hoping that those in this chamber will back Australians, will back Australia's economy to be stronger in the future and to seize the opportunity to lead, not live in the past as we know that the Leader of the Opposition wants to take us down that nuclear road where he has not one expert that's come out in support. We cannot afford to build it. We know that it's going to be decades in the making. In the meantime, they're not going to deliver any cheaper energy to the households. The question is, are you supporting Australians?
Thank you, Senator Polly. I call Senator Bragg.
Acting Deputy President, thank you very much. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to make some comments in relation to the Future Made in Australia legislation. And in doing so, I wanted to reflect on where the country has been over these last few decades and pay credit to the Labor Party in the 1980s for helping the country bring down the tariff wall, remove subsidisation of industry. Sometimes these measures were supported by the Liberal Party. Not all the deregulation and other economy measures which were required to build a robust modern economy were supported, but in general terms, I think in the long run of history we will look back at that period as a period where tough judgments were made by that government, the Hawke government, and I think most reasonable people would say that that was a government that did things that others could have done but didn't do when they were given the opportunity. And these measures in relation to the Future Made in Australia are winding back the clock 40 years maybe more, to a period where the government thought that it knew better than the market, that it could swim against the tide of global capital, that people in Canberra were so smart and so intelligent that they would just run the show from here. And it is a very scary position for the country to be in, but it is perhaps not surprising. And this has been a regressive parliament, I have been shocked that I've been part of a parliament that wound back a tax reform of the last parliament. In this parliament, the government reimposed a tax bracket that had been removed by the last parliament. And now we have a government that is seeking to establish a picking winners approach here in Canberra, where big businesses, foreign domestic businesses, will be funded by the Commonwealth Government. Now that is an approach which was discredited. And you can go back to the 1970s and look at the modest members and all the different debates that were had by Bert Kelly and others. And these issues were ventilated for decades before the Hawke government finally put the tariff wall and subsidisation to death, to their eternal credit. And now we are back in about 1975 or something. We've got another treasurer, another doctor treasurer like Jim Cairns, who thinks he can establish the show here in Canberra and fund the economy as a venture capitalist now. And it's been a very regressive period. So I would say that the central charge against this government is that it has been so focused on what is important to its favourite fellow travellers, the unions, the super funds and co, that it has had no time to resolve the major economic challenges of the day, which is why people under 40 are going crazy about housing, that the Australian dream is further and further away the longer that the Labor government is in office, why the inflation problem is getting worse here compared to almost any other jurisdiction which we would care to compare ourselves with. And that is the problem, that the government has been so focused on the rent seekers and the bloodsuckers that it has had no time to resolve the major challenges of the day. And this is a continuation of this problem, that the government is trying to feather the nests of its favourite people. Now, we did an inquiry into this bill through the Economics Legislation Committee, and one of the major issues that came up in the inquiry was that the provisions of the bill provide for a form of compulsory unionisation where there are these grants or payments made by these funds. And in fact, when asked about the so-called community benefit principles, the AMWU said that firms receiving finance, grants or equity investment in their firm should be required to have an enterprise agreement with the relevant trade unions registered or enter the relevant multi-employer bargaining stream. So this whole business is all about our old mate here of how can we help the people that are closest to us? Not how can we solve problems for the Australian people, how can we solve inflation, how can we help small business, how can we deal with housing? No, how can we give money to our best friends? How can we help the unions? And this is, unfortunately, I mean, if I was advising this government, I would not have come into this parliament when it started back in the middle of 2022 and abolished the Building and Construction Commission. I don't think that was a very good decision. I know that Senator Watt now is having to deal with that mess, and we all wish him well. But I'm not sure it was a great judgment call for the government. And sure, the longer the governments go, they incur integrity issues perhaps when they have made bad judgments. But this is another bad judgment of trying to entrench their favourite people into this new scheme. Now, the Minerals Council of Australia said that the workplace relations elements of the community benefit principles in paragraph 10.3a1 of the bill are unnecessary and will be economically damaging. And the Minerals Council go on to say they are not about improving working conditions, but are a government-mandated attempt at union control of both policy judgments and workplaces. So that's what the Minerals Council are saying. And then we get on to the other issue here, which is that this will entrench permanent rent-seeking through the picking of winners. So the Productivity Commission itself said that industry policies such as the Future Made in Australia can be costly for governments, act as a form of trade protection and distort the allocation of Australia's scarce resources towards activities that Australia is not best placed to undertake. This takes me back to my central charge that we're going back in time some 40 or 50 years here with this approach. Now, the chair of the Productivity Commission, Danielle Wood, has described the policy as risking forever subsidies. And she says that we risk creating a class of businesses that is reliant on government subsidies, and that can be a very effective way of getting them to come back for more. So the Productivity Commission is saying what it's always said, that this idea of subsidising industry is very dangerous for the economy. And I guess they must regret that we are now back in the 1970s and having the same debates that were won then after such a lengthy debate. The former chair of the Productivity Commission, Gary Banks, has said that the Future Made in Australia is a fool's errand which risks making mistakes of the past by propping up so-called political favourites. Now, he was described as a flat earther by the Prime Minister. So apparently now, if you're an economist setting out that there are orthodox things here that have been determined over many decades, such as there is a risk of government subsidising industry forever, you're now a flat earther. So, I mean, I wonder whether there is a point where the government thinks, well, maybe we actually should try and focus on what's going to be good for the people of Australia, rather than just people who are close to us. And that is really the major issue here with Future Made in Australia, that it's all about entrenching union control over workplaces as set out in these community benefit principles. And during the hearings, we had the ACTU come to the hearings, and I was able to ask Ms O'Neill, the chair of the ACTU, about these community benefit principles. And she gave, I would have to say, an answer which was very unclear. We then asked the AMWU and AWU what their view were, and they gave a very clear answer saying, no, they thought it was very important that any organisation that wanted to receive these funds or grants or subsidies should have a mandatory unionisation policy. So at least they were honest. And I went on to congratulate the AWU for being honest, because at least they were saying what this is all about. It's all about entrenching control amongst a small group of people. And that is before you even consider the idea of crony capitalism. I mean, I would say this is about crony unionisation. So the Industry Minister, Ed Husic, thinks that he's going to be a venture capitalist. He's going to go around and he's going to invest in a whole lot of different businesses in Australia and obviously abroad. We've seen the $1 billion bet he's made on PsiQuantum, which is not an Australian company. He's going to do that. Now, in the process of doing so, he's going to commit our taxpayer funds in circumstances where there must be a union involved. So this is going to be another opportunity to enrich their favourite vested interests. But ultimately, all the chickens will come home to roost, because the Australian people will be wising up to this after 2.5 long years of Labor, that their economic circumstances are much poorer than they were back in May 2022. And regrettably, I've got to say that on issues like housing for under 40s, these issues are going to get worse before they get better if this government is to stay in office. And so I think people generally want their governments to do well, but they will be very sceptical of efforts to give special deals and handouts to a select few union czars, which is what we've seen under this government. And it was only just last week that we discovered that the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, had decided that he would use his position to file a false public interest immunity claim here in the Senate, when the Senate had sought an order for production of documents to get access to files that were provided by one of his favourite vested interests, the CBUS Super Fund, which is chaired by his former boss, Mr Wayne Swan, who's also the president of the Labor Party. The story gets better and better, doesn't it? And Mr Chalmers, Dr Chalmers, I should say, he used his position to file a false public interest immunity claim to stop the Senate getting access to the document. Now, we are lucky that as citizens we have access to freedom of information laws, because under the FOI laws you can appeal a judgment, and we were able to appeal to the Information Commissioner, which provided us the document that Chalmers had sought to cover up. And the document was an effort to lobby by the CBUS Super Fund to get a special deal so it could cover up its stamp duty costs to members. It wanted to conceal transparent information from members. Now, why would the Treasurer use his position to conceal this information from the Australian people? The answer is because it is a government for vested interests, and they were embarrassed about this idea of being exposed. But what it shows is it is completely on brand that when you get out of bed and you think about what are the 10 things I can do for my best friends today, and use my public office to help my best friends, not help the Australian people. The consequence of all these funds that Labor have set up will be bad for the Australian people, because the Reconstruction Fund, the Housing Fund, all the other funds they've set up, the off-balance sheet items will all be disastrous legacies for the Australian people. But they will also have a very dangerous legacy for the government in the short term, because ultimately, when you stack up these funds and put all your mates onto their boards and they end up doing dodgy things, they just become integrity issues. So it is a very good lesson of what not to do for future governments. You would not come into government and spend all your time and capital establishing these off-balance sheet items, which then go away and make these judgments, put your mates onto the boards. It's very dangerous, because it will only highlight more and more integrity issues like the one we've been discussing this morning to do with Mr Swan and Mr Chalmers. So ultimately, the Parliament may enact a form of this future made in Australia. If it does, it will entrench a funding source which will be available for rent seekers. And as the committee process showed, everyone wanted to get access to these monies. The chocolate makers, the dog companies, the caravan companies, the desk companies, the lampshade companies, the flag makers, the camera makers, everyone that had a business in Australia had applied to this committee to get access to these funds. And, you know, to be honest with you, I understand this, but that highlights how dangerous this idea is, that it will open the door to the rent seekers. You won't be able to drive from Sydney to Canberra anymore because it'll be so log jammed with people trying to come from Sydney, and the Barton Highway, I imagine, will also be clogged up with people coming from Melbourne to put their hand out to get some taxpayer funds. And I guess they are acting rationally, but this is a very dangerous idea that people in Canberra will dish out funds to their mates. But I again caution the government that these ideas may be attractive to them as a way to pay off and to help them with their favourite vested interests. But I believe that they only expose the government to more integrity risks, because ultimately the funds will be spent poorly or badly, or there'll be cover-ups.
Senator Graham.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'm very, very proud to stand here in the Senate today and speak on the Future Made in Australia bill. Manufacturing and making things here in Australia is an incredibly important industry for Queensland, particularly for regional Queensland. And I know that we have a really important choice to make in this country and a really important choice to make in this chamber. We can choose a future made here in Australia. We can choose a future economy that transitions to net zero. We can choose a future economy that has more local and regional jobs. Or, as those opposite are choosing, we can vote down this legislation and say no to more manufacturing jobs, no to more local jobs, and no to making more things here in Australia. That is the very clear choice that we have. Now, manufacturing is incredibly important to me personally, but also to the community that I call home. I'm the daughter of a manufacturing worker, and I'm very proud of that legacy. When I hear people like Senator Bragg call manufacturing workers rent seekers, it really goes to show the respect that those opposite refuse to give to people who have worked hard their whole lives to make things here in Australia, to make more local jobs for more regional communities. And I want to stand here and separate myself from those types of comments, because I think that manufacturing workers are wonderful people. They work incredibly hard and they support our regional communities. Manufacturing is incredibly important for Cairns, the community I call home. We have a thriving defence and marine manufacturing industry. Many people would see Cairns and think that it's a tourism town, and of course we're very proud of our reef tourism. But we are, under this government, developing an incredibly strong industrial base in Cairns through the support of the Cairns Marine Precinct to have more defence manufacturing, more marine manufacturing right there in Cairns. And that's what this is all about. It's about supporting regional communities. It's about diversifying those regional communities so they have more local jobs to rely on when we go through those things like COVID, the pandemic, that meant that our tourism industry had to be put on hold. Our communities throughout regional Queensland rely on manufacturing, whether it's rail manufacturing or sugar manufacturing. These are good jobs. And they're secure jobs because they are on unionised work sites. That's a good thing because these people are paid good wages. They have good, secure jobs and they support their local community. And so what this bill does is sets in place a plan for this country to make more things here at home. We need to bring manufacturing back home to Australia, and we need to bring manufacturing back home to regional Australia. When we had 9 years of a Liberal national government, we saw manufacturing slide and we became more dependent on economies outside of Australia. When COVID hit, we were one of the lowest in the OECD for sustainability and self-sufficiency. And we want to increase that. We want to build back up again. And we want to do that as a renewable energy superpower because we know that that is what the world is looking for from us. We have the opportunity, the capacity, the skills, the workers, the knowledge, and we deserve an opportunity in a regional town like Cairns to compete with the rest of the world. And that's what this bill does. That's why we're supporting a future made in Australia. It's extraordinary that the LNP voted against this bill in the House. It's extraordinary that the LNP will vote against this bill in the Senate. Shame on them for not supporting manufacturing workers. The Labor Party will always back in making more things here in Australia. We support manufacturing, we support manufacturing workers because we know that they deliver good, secure jobs and that they will continue to do that into the future if given the right supports. It's an incredibly important bill and I look forward to continuing my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Green. We reach the appointed hour. Senator Polley.
Thank you, Deputy President. I was very fortunate enough to recently visit the Wicking Dementia Research and Education Centre, the Wicking Centre, part of the University of Tasmania, very recently. The Wicking Centre, founded in 2008, is a state-of-the-art, leading the way in dementia research. Not only are we Tasmanians in a fantastic position to be leading the way in dementia research, but we are also very fortunate to have this research centre as part of our own University of Tasmania. The Wicking Centre has developed an innovative and comprehensive model, the Island Clinic, that is nation-leading in providing diagnosis for a cognitive impairment. The Wicking Centre has strong links to organisations such as Dementia Australia for the provision of diagnostic care, as well as national network of clinics across Australia affiliated with the Australian Dementia Network. The Island Clinic offers an improved person-centred model underpinned by an interdisciplinary approach, evidence-based best practice, and the transition in relation to great research opportunities that are now happening at the University of Tasmania through the Wicking dementia research that's happening there. This Island Clinic represents a model that, as I said, it has international interests, not only provides a one-stop shop for achieving a diagnosis, but also will bring access to the latest clinical trials, therapeutic drugs, and new diagnostic technology to help the health of the Tasmanian community. To access the Island Clinic, a referral is required from your GP services, and then you can attend the clinic. You're bulk billed and there is no out-of-pocket costs passed on to the patient. The clinic is committed to providing timely assessment and diagnosis of cognitive impairment, which may or may not be a dementia diagnosis. And on an ongoing management plan that will be provided to your GP who has made that referral in the first place. And we all know anyone that has an interest in dementia and research will know the sooner that you are diagnosed, the better that journey is going to be for you and for your loved ones. The Island Clinic also connects patients with organisations that provide post-diagnostic support, such as Dementia Australia, As I mentioned earlier, patients are invited to consent to research related to their issues, helping to have a better understanding of cognitive issues as well as dementia. And it's so important to have this cohort participating in this very meaningful research, informed by patients' experience. That is invaluable for the researchers in their work, but also for GPs and the medical fraternity to have better understanding of dementia and other such issues. Now, many clinic attendees become part of the broader Ireland project, which stands for Ireland Study Linking Ageing and Neurodegenerative Diseases, a distinctive public health initiative which aims to reduce the number of cases and the impact of cases of dementia. Ireland involves informing and empowering the Tasmanian community to self-manage known risk factors for dementia which can be prevented, and to make positive changes to the community's health and well-being that will reduce the incidence and impact of dementia over time. Over 14,000 Tasmanians over the age of 50 from across our state have signed up to be part of this program, and the Wicking Centre's recent publication has demonstrated the effectiveness of this approach. The Wicking Centre are interested in involving Tasmanians as much as possible in this project to help prevent instances of dementia in the first place and to reduce the impact of dementia once a diagnosis is made. The vision of the Ireland Clinic is to provide Tasmanians with equitable access to timely and good standard assessment leading to an earlier diagnosis, which increases opportunities to support and manage the condition, enabling comprehensive care and the ability to provide better treatments for dementia in that patient, but also to give that added support to the broader Tasmanian community and their family and carers. The Ireland Clinic is linked to the National Dementia Action Plan, due to be released this year, that has the goal of improving the experience of people with dementia, their carers, with a focus of diagnosis and post-diagnostic care, the development of related workforce and support for carers. The Ireland Clinic is a member of and a pilot site for the National Collaborative Dementia Centre project that is being led by Dementia Australia and serves as an example of a clinic model that could be extended nationally and even internationally. The NCDCs are models after comprehensive clinic settings for other conditions. For instance, cancer, where people can receive a timely diagnosis, but also are supported in post-diagnostic care and service coordination, with the added benefit of access to personalised clinical trials and the support and training of the related workforce. Now, recently the Ireland Clinic has been approached by the New South Wales and Queensland health sectors to discuss potential replication of the Ireland model in those states to encourage it being rolled out. That's fantastic, and a real hats off to all the work that's been done down there in Hobart. The Ireland Clinic has also been identified as having a potential relationship to the National Dementia Action Plan to improve the state's capacity to enhance dementia care under the state's long-term plan for healthcare in Tasmania. Probably what we need most in Tasmania around health is a new government, frankly. But Tasmania's population, as most people would be aware, we have a fast ageing population. The national average age with the Tasmanian medium age being 42 and the national median being just 38. Our state has the highest rate of dementia in Australia and the highest rate of risk factors known to increase the risk of cognitive and memory issues later in life. Tasmania's ageing population does not help reduce these figures. Despite significant risks for dementia, many Tasmanians have only patchy access to services, and diagnosis and care planning remain a challenge. Frequently, dementia diagnosis is made only when the disease has advanced, which is related to other health conditions and makes the early diagnosis so much more critical. Now, we already know that our health system in Tasmania, the health system and our healthcare system is stretched to the limits. We know that there's so much pressure on our hospitals, acute hospitals around the state. So what we don't want to see is a continuation where, on average, someone with dementia will end up in an acute hospital taking one of those critical beds for 15.9 days compared to other treatment where you stay for just 2.7 days. Now, the lack of diagnosis of dementia is associated with the increased risk of hospital admissions as well as increased length of stay. So I just wanted to do a big shout out to those people doing the research, also to Professor James Vicker for his leadership in managing the centre, and to those people who are doing this really important work of research, the collaboration that's taking place with the GPs who have now got a clinic to be able to refer patients for earlier diagnosis is fantastic. But what they need is they need funding to ensure that this clinic can continue, because the demand for those services are just growing. So in summary, by reiterating how crucial the Wickings Centre and the Island Clinic are to Tasmania and to the nation, I will be calling on my government to help them.
Thank you. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Deputy President. The Help to Buy scheme is one of the Labor government's central housing policies, and we have seen this week the new Minister for Housing talk about Help to Buy as one of the centrepieces of their offering going forward. Now, I wanted to bring the Chamber's attention to the point that it was on the 1st of May 2022 that during the last election campaign that the Albanese opposition, as it was then, put forward the Help to Buy concept as something that it would take to the election, and if it won the election, it would seek to legislate Help to Buy. And Mr Albanese said at the time, after 9 long years in government, housing affordability has only got worse under the Liberal National Government. Now, of course, it's much worse now, but the point here is that the Help to Buy scheme, after 2.5 years of this government, has not even been put to a vote here in this parliament. So I think it is very curious and unreasonable for the Housing Minister to be going around the traps, including at the AFR summit this week, talking about Help to Buy as some great white hope. This is the only policy that the Labor Party has to help first home buyers. Now, it is very clear that if we are to arrest the decline in first home ownership amongst millennials and Gen Zs, that the Commonwealth Government needs to tilt the scales in favour of first home buyers. Now, this one policy that is now 2.5 years old and yet to be legislated is apparently the Labor Party's only idea that it has to help first home buyers. Now, the issue with Help to Buy is that it is a tiny scheme, 10,000 spaces, when the country needs to be building more like 200,000 houses a year. So it is a tiny, tiny scheme. It is a pimple on the elephant's bottom, and it is not going to be a serious policy to help Australians get into that first home. It is also being described as a distraction by people like Peter Tulip, who's at the Centre for Independent Studies. And the caps, of course, are far too low. Now, we've seen in recent months articles like median price dwellings out of reach in every capital city except Melbourne under Labor's Help to Buy scheme. And that's because Help to Buy in a place like Sydney caps out at $950,000, whereas the median house price is $1.4 million. In Brisbane, $700,000 is the cap. The median house price is $920,000. So it has been a tiny scheme, which has been a distraction, that will not be fit for purpose anyway, because the caps are so low. But it is a cruel position for the government to take, that this is the only offering that they have. And so I wonder why the government hasn't wanted to bring this on for a vote. We've had a committee inquiry into the bill. We have exercised our right as an opposition to explain our problems with the bill. We think it's a bad idea. It is, of course, also very expensive. It would cost around $5 billion to put this scheme in place. And I note that other parties, like the Greens, have their own reasons for being concerned about this scheme. And so maybe the government should bring it on for a vote. If this is their policy that they have that's going to help first home buyers, then they should bring it on for a vote. Otherwise, we are going to be left with this ridiculous situation where the government is going to approach the upcoming election with the same policy they launched at the last election campaign, which they haven't bothered to bring on for a vote. So I wonder whether in changing the ministry in the Albanese government, there's been any thought given to the policies being a problem here. Now, housing would be the biggest issue for under 40s, and we've got a new minister with the same old policies. Help to buy, housing targets they won't meet, Housing Australia Future Fund, which doesn't build any houses, and then, of course, the best policy of all, the policy where they give foreign fund managers a tax cut to build houses as part of their perpetual renting plan. So the government have got failures on the supply side, failures on the demand side for first home buyers. And so I wonder whether Ms O'Neill is going to consider whether there is more to doing the job than presenting new marketing. Because there is no question that the marketing of the Labor Party's housing policy has improved. And that can be measured by how many media interviews have been done and how many slick PowerPoint presentations have been presented to the AFR Property Summit. But the problem is the policy. So I wonder whether the government will look closely at whether it can find a way to get supply moving, or whether it will look at the demand side and look at what can be done to level the playing field for first home buyers. You never hear the government talk about how hard it is to get a loan. You never hear them talking about lending policy, banking policy. These are all things, of course, that are within the preserve of the Commonwealth Government. Because, of course, it is true that when people in this place have discussions about housing policy, that many of those levers do reside with the states and, of course, with local government. So whatever approach the Commonwealth Government takes on housing, it must be very careful that it is finely calibrated and that it is achievable. So why the government is silent on banking policy and lending policy is curious to me. Why the government is so obsessed with this corporate landlord agenda that it has at its focus of its housing policy is not curious to me, because as we've canvassed at length today in the Senate, the government is so worried about protecting the interests of big super funds that it will file false immunity claims, public interest immunity claims, with this chamber in order to protect the secret lobbying agenda of the CBA super fund, which of course had sought an exemption from disclosure rules so that it wouldn't have to present its fees that it incurs when it pays stamp duty to its members. So it is very curious, as we get to the end of this term, what the government is going to do with Help to Buy. I would hope that the government would bring it on for a debate and for a vote so we can look at the issues. But I wonder whether or not the government has another plan to further help the super funds take over the housing stock of Australians. And I wonder whether they will pursue with their build-to-rent tax exemption. Maybe that will come on for a vote. Maybe they'll have a vote on that one. Now, that is another one where we're very happy to argue the case that it is not in the interests of Australians to have the housing stock owned by foreign fund managers. And when we had the Treasury Department before the Senate Committee on Economics, they gave a very clear answer that the tax concession for build-to-rent would only be available to a foreign fund manager. It wouldn't be available to Labor's best friends in the super funds. They would have to use the Housing Australia Future Fund in order to get a leg up into the property market. So the build-to-rent tax exemption, if it was legislated, it would provide a leg up to BlackRock, Vanguard, a range of other fund managers. And then I think we would be having the same debate at a future election that they're having in the US now about what can be done to curb corporate housing, because the Australian people don't want to be serfs to a corporate landlord like BlackRock or Cbus. They don't want that. And I think that the stats that you can see in places like Jacksonville and Atlanta, where you see up to 25% of the houses are owned by corporations, fund managers, that is the future we do not want for Australia. But that is what the government has come up with. And I think this is a consequence of the government only looking for policy advice from a few favourite vested interests. And so as we turn the corner for the last part of this parliament, we have an unlegislated Help to Buy scheme, which apparently is still the key demand-side policy the government have. They have no other ideas. We have an unlegislated tax cut for foreign fund managers so they can buy corporate housing. What we do have is the Housing Australia Future Fund, which may give access to certain super funds and may pay what have been described by Senator Gallagher as availability payments to major investors like super funds. So that is the extent of the achievement after 2.5 years. Housing is getting so much worse for younger people, and all the government has done in 2.5 years of this parliament is legislate a housing fund, the Housing Australia Future Fund, which builds no houses, but it does provide the avenue for major investors, big super funds, to take over the housing stock of Australians. So it is a pretty ugly picture. And no wonder Australians are losing confidence in this government, because under 40s particularly understand now that this government will never fix the housing crisis.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Deputy President. Across my home state of New South Wales as we speak, local council elections are happening, and my party, the Greens, is running some 377 council candidates, 21 mayoral candidates across 61 councils. You can tell we're not the Liberal Party. And amongst those councils, I just want to highlight a couple of councillors running for re-election. In my local patch, councillors Nikki Grieve and Matt Robertson have done an extraordinary job for the Greens. I know both of them very closely and consider them friends. I served on council with Nikki Grieve. They have been doing terrific work on Woollahra Council, delivering an urban forest strategy that will see the canopy grow to some 30% of cover and lead to $15 million of investment in new street trees over the next 2 decades. Protecting the trees and canopy controls for pretty much all of the residential land in the space, and putting in place requirements so that there's actual ground for new generations of trees to grow and produce canopy. They've introduced ward meetings to enhance transparency and better communicate between councillors and residents. They've had a focus on improving footpaths and really effectively improving the footpaths and helping people get around. One of the things I love is they've installed free public whale watching binoculars on the coastal walk, so anyone can turn up and watch this extraordinary natural spectacle. Well done, councillors Grieve and Robertson. They have embedded a 10% affordable housing target for new developments. We would like to do more, but the state government won't let us. A Paddington urban domain plan, banned alcohol consumption before council meetings. I can't tell you how much residents want that to happen. Put in place an EV charging strategy to advance the rollout of EVs across Woollahra, and achieved reforms and savings to council's $2.9 million legal expenditure through bringing a bunch of those services in-house. Great councillors up for re-election. I can't tell you how proud I am to have them on the team. Can I also say in Waverley Council, councillors Ludovico Fabiano and Dominic Wykenak have been doing extraordinary work as well, increasing affordable housing contributions in the Waverley LEP, getting houses so that people's kids can actually live in the area, people who do essential services can live in the area, improving Waverley Park and kids' playground, improving that amazing and protecting that gorgeous heritage rocket ship that so many kids love, ensuring that the Tamarama Safe Lifesaving Club got refurbished, putting equal pay for equal play prize money requirement for any sports clubs, including those having competitions on Bondi Beach, constant advocates for residents' concerns, protectors of the amazing Bondi Pavilion. And if you've ever seen Ludovico wandering around the streets with his dogs, Blue and Bob, you know how popular he is with locals. Great work. I really wish them well in the election. Deputy President, Right now, as we speak here, the Albanese government and the Labor government in Victoria are rolling out the red carpet for foreign weapons companies for land forces in Naarm in Melbourne. For decades, Liberal and Labor have been signing literally blank cheques for foreign arms dealers to siphon off billions and billions of public funds. And the sums are just nuts. $45 billion to the UK's BAE Systems for the scandalous Hunter frigate program, $365 billion, at least last time I checked, for US and UK war industries for this mythical AUKUS submarines. The international arms industry has found a bottomless pit of money from the major parties in this place. And there are thousands of young people who see this for what it is, that their future is being sold out and mortgaged to these multinational weapons companies by the major parties. And already there have been reports that riot police shot at protesters with rubber bullets down in Melbourne. Young people protesting for a fairer and more peaceful future are being shot at by their own government. And why are the government doing that? Because they're protecting international arms dealers. Things have escalated so quickly that the Australian Democracy Network has sent urgent representations to the Victorian Premier. The letter was signed by Amnesty, the Human Rights Legal Centre and many others, and they are urgently asking the police and the Victorian government to ban the use of dangerous police weapons in policing protests and to ensure the Victoria Police complies with its obligations under the Victorian Charter of Human Rights and Responsibilities in Policing Protests. Did I mention that this violence against people seeking a peaceful future is being directed against them by their own government to defend weapons manufacturers? It's not about keeping Australia safe. It's not about defending Australia. This is about putting Australia into the US production line for US wars. That's what's at the heart of it with AUKUS Pillars 1 and 2. Australia, under Labor and the Coalition, will keep pumping out weapons to wherever the US wants us to deliver them, whether it's to Israel or Saudi Arabia or other countries who are notorious for human rights abuses. And it's not about making us safe. It's about making a small group of international corporations bucket loads, obscene bucket loads of money. And members of both major parties are getting in on that. And the second they leave Parliament, they join up as directors or government relations advisors to these overseas weapons companies. Both the ALP and the Liberals will sit in this place, they'll vote to funnel public funds that could be used to benefit society, deal with climate change, build houses. They'll send that money instead to foreign weapons companies, who in turn will donate crumbs of it back to the Labor Party and the Coalition. They accept this kind of money as political donations. And then they will use these connections, whether it's as a minister or as an aggressive backbencher, they'll use those connections they got with foreign weapons manufacturers, whether it's Thales or Boeing, and there's a long list, a conga line of Labor and Coalition members who then use those connections to get a cushy job when they leave Parliament. It's obscene, and no wonder people are on the streets protesting. Deputy President, while we're here, people are still being held in PNG, trapped in PNG as part of Australia's disastrous offshore detention regime, and they're literally being made homeless by the Albanese government. People who came to Australia over a decade ago seeking safety and protection, and instead of offering them any kind of fair process, the government literally disappeared them, paid another country, a much poorer country dependent upon us, to break international law on our behalf, to torture people and then abandon them. It's sick. Now people, almost all of whom have been found to be refugees in PNG, are being told they can no longer stay in their accommodation due to the Australian government's withdrawal of any financial support for PNG or the people that they've abandoned. Labor gave people false hope by opening up a way to provide funding to PNG for the people trapped there earlier this year. But that's especially cruel now, that the funding hasn't happened and they are facing homelessness to add to chronic poverty and illness. And it's not just the people who sought asylum all those years ago, the great majority of whom who have been found to be refugees, but it's their children who are being used as political pawns by Labor. According to recent research, every single refugee held in PNG is suffering from physical health conditions. They can't access medical care, and they're said to have been traumatised by the treatment of this government. Due to family separation, medical trauma and experiences of violence in detention, these people are deeply unwell. 40% of the refugees in PNG suffer chronic suicidal ideation and a history of suicide attempts. And it's all part of a toxic race to the bottom between the major parties on how cruelly they can treat refugees. And it's a race where everyone loses, and including our national character. And the answer to this is not hard. We're talking 50, 60, 70 people, many of them kids, in PNG. The Albanese government could evacuate them from PNG to get the urgent medical care they need. And then, given they're all refugees, or the children of refugees, provide a pathway to permanency and protection. That's the least we could do.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Well, this afternoon I rise to support the wonderful work being done by the community of Collie towards a just transition, work supported by the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union. Collie is a coal town, as is evident in its name. It's been that way for 100 years. But now that community is facing inevitable change and facing that change head on. Coal is actually a finite resource in the town, and even if you didn't believe that climate change is real, you would see that the state has had to make a decision about ending the production of coal-fired energy in its state's energy grid. But as politicians wasted time arguing local people on the ground, people on the ground have deeply begun the task of creating a just transition for their community. That work began back as early as 2007. And if you jump forward to today, we have workers, business, community leaders and state government working together to build a new future for the town. And they were here in Canberra yesterday with State Ministers Whitby and Minister Michael, the Minister for Energy and the Minister for Industry, here to talk to the National Parliament about how the Labor government's policies around a future made in Australia intersect with their own plans. I heard directly from delegates from the Griffin Coal Mine and the Muja Power Station, as well as from companies who want to invest in manufacturing green steel and green magnesium, alongside other green metal industries. They're really supportive as communities working together with industry, working together with government, working together with workers and their unions to hear how these tripartite structures built from a bottom-up consensus basis is absolutely critical to getting a just transition right, to making sure that no one is left behind, to build the jobs for workers and their children and the future of their town. The future of Collie looks like advanced manufacturing, green metals processing, renewable energy, big batteries, and also tourism. The kind of just transition we're seeing people work on there is world-leading and will have lessons for the rest of the nation who need to make this transition too. It's a transition that's getting attention from many of our major trading partners. Our Prime Minister last week visited the town of Collie and saw what's going on for himself. He was the first Prime Minister to visit there since Prime Minister Hawke. And I'm proud that as a government we're standing up for regional workers across the country. We have, of course, legislated for a net zero economic authority, which will see that interface between communities, industry, state governments and the Commonwealth really get these transitions moving. And move we must, because if we're to meet our climate targets, we must really dig deep into this work now. In addition, a future made in Australia and the legislation attached to that is designed to create the necessary investment to make these transitions possible. And it's our Labor government bringing people together on a tripartite basis. Business, workers, unions, community, government, working collaboratively to make these changes. I want to be clear that those on the opposition benches who find that the idea of tripartitism is so awful, I want to point out to you that industry representatives are very clear about the role of workers and unions. To quote them, "We would not get these projects off the ground without the union." We can get consensus and progress when we have governments, business, communities, all working and collaborating together. What we have from the opposition, though, is an expensive nuclear power station.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. I want to remind the Senate and the country of the atrocities that took place on October 7, where we saw the largest massacre of Jewish people since the Holocaust. Since then, more than 200 people have been held hostage by the terrorist group Hamas. The latest horror being the 6 hostages brutally murdered by Hamas in Gaza just last month. The names of those 6 were Hirsch Goldberg Poland, Alexander Lobanov, Carmel Gat, Almag Sasursi, Eden Yerushalmi, and Ori Danino. May they now rest in peace, and may their murderers rest in hell forever and ever. Twice before in this Australian Senate, I have read out the names of all hostages being held by Hamas. As of today, a total of 97 hostages remain unaccounted for after being kidnapped by the terrorist group Hamas on 7 October. We need to bring them all home. The grandparents, the mums and dads, the sons and daughters, the friends and neighbours, people just like you and me. These are their names. Alexander Trupanov, Ariel Cuneo, Albert Uhad, David Cuneo, Dorian Steinbrecher, Nama Levy, Yusuf Ziadnya, Hamza, Elad Katzia, Ohad Ben Ami, Gali and Ziv Berman, twin brothers, Shlomo Monsor, Daniela Gilboa, Matan Angrest, Eli Sharabi, Agam Berger, Eden Alexander, Kaid Farhan Akadi, Matan Zankuka, Aitan Horn, Yaya Horn, Keith Siegel, Omri Miran, Bipin Joshi, Ilan Weiss, Oded Levshitz, Omed Nutra, Itzhak Elagat, Gadi Moses, Nimrod Cohen, Tashi Idan, Yardan Bibas, Ronan Engel, Karina Arev, Ofer Calderon, Omri Miran, Liri Elbag, Omar Shem Tov, Idan Shifi, Yosef Onahi, Avatan Or, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Aitan Moore, Alon Oshel, Maxim Karkin, Segiv Kalfon, Romy Leshem Gonan, Bar Cooperstein, Eli Cohen, Elkanah Bobat, Ron Broskavi, Omer Wenket, Evitar David, Ohad Yalahomi, Tal Sholaham, Sagi Dekel Shen, Waturi Shuraran. These are our people. They should be home with their families. And the war in Gaza will only end when all hostages come home alive to their families. Deputy President, there are 45 days until the Queensland state election when we can finally show that abysmal Labor government the door in 2024. So I thought I would take the opportunity today to outline 45 reasons, because there are 45 days to go, why Queenslanders should vote out this abysmal Palaszczuk, Miles, Fentiman Labor government. In Queensland, number one, we have the worst ambulance ramping in Australia. Number two, we've had $20 billion in budget blowouts. Number three, broken promise on police numbers. Number four, broken promise on teacher numbers. Number five, the elective surgery wait list has doubled. Number six, car thefts are up 101%. Number seven, we've got more victims of crime than any other state. Number eight, they continue to appoint disgraced CFMEU members to government boards. Number nine, the debacle of the Gabba redevelopment, $2.7 billion worth. Number 10, new housing lot approval has declined by 30% while our population has grown. Number 11, the State Housing Fund hasn't built a single new home. Number 12, rents are up 66%. Number 13, insurance costs are up 80%. Number 14, repeat youth offenders are up 62%. Number 15, 45,000 Queenslanders are waiting on the social housing list. Number 16, they wasted $220 million of taxpayers' money on Wellcamp. Number 17, they spent $170,000 to take 2 jets to Townsville for a day trip. Number 18, there are nearly 290,000 people waiting to see a specialist. Number 19, they promised no new taxes, but they've introduced 7 new taxes. Number 20, SEQ bulk water charges are up 52%. Number 21, they attempted to cover up the $2.4 billion train cost blowout. Number 22, childcare costs are up 35%. Number 23, they spent $300,000 on Jackie Trad's legal fees and attempted to cover it up. Number 24, they cut $1 billion in infrastructure in cohorts with federal Labor. Number 25, they failed to maintain power plants. Number 26, they actually failed to plan for any new roads. Number 27, maternity services are on bypass, especially in regional Queensland. Number 28, DV order breaches are up 182%. Number 29, the Callide Power Station explosion. Number 30, the Griffith University housing bungle. Number 31, Queensland actually is just one giant crime scene. Number 32, we've got a massive cost of living crisis. Number 33, the Cross River Rail is years late and billions over budget. Number 34, there's been a 105% increase in children in residential care. Number 35, power prices are up 3 times the national average. Number 36, they failed to build one new flood levy or dam. Number 37, assaults are up 198%. Number 38, thefts are up 45%. Number 39, robberies are up 123%. Number 40, they claimed that the youth crime crisis was a media beat-up. Number 41, they've actually created a housing crisis in Queensland. Number 42, we've got the Olympics planning debacle where they've actually done no work in preparation for the Olympics in 2032. Number 43, they spent $2 million on advertising just to employ 2 tradies. Number 44, paramedics have spent 160,000 hours ramped in 2023. And number 45, we have the lowest home ownership in the nation. Labor have been in power for 30 of the last 35 years in Queensland. This list could go on and on and on for all the failures, for all the damage that state Labor have done to Queensland. Queensland was once the Sunshine State, but now it is a state where dreams go to die because we have a state Labor government who are all more interested in their own re-election, more interested in their own power plays of who will sit on ministerial leather, rather than fixing the cost of living crisis, rather than fixing the housing crisis, rather than fixing the health crisis, rather than fixing the crime crisis. It is only 45 days until the state election in Queensland. It's 33 days until Queenslanders start voting. And I call upon all Queenslanders, now is the time to come together and vote in a David Crisafulli LNP government who will focus on your priorities, who will focus on fixing up the crisis impacting our state because of the do-nothing, know-nothing bunch of lazy so-and-sos who are the Labor Party, who aren't looking after Queenslanders. Thank you, Deputy.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. The Australian newspaper reported on the 29th of August that, quote, a government-owned bank created out of Australia Post is understood to be back on the Labor government's agenda, which is seen as a response to the closure of numerous bank branches in regional Australia. End of quote. I hope this report is well-founded, and if it is, I applaud the government for this welcome development. Years of regulation have failed to force the banks to behave with honesty, decency and compassion. More regulation is not the answer. Big banks will always have better lawyers than has the government. The answer is a people's bank offering competition to the Big Four bank oligopoly, or more accurately, cartel. As someone who participated in the inquiry into bank closures in regional Australia, I attest there's a desperate need for a public bank to revolutionise Australia's banking system, the way the original Commonwealth Bank did, and that the Fisher Labor government established in 1912. Today, the Big Four cartel controls 80% of the market and dominates banking. They're acting together to remove face-to-face banking, which doesn't stop customers from needing face-to-face services. It just forces customers to travel further. And not just in the regions. It's as difficult for the elderly in the city to travel to the next suburb for their banking as a regional customer to travel to the next town. We saw numerous instances of the bank's dishonesty when closing branches, and we're seeing it again right now with ANZ's closure of its Katoomba branch. The ANZ treated Katoomba as a regional branch, until it promised to not close the regional branches as a condition of its merger with Suncorp Bank. Lo and behold, suddenly ANZ claims Katoomba is not a regional branch, so it's proceeding to close it. The Big Four have concentrated close to 70% of their lending into residential investor mortgages, with more money fuelling the increase in house prices while neglecting the small business lending and regional communities. All four are aggressively pushing customers away from cash and into digital banking and transacting so they can surveil and harvest your data and collect fees on all non-cash transactions. They now gouge Australians more than $4 billion per year in transaction fees and surcharges. In short, the Big Four serve only themselves and use their oligopoly power over a captive market to exploit their customers. There's a dire need for a public bank that can set standards of service and break up the banking cartel. A post office bank is the perfect way to do it, operating under a modified banking code of practice to restore protections to customers that successive Liberal national governments have removed. Guaranteeing cash and banking services, face-to-face banking in a branch, best interests of the customer and protections against politicisation of banking. The Commonwealth Bank originally started in post offices in 1912, from which it provided banking services to all parts of Australia, even remote areas. It raised loans for the government at 1/10 the cost of the private banks. In the panic of 1914, it protected deposits in all the banks. It supported Australia's agricultural production in World War I and funded the emergency purchase of a fleet of ships in the war, which became Australia's first national shipping line. It made development loans to local councils all across Australia for crucial infrastructure, and it made affordable housing loans to returned soldiers. It accomplished all of this in its first decade before its political enemies reduced its ability to compete with the private banks. Until later, another Labor government unleashed it again in World War II. Public and post banks are very successful around the world. The Japan Post Bank is one of the world's biggest banks and was the secret to Japan's post-war economic miracle, funding the government's investments in infrastructure and industries. France's Post Bank, La Banque Postale, started in 2006 and is already Europe's 18th biggest bank and the biggest lender to local councils in France. Kiwi Bank started as a post bank in 2002, quickly growing into New Zealand's 5th largest bank and the only bank that can compete with New Zealand's Big Four banks that Australia's Big Four banks own. Its first achievement was injecting competition which stopped all branch closures in New Zealand for 7 years. In the global financial crisis, Kiwi Bank was the only bank to increase lending while the private banks all reduced lending. And listen to this, the Bank of North Dakota, not a postal bank, a brilliant state-owned bank, for more than a century it supported North Dakota's public finances and its farmers, making a profit in every year of operation. In the 2008 financial crisis, North Dakota was the only United States state to stay out of crisis. I applaud the news that the government is in talks with Australia Post on this solution, and I urge the government to have the vision to create a powerful bank that can once again serve the people of Australia.
Senator Green.
Thank you very much. Well, we know that Labor made Medicare, and it's only a Labor government that will strengthen and protect it. That's exactly what our government is doing, right across the country, but especially in Queensland. And at the heart of our efforts is a simple yet powerful belief that access to quality healthcare should not be a privilege but a right for every person, no matter where they live or their financial situation. One of the most pressing challenges we face as a nation is the growing need for mental health support. And last week I announced in Mackay a brand new Medicare mental health centre, just one of the ways that our government is tackling mental health in this country. This centre will provide free walk-in mental health support for people in distress, as well as ongoing care for those with more complex needs. The Mackay Centre is just one of 61 Medicare mental health centres being rolled out across the country, with 19 of those in Queensland, including in Cairns, Townsville and the Torres Strait. This initiative is part of our broader commitment to strengthening Medicare and ensuring that every Australian, regardless of their postcode, has access to the healthcare that they deserve. And it complements our government's Medicare urgent care clinics, which just last week in Cairns, in my hometown, I announced that our urgent care clinic had seen over 10,000 patients in just 9 months, an incredible achievement. This is the Albanese Labor government's promise, delivering care closer to home where it matters most. And our government is also delivering unprecedented savings on the cost of essential medicines, because we understand that healthcare comes at a cost, and during a cost of living crisis, this is incredibly important to families. Thanks to our government's cheaper medicines initiatives, Queenslanders have already saved $88 million. These savings are a direct result of the largest cut to the maximum patient co-payment in its 75-year history. Our landmark 60-day prescription reforms have also contributed to these savings. We know how important affordable healthcare is, especially to those with chronic or ongoing health conditions. By allowing Australians to fill 60-day prescriptions, we're saving them time, reducing the number of visits to the doctor and putting money back into their pockets. Over 10 million prescriptions have already been dispensed under this scheme, helping people with conditions like asthma, anxiety, Parkinson's disease and depression. And we're reinvesting every single dollar from this reform into community pharmacies, ensuring even more health services for Australians. In just 2 years, our government has achieved what the previous government couldn't do in 9, and that's because they've never been committed to Medicare. We've delivered not 1, but 2 of the largest increases to the Medicare rebates in 30 years. An incredible $900 million this year alone, on top of a $940 million last year. This means that funding for GPs, more incentives for bulk billing and more affordable visits to the doctor for every Australian. I'm especially proud of what that means for regional and rural communities. Since tripling the bulk billing incentive, we've seen over 2 million additional bulk billed GP visits across Australia, with regional areas seeing the largest increases. For families with children under 16, pensioners and concession card holders, this makes a huge difference. In May alone, almost 1 million extra visits were bulk billed, providing vital relief to households struggling with the cost of living. In rural and regional Australia, the Medicare payments to doctors have increased by as much as 50%, meaning more doctors are able to offer bulk billing and more patients can see their GP for free. This is the Albanese government's commitment in action, making healthcare affordable, accessible and equitable for all Australians. And of course, we know that we could not achieve this without working together with healthcare workers. And I want to pay tribute to those healthcare workers that I stood with in Mackay last week when we announced this mental health clinic. They do some of the hardest work in our community, working with people suffering acute mental health crisis. In 2012, on this day, the Liberal National Government in Queensland...
Senator, we're out of time. We'll have to go to Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise today to speak about the lack of water infrastructure being built in this country and the distraction by both state and federal governments from talking about it. And I note over the last few weeks there's been a lot of discussion around monetary policy in regards to the RBA and whether or not the RBA should be independent and how much independence they have, why certain sections of the RBA Act should be withdrawn. And that's a shame that this conversation is happening because it's distracting from the real potential of what monetary policy can be, which is to fund the construction of infrastructure. In the same way that companies issue new shares to build new mines or to buy another company or to construct a new factory, countries and governments, federal governments who have their own currency, should look at issuing infrastructure bonds to build sovereign infrastructure. And I just want to go through the wasted opportunities out there at the moment. Every time it rains, we're letting this beautiful, precious water flow out to the sea. And indeed, if we look at, I've got the flows from the Murray-Darling Basin that's been released from the Snowy Hydro project, one of the Australia's probably greatest infrastructure project ever. And in 2003, the total flows from the Snowy Hydro project was about 2,000 gigalitres. Last year it was about 1,300 gigalitres. At the same time, buybacks have increased from around 2,000 gigalitres to 3,400 gigalitres. So we are now allowing more and more water to flow out to sea rather than capturing it and using it for irrigation. But that's the Snowy Hydro. There's another place about 2,000 kilometres up the road from the Snowy Hydro called the Clarence River, and it has the potential to deliver twice the energy, twice the power of the existing Snowy Hydro project. And of course, there's a number of dams on the Clarence River that would be involved in this. And what it would do is you would actually be able to build a tunnel, and not a very big one, that would push water from the eastern seaboard to the western seaboard. And there's often been a discussion in my home state of Queensland about capturing the water in the north and sending it south. I disagree with that proposal. I'm from Western Queensland. I know the area where the idea is we're going to push water down through the south there. It won't get that far. It will evaporate away. By all means, push it as far out as Hewden on the black soils there, but you don't need to take it any further. But what we can do in this country is we can push water from east to west because we have this wonderful thing called the Great Dividing Range. And the scientist in me, when I look at a mountain range, I see potential energy because the total energy of a system, of course, is potential energy plus kinetic energy. So when all of that water is trapped and caught on the high part of the range, depending on where you push it, that can create energy as it falls down to the coastline, or if we want to push it inland, it can create energy that way. And it's another thing while we're debating about monetary policy and whether or not the RBA should be independent or not, we also discuss energy policy and we're having this debate about nuclear at the moment.
But we're missing a very key component of this energy debate, which is hydro energy as well. And the beauty of hydro energy is that not only can it be used to create energy, it can also be used for irrigation. And I would strongly urge all state governments, particularly Queensland and New South Wales, to look at utilising the water supplies, the water opportunities we have in those states and in other states, I should add. There's some good locations for dams in Western Australia to both increase the productivity in this country. And I've named the Clarence River. There's also Urana Dam. There's Nathan Dam. There's the Burdekin Falls Dam. There's Hells Gates Dams. There's the Fitzroy Dam over in WA. They are the potential dam sites from which we can then, especially along the eastern seaboard, I know, on that Great Dividing Range, produce hydro energy and actually look at drought proofing to the extent that you can, the inland areas of Western New South Wales and parts of Queensland as well. And it's not that long of a pipeline that you need to push the water from the Clarence into the Darling system, out through Copeton Dam and into the Guida, and you could get water into the Darling system from there. That is a much smarter idea than trying to bring it from North Queensland. But could I urge all governments to be much smarter about how they go about being productive in this country?
Senator Still.
Thanks, Mr Acting Deputy President. Last Friday I had the privilege of chairing a National Road Transport Industry Roundtable here in Parliament. 37 industry leaders from right across the road transport sector came together for the day to talk about the priorities for the next tranche of transport reform. State and Territory Transport Associations were at the table, alongside representatives from the big trucking companies, small to medium operators, owner-drivers, the bus industry and the Transport Workers Union. We all agreed that we need to continue to work together to address the challenges facing our industry. We all agreed that we need to continue to work together to improve the lot for our transport operators. Put simply, we have an ageing workforce and we don't have enough drivers and we don't have enough forkies or receival staff, loaders, tyre fitters, diesel mechanics, admin, sales, managers, it goes on and on. We need to train and retain these people, especially the ones that we have. A recent survey released by the National Road Transport Association revealed that there are 26,049 unfilled truck driver positions in 2024. That's just the drivers. And those numbers are expected to get worse. Colleagues, this is a crisis for our trucking industry, which means it is a crisis for our national economy. If we can't find those additional drivers, train them and develop career paths for them, there will be significant impacts on our supply chains and on our country. 47% of truck drivers working in Australia today are aged 55 years or older, whilst just 5.2% are younger than 25 years. The average age is 49. We face similar challenges filling other roles in the transport industry, as I'd said. We all learnt through COVID that the supply chain is the backbone of our economy, but without enough drivers, the entire system is at risk. This is the challenge we came together to talk about last week. The roundtable heard from the various state transport associations about their activities and priorities around the recruitment, retention and training of drivers. Large transport operators talked about their individual activities aimed at recruiting and retaining their truck driver workforce. We all agree that foreign drivers are welcome in this country. However, as an industry, we know there are flawed and discredited state training schemes. Listen to this, where drivers can obtain a licence within a few hours, having never driven a truck before. All truck drivers, no matter where they come from, must be trained and licensed to Australian standards. The peak representative bodies that attended all expressed the need for national action and leadership. We kicked off the round table hearing from Peter Anderson from RTIO and Michael Kane from the Transport Workers Union. Both reminded the group of the importance of working together and of what has already been achieved. When industry and workers come together, we can achieve great things in this nation. 30-day payments, secure employment and fair rates of pay with a specific road transport advisory group advising the Fair Work Commission are all reforms supported by industry, owner drivers and transport workers. But as we all agreed on Friday, there is a lot more to be done. The Roundtable agreed that the next priority must be the development of career pathways for drivers, the finalisation of skills and licensing, and the development of a national training agenda and package. Industry desperately needs access to fit-for-purpose training. Many other issues were raised by the group: the need to recognise transport as an essential service, the need for small and big transport operators to work together to bring young people into the industry and nurture them. The group also repeatedly expressed their frustrations with the Commonwealth and state divide. If industry leaders can come together and agree on a set of priorities for the road transport sector, I ask, why can't state, territory and Commonwealth transport ministers do the same? Roundtable participants suggested that making transport reform a priority for National Cabinet might be a way of breaking this deadlock. Of course, the bus industry faces similar challenges. However, their operators face the additional challenge of the removal of the incentives for bus operators to take on apprentices and for training new bus drivers. There was a real buzz in the air throughout the day, particularly when the Prime Minister dropped in to say hello and share his views on the importance of the transport industry. And Prime Minister, I thank you for that, and so do they. As I mentioned earlier, most of those in the room last week had worked together over many years to develop support the important reforms contained in the Closing the Loopholes legislation. We have so much more to do, and we will continue to push for greater standards in the road transport industry.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The government is going to legislate the banning of children from social media in order to protect them from harm. Is anyone in this place really buying this? If this government was really concerned about children's welfare, they would have already banned puberty blockers for kids. If the government was really that motivated to protect kids, they would remove radical gender theory from all schools, all classrooms, everywhere, for all age groups. This government expects us to believe that an Instagram account is more dangerous than telling children that they've been born in the wrong body and they require a lifetime of medication to suppress and stifle their natural development. This government will attempt to sterilise your kids without sanction, but they won't let them near a Facebook account though. No, give me a break. This Prime Minister, he says he's all about protecting children. Really, Prime Minister, really? Well, riddle me this. How is it that your own literary awards just shortlisted a children's book titled Welcome to Sex that describes in graphic detail the most wicked of sex acts? The author of this book said, and I quote, that she would be happy with a mature 8-year-old having a flick through the book. So 8-year-olds can learn about sex acts that I don't feel comfortable repeating here in this chamber with parliamentary privilege. 8-year-olds. So this book is acceptable. Okay, great. But God forbid that your child scrolls through Instagram or TikTok. Are you serious, Prime Minister? Are you serious? How does the government propose to stop children accessing social media except with some kind of digital ID being required to interact online? That seems to be where we're going, and here is the real issue. Is the government actually interested in protecting children, or are they potentially more motivated to roll out the digital ID system? Protecting kids from the harms of social media, in my opinion, could be nothing more than a Trojan horse. We have increasingly authoritarian governments throughout the West, governments that are intent on removing freedom of speech and monitoring everything that is said online. Now, I'm sure they're going to protest and say it's not their agenda, our only concern is safety, etc., etc. And the gullible, they might believe it. Just as people believe that masks were for their safety and vaccines were for their safety and the crackdown on mis and disinformation was for their safety and the removal of their guns was for their safety. Garbage. It's about government power. That's what it's about. Promising to protect the citizenry from all manner of harms, the government convinces us to give them more and more power until eventually none of us is safe from the most dangerous entity in the entirety of human history, the state. Now, I don't doubt that children need protecting, but the best placed people to protect children are their parents. We don't need a nanny state dictating how old your child must be before he or she can watch a funny video on Instagram or communicate with their grandparents on Messenger. We don't need Prime Minister Albanese or his e-safety commissioner policing our interactions online, because once we give the government power, the only thing that it wants is more power, and it never ends. Now, both Labor and Liberal, both Labor and the Coalition, have promised to ban children from social media. They'll tell us about protecting kids, like I said before, but it's really about corporate and government surveillance into every corner of our digital lives. Social media, of course, is not a safe space for kids. I agree, but the answer is not to strip away everyone's freedoms under the pretense of protection. Once we lose freedoms, they're gone for good. And like I said, the best people to protect children are those children's parents, not the government. And the greatest form of governance in the world is the nuclear family. The nuclear family. And delegating family responsibilities to the state, it never ends harm. It only serves to perpetuate harm. We must resist government overreach.
Thank you, Senator Babet. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Whenever any government, wants to avoid expert advice, they commission their own inquiry. And that's exactly what the Tasmanian Liberal government did when there were calls for a rigorous independent inquiry based on the work of independent economist Sol Eastlake and Tasmanian workforce demographer Dr Lisa Denny. Tasmanian kids aren't smarter or stupider than other kids around the nation, but we are the nation's highest school dropout capital. That's what we are in Tasmania. And we are the bottom of the class when it comes to reading and numeracy skills. This is even more shocking when you find out that Tasmanian government spends more per student than any other state, yet we are failing our kids miserably in Tasmania. Just over half of all students get their Year 12 equivalent, which is the lowest of any state in this nation. It is absolutely shameful. Tassie is also the poorest state, and according to independent experts, including Dr Lisa Denny and Sol Eastlake, if we fixed our education system, we wouldn't be as broke as what we are today. The experts are clear, especially where literacy is concerned. Tasmanian teachers still teach whole learning. Basically, the idea is to show a child the whole words and move quickly to the meaning. Seriously, might want to get the word under control to start with. The problem is that most experts say we should be teaching kids phonics. That is learning the letter sounds. Let's go back to the good old days. The government is trying to change this, but unfortunately the Education Union doesn't like it. God knows why, because the older teachers have been doing it their way for their whole careers. And this way is failing us. We need to go to the phonics. We need to try something different. We can't keep going over the same stuff in Tasmania year in, year out, and see it keeps failing every year and gets worse for our kids and not change the system. This is nuts. Denny and Eastlake also point to the college system we have in Tasmania. What an absolute, oh my goodness, I could sit here and spend hours on this. The absolute cluster that this has been rolled out by the Tasmanian Liberal government. Oh my goodness, what a mess. What a mess. Not a mess. This may work well in the ACT, where, let's face it, people have more money. If you are one of those kids that lives outside an urban centre, then Tassie kids who want to finish Year 11 and 12 often must travel some distance to a college. The Tasmanian government also tried to fix this, but they only went halfway. What's new? As usual, instead of making tough decisions, they try to keep everyone happy. Didn't want to lose any votes. You actually gain some. You'll gain votes when you actually you do 100% instead of 50%. The Liberal government has extended more high schools to Year 12 but has stopped short of abolishing colleges. Dr Denny said the extension process has been incredibly poorly implemented and compromised by colleges striking deals with high schools to provide some Year 11 and 12 students. In an attempt to head off a sweeping parliamentary inquiry into educational failings, the Liberal minority state government recently announced its own review. That's it. It's failure. They're going to review their own failures. The Liberal Party that failed in the first place is now going to review its own failings. This keeps getting better. Got a whole new police on the beat there in state parliament. And no doubt that review will say the government has the situation in hand. That's how it works. But these are our kids. These are our Tasmanian kids. Besides getting a roof over their heads and food in their bellies, their education matters more than anything. And if we want to have a thriving economy, as Sol Estlake has reportedly said, not just in his most recent report, but for years, we need to get our educational system working properly for all our kids. And have kids that are ready for jobs that they need now and what we need in the future, that all Tasmanians deserves. And I don't even have time to go into our TAFEs. Oh my goodness, what a joke. I saw TAFE Australia the other day, and TAFE are still in a mess. Even under your government here, actually they're worse, they're telling me. What was worrying is that when I asked them which TAFEs were working well, which TAFE needed to have their facilities fixed up, they didn't even have the answers. So if those TAFEs around Australia don't know what each one of their TAFEs doing, what they're educating in there, what needs to be done construction-wise in there, how is this government over this side possibly saying they have this under control, besides rolling out extra positions out there and saying we're doing something with our TAFEs? Rubbish.
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I rise with a bit of a wake-up call for stakeholders, river managers and state governments. On the 28th of June this year, water ministers met to discuss the release of the Productivity Commission's inquiry into the National Water Reform Renewal and talk about replacing the National Water Initiative with a new National Water Agreement. Not such a bad concept after nearly 2 decades of the National Water Initiative. It is timely for a renewal. However, I made the point at the time that never before had so many Labor water ministers had so little to say on important water reform, with the meeting running for less than an hour. So at the moment, there is draft principles for the new National Water Agreement doing the rounds, drafted by the bureaucracies, with very little input from stakeholders, and I'm wondering how much input from state governments. In this draft principles paper, there are over 300 principles contained, with an immense lack of details around how it would be implemented and what it would actually mean to implement them. Governments absolutely need to go back to the drawing board to work with stakeholders to look at what the consequences of adopting these high-level, feel-good principles would actually mean if put in practice. So we've got to get beyond the theory. We've got to get beyond the vibe, and we must start to concentrate on what does it mean in practice. Can it be done? Can it be done affordably? And can it be done without negative social and economic impacts across our communities? Thank you.
Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I stand here to honour the memory of a very dear friend of mine and a wonderful South Australian, Ian Smith, who passed away in July this year. And in doing so, my thoughts are with Ian's wife Sue, his daughter Maddie, and the many family and friends who loved him and miss him. Ian was an absolute giant of the Labor movement in South Australia, with his work over many years not just changing lives but saving lives when it came to transport reform. He joined the Transport Workers Union 30 years ago, and in making that decision, he changed the course of history, although he never would have thought it at the time. Ian went on to become a delegate at TNT, lead delegate, then a TWU official before being elected to branch assistant secretary and then branch secretary until he stepped down because of his health earlier this year. Ian refused to settle for injustice and he fought against it relentlessly. And because of his actions, because of his work, so many lives are the better for it. Often he took up these fights in an extraordinary amount of pain. But it was so important to Ian, this work, and he knew that he had such a powerful role as an advocate in it to change people's lives for the better. He believed that transport workers deserved better, and he dedicated his entire career to making that so. I was so proud to work with him on the Closing the Loopholes legislation, which has set up the architecture for a complete reform of the gig economy, something Ian was fighting for so hard. He campaigned for those laws, for those protections, and for the election of a Labor government to enact them. I am so proud to have fought with him in that reform work. And it is just one way in which Ian Smith's life and his work changed our world to be better and changed the industry to be safer. His legacy is vast. It lives on the work that we carry forward. Ian, I will miss you so much.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. We were all asleep. Then suddenly, everything was turned upside down. The colour of the sky changed. The sky was filled with screams, crying, and the sound of ambulances. That was how an eyewitness described Israel's latest massacre in Gaza committed yesterday. There have been just too many. We can't bear to look, but we should never look away. Families were sheltering in tents in what was supposed to be a safe zone, and they were burned alive, buried in the sand. The bombing was so severe, it left a deep crater at the Al-Mawasi and melted bodies. At least 19 people were slaughtered, and the death toll is expected to climb. That is on top of the 41,000 Palestinians already slaughtered. And while Israel is slaughtering families day after day, burning them alive in tents, down in Melbourne, major weapons companies, including the Israeli firm Elbit Systems, are gathering for an arms expo. My solidarity is with the thousands protesting in Melbourne today to say no to the business of war and to say no to Australia being complicit in genocide, because that is where this Labor government has shamefully positioned this country. Labor tries to distract and deflect, but there is no deflection. So long as we have defense contracts with Israeli weapons companies, the Labor government is complicit in genocide. So long as we refuse to impose sanctions on Israel, this Labor government is complicit in genocide, and there are no excuses for inaction. The UK has suspended some arms sales to Israel. Canada today is halting more arms sales to Israel. What will it take for the Labor government to take action against the apartheid state of Israel? Your hollow words and pointless phone calls are nothing but a smokescreen, and everyone can see through it. Do something. Take action.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you. My parents were farmers. My grandparents were farmers. My great-grandparents were farmers. Go to my office, you'll see an old family milk can. You'll see some old cane knives up on the wall. So yesterday, standing alongside Peter Dutton and David Littleproud, I was proud to be there and look at those farmers and look at them in the eye and tell them that we supported them. A simple message, but a truthful one. Because underneath this Albanese Labor government, our farmers and our regional communities are having their lives destroyed and their way of life destroyed. And the explanation from Labor and the Greens is just radio silence. It's disgusting, it's disgraceful, and it's wrong. Yesterday, farmers who spent thousands of dollars to get here to Canberra, especially those from WA, to have a conversation about the very essence of their existence, received absolutely nothing from our Prime Minister. He was a no-show. And it's not a surprise because this government has been a no-show when it comes to our rural, regional and remote communities. No Labor MP, no Greens MP went out the front of this building to talk to those farmers. They all hid inside here, stayed in their offices. These politicians who think that food comes from a fridge or from a cupboard or from a restaurant that they eat in. These politicians who do not understand that if we do not have farmers, then we will not have food to feed our people and, as importantly, we will not be able to export our food to help feed the region. Our farmers want some common sense, and they'll only get that under a coalition government.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Now, young people in the workforce have many advantages. It builds skills, responsibility, confidence, and introduces these fine young people to managing their own finances. Now, that's why it's so important that our young workers are well remunerated for the contribution that they make to their workplace. The Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association, also known as the SDA Union, recently launched its Adult Age, Adult Wage campaign with the aim of ending junior rates in the retail, fast food and pharmacy awards for workers aged 18 and over. The SDA also seeks to raise the wages of junior workers under 18. Now, turning 18 does not mean that you should also be penalised, but it does mean that you are legally considered an adult and you are able and should be paid an adult wage. Workers deserve to be paid for the work that they perform, regardless of the year that they were born. Workers deserve to be paid for the work that every other worker in the workplace is entitled to. But unfortunately, young workers don't deserve to receive less income as their co-workers over 21, despite performing the same job. That was the main message young SDA representatives told senators and MPs during their recent visit to Parliament House, and I'd like to thank the dedicated workers for sharing their stories with us. It's also worth noting that these workers don't receive superannuation on every dollar that they earn when they are under the age of 18. The costs of owning a car, paying bills or rent aren't reduced for people who are under the age of 18, and neither should their pay. Some of Australia's major companies already pay adult rates of 18, and it's time that it becomes the norm across retail, fast food and pharmacy sector.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you. It was 28 years ago yesterday that I made my first speech in this building as the member for Oxley. It was 8 years ago today that I made my first speech in the Senate. It would be an understatement to say these speeches caused a bit of a stir. For daring to say things that needed to be said, I was hounded by the media and the political class of this country and called all sorts of ridiculous names. I called out immigration, political Islam, multiculturalism, equality for all Australians, the Aboriginal industry, and abolishing ADSIC. ADSIC was abolished. However, the Aboriginal industry still fails to deliver real outcomes while wallowing in corruption, nepotism and victimhood. Different cultures represented by various immigrants to this country are in conflict, not just with each other, but with Australian values. We're seeing that in Melbourne today, where more than 1,000 police officers are facing down a large number of violent thugs echoing the anti-Semitic propaganda of the Islamic terrorist group Hamas. Record immigration under Labor is, without any doubt, the main driver of Australia's housing crisis. Australians are facing homelessness and mortgage stress while hordes of new arrivals and foreign students take up available housing and rentals. Leaders, politicians and commentators in Australia and across the Western world are now saying the same thing. Multiculturalism is a failure and high immigration is harmful. Since 2016, I was the first to oppose The Voice, which again proved to be in step with the majority of Australians. How did COVID work out for the millions of Australians who lost their jobs and lives and now face a range of vaccine-related health problems? I want people not to put the shit into their body. I have been called far right, but in fact
Hanson.
you have to admit that
Senator
I've been
Hanson.
right so far. Wake up, Australia.
Just a reminder, Senator Hanson, not to use unparliamentary language during your speeches. Senator Ayres.
That profanity should be withdrawn.
Thank you. I'll take that up with the President. Senator Rennick.
I'm calling on the Australian Bureau of Statistics and Treasury to stop misrepresenting the export value of international students. Foreign students pay $13 billion in tuition fees, yet are largely responsible for the bulk of the $8.6 billion in remittances out of Australia, a net gain of $4.4 billion to Australia in terms of actual cross-border exchange. Yet for some perverse reason, the ABS report all expenditure incurred by students living in Australia as an export to derive a figure of $48 billion. This figure is patently false and masks the fact that foreign remittances sent from Australia are rapidly increasing from $3 billion in 2021 to $8.6 billion in 2024. It's bad enough that in a housing crisis, universities are allowed to import so many students knowing it'll make harder for Australians to find housing. But to pretend that universities are punching above their weight economically when they aren't is just deceptive. As a former accountant, if I was to engage in this type of misleading reporting, I would get sacked or sent to jail. It is time the ABS, Treasury, the media, the sector themselves and policymakers in both major parties acknowledge this inconvenient truth.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I rise to address an oft-forgotten segment of our society. I speak of Generation Z, who will be playing a substantial role in the next election, and Generation Alpha, who will start to come of age the election after. It is for this reason that I shall now render the remainder of my statement using language they're familiar with. To the Sigmas of Australia, I say that this goofy-air government have been capping, not just now but for a long time. A few of you may remember when they said there'll be no phantom tax under the government I lead. They're capaholics. They're also yapaholics. They yap non-stop about how their cost of living measures are changing lives for all Australians. Just put the fries in the bag, little bro. They tell us that they're locked in on improving the housing situation in this country. They must have brain rot from watching too much Kai Cenat and forgot about their plans to ban social media for kids under 14. If that becomes law, you can forgo skull emoji all about watching Duke Dennis or catching a dub with the bros on Fort. Chat, is this Prime Minister serious? Even though he's the Prime Minister of Australia, sometimes it feels like he's the CEO of Ohio. I would be taking an L if I did not mention the Ops, who want to cut WA's GATS and services tax. The decision voters will be making in a few months' time will be between a mid-government, a dog-water opposition, or a crossbench that will mog both of them. Though some of you cannot yet vote, I hope when you do, it will be in a more goated Australia for a government with more aura. Skibbity.
Senator McKim.
That was a very skibbity speech, Senator Payman. Well, around the world, for far too long, environmentalists have been persecuted, they've been assaulted and in some cases tragically murdered just for defending nature. And in recent times, we've seen governments of both political stripe in this country and around the world enact draconian anti-protest legislation and acting to arrest and jail people who are defending nature and demanding climate action. One recent example is the arrest of Captain Paul Watson in Greenland about 6 weeks ago at the request of the government of Japan. Now, that request is nothing more than a politically motivated attempt to punish Captain Watson for his decades-long defence of whales and his decades-long defence of ocean ecosystems and his defiance of illegal whaling, in particular by Japan in the Southern Ocean. If extradited, Captain Watson faces up to 15 years in a Japanese prison. That is simply unacceptable. The Danish government should immediately drop proceedings against Captain Watson, refuse to extradite him to Japan and free him immediately. And the Australian government should use all diplomatic influence and channels that it has at its disposal to try and deliver that outcome. Every member of this parliament has received a request from the Paul Watson Foundation to sign a letter to the Danish Prime Minister calling for Captain Watson's release. All Greens members have done that, and I encourage everyone to do that. Captain Paul Watson is an environmental hero. He should be celebrated, not persecuted, and his actions should be applauded rather than having landed him in prison. Free Paul Watson now.
Senator Babbitt.
Yesterday on the lawns of this place, out the front, our nation's farmers assembled to show the government that they have had enough. Many drove their trucks for thousands of kilometres to be here. The war on farmers, conducted not just here but in Western nations around the world, is a complete and utter madness. Government is changing the rules on water. Government has destroyed the live sheep export trade. Government has hamstrung farmers with ridiculous climate policies and red tape. Government is covering prime agricultural land with solar panels, wind turbines and transmission lines. If our inner city elites will not listen to the men and the women who work our land, perhaps they'll pay attention to the economics of the thing. Cripple our farmers and watch the cost of food go through the roof. Overnight, your full cream latte will turn into a soy latte because it'll be the only thing available. And you can forget about your steak. We'll all be living the World Economic Forum dream of owning nothing and being happy while munching on bugs. It needs to be noted that it was the coalition under Scott Morrison who committed us to the net zero madness in the first place. The attack on our farmers is an attack on humanity itself. And whatever you might think about carbon emissions, guess what? We are carbon-based life form, which means that this war on carbon is actually a war on humanity. How can it not be a war on humanity? We must, absolutely must end this net zero insanity. Obviously, I stand with our farmers, but more importantly, I stand with everyone who values life. And everyone who thinks the same way that I do needs to not only support our farmers, but support change, support the UAP.
Senator Antic.
Yeah, Prime Minister Albanese says his government will impose a ban on younger teenagers and children using social media, but it's not going to happen for a while, maybe even as long as 2 years. I wonder why that is. Well, it's because this government's draconian digital ID system is needed for it to work. Without digital ID, this proposal can't work. Now, make no mistake, Labor's proposal has little to do with the very important task of protecting our kids online and everything to do with government control over our online activity. I've warned about the rise of the surveillance state where governments and corporations monitor everything we do online for a very long time, and now it's all coming true right before our eyes. Soon, you won't be able to even use the internet without a digital ID, and it gets worse. Big tech companies tell us that to make it work, they're going to need a, quote, collection of new personal data such as facial imagery or government-issued ID. It's not going to stop for kids on social media. It's going to be used for everything in your digital life. Facial scans, fingerprints, and who knows what other data will soon be needed just to simply exist online. You can kiss your privacy goodbye, and you can kiss goodbye your freedom of speech. Now, we all want our kids to be safe online, but safety is always the first excuse. The safety of our children can't be used as a Trojan horse for the real objectives being control over the narrative and profits for the corporate media sector. And now these Labor governments, by the way, the same Labor governments who do nothing about the sexually explicit books in our kids' libraries or about the life-altering puberty-blocking drugs being fed to them across the nation, tell us that they're the ones who are worried about the safety of our children online. Give me a break.
Senator Tyrrell.
Deputy, you know, I know what it's like to be on the wait list for public housing. I was a single mum and carer for my nephew and had a very tight budget. I know the value of having somewhere safe to live that is yours, whether that is social housing, somewhere you're renting or a place you have a mortgage on. Not all of us have that. For all of us to have that, we need more homes. This is something I fought hard for when negotiating for Tasmania to have a minimum guaranteed 1,200 homes as part of the Housing Australia Future Fund negotiations. We really need those homes in Tassie, and know it's the same in your electorates as well. I recently attended the Civil Contractors Federation Tasmania Earth Awards dinner in Hobart. Sure, it was great to meet the members, but what I was really interested in was how these civil construction projects were going to help us get more people into homes. I clapped as Tasmanian civil construction operators, contractors, trainees and apprentices won awards for projects, management, innovation, training, environmental management and safety. But I really want to hear more about the medium and high density projects that will house the Tasmanians who need somewhere to live. We know house prices won't shift until housing supply is addressed. We know rents will stay high while there isn't enough housing stock to rent. The simple fact is we don't have enough houses for Tasmanians, and we don't have enough houses for people across this country. The solution to lack of houses to buy and houses to rent is to build more houses. And that's what the HAF is supposed to do. We've already voted to build these homes, so let's make them happen. And congratulations to all the winners of the Civil Contractors Federation Tasmania Earth Awards. We need more of the housing projects you're putting your heart and soul into for the future.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you. In 5 days' time, the AUKUS agreement will be 3 years old. But in the last 36 months, all we've really got from AUKUS is the cancellation of other needed defence programs so that Australian taxpayers can cover the massive $368 billion price tag. This huge all-in-eggs in one basket program comes at huge opportunity cost to the rest of the Australian Defence Force. Putting the cost to one side, first up, we're supposed to get 3 US Virginia-class submarines starting sometime mid-2030s. But we'll only get them if, and only if, the US can increase its submarine build rate from 1.4 boats a year to 2.3 boats a year. We're gifting $4.7 billion of your money, Australians, of your money to try and increase the build rate. But expert commentators are predicting the US won't hit its target of 2.3 boats a year, and so they won't hand over any of the Virginia submarines to Australia. Good one on that. And the genius in defence haven't negotiated any refund of your money out there, of your money, if they don't come through with their commitment. How much of a dud is this deal? How much of a dud? Then we'll build apparently 5 UK-designed AUKUS submarines. That's the plan, despite the fact the UK are reliably late and over-budgeted on all their shipbuilding programs, and they can't put any of their current Astute-class submarines to sea. It's hardly an inspiring choice of partner, is it? This is it. This is the mess you've left us in. We've also written them a $4 billion cheque, Australians, to help them get their act together, again, with no refund option. No refund to you taxpayers out there. AUKUS is eye-wateringly expensive. It won't give us useful capability anytime soon. It bleeds money from other defence programs, leaving our defence industry without work, undermining our sovereignty and harming our national security. Sadly, this bad idea, Australians, seems to be all but unstoppable.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. 18 gold, 17 silver and 28 bronze medals. After competing for 11 days, Australia's Paralympic team has made Australia extremely proud of them, finishing in the top 10 in the world. And there's no doubt that many Australians who've watched our Paralympians compete on the world stage, and watching them share their stories has empowered our nation and particularly many young Australians to participate. It's empowering a big dream and to pursue our dreams no matter what adversity gets thrown in our way. And importantly, it's the encouragement it provides all Australians, and particularly young Australians, to get out there and participate in sport. Australia has been behind our team every step or wheel of the way because we've witnessed the demonstration of human spirit, of strength, of talent and of teamwork, and most particularly of resilience. And what a fantastic way to finish off the Games with gold medalists Lauren Parker and James Turner carrying the flag at the closing ceremony. It was a privilege this morning to join the family and the friends and the supporters in welcoming our amazing para-athletes home to Australian soil. But above all, there was a deep appreciation for the fact that these athletes are competing at the top of their field and they have overcome significant adversity to be there. There is no doubt that our athletes left our shores as athletes and have returned as national heroes. So I think it's fair to say that every single Australian, our entire country, thanks and congratulates our Paralympic team for how they have represented our nation on the world stage and for the empowerment and encouragement they have provided every Australian who's watched on from home.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of meeting with Ella, Joe and Sheila, who work in housing and homelessness, financial counselling and family and domestic violence from my home state of Victoria. They travelled to Parliament House with over 20 of their colleagues from around the country to advocate for the ASU's campaign to ensure that their incredibly skilled work is respected and equal. Ella, Joe, Sheila and the thousands of their colleagues are part of the community and disability sectors, which have been historically undervalued, woman-dominated and award-reliant. They are also trailblazers in campaigning for equal pay. These workers are continuing their leadership for women workers by pursuing a campaign in their workplaces, in the Parliament and in the Fair Work Commission to have their work recognised as skilled, respected and equal, which seeks to fix the classification structure in their award to stop employers being able to systematically undervalue their work. The campaign also seeks to close the long-standing loophole that allows disability support workers to be underpaid. Sheila told me that despite her many years in the family violence sector, that instead of her pay rate increasing with her years of experience, skill and expertise growing, she is paid less now than she was when she began. To add insult to injury, the work she's been doing over this time has become increasingly more complex. The ASU, ably led by National Secretary Emmeline Gaskey, is supporting these workers. This support has included commissioning research that found a whopping 67% of workers just like Sheila are underclassified. They want this fixed and our support in doing so. To those amazing workers who have travelled to Canberra and all of their colleagues in vital community services supporting vulnerable Australians everywhere, thank you for raising your voices in advocating for your sector so you can keep supporting the millions of Australians who need your expertise every day.
Okay, there's a few seconds left. Do I have any? Senator Green.
I'm very pleased to today talk about all of the great things that the Labor government is doing to make sure that you can keep more of what you earn and earn more of what you deserve. Blah blah blah. And it is very important that we ensure that we keep making sure people get
your
good.
Your time has expired. Perhaps we'll just have you in continuation. We'll now move to question time and I call Senator Sharma.
Thank you, President. My question's to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, despite both your own and the Treasurer's attempts to blame the shocking National Accounts figures on interest rates, independent analysis from the RBA and market economists has revealed those claims to be false. ABS data shows inflation wiped out 4.4 percentage points of household income gains last financial year, compared to higher interest rates eroding 1.3% and increased taxes reducing real income by a further 1.1%, according to analysis by former RBA economist Jonathan Kearns, who said the erosion by inflation is greater than that of interest rates. Minister, will you correct the record for the Treasurer and acknowledge that inflation and higher taxes are eroding household incomes by 3 times as much as interest rates?
Thank you, Senator Sharman. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Sharma for the question. I think the Treasurer and I both have made it very clear about the fact that we inherited an inflation number with a 6 in front of it when we came to government, and that has moderated in welcome ways to having a 3 in front of it now. And so I'm sure Senator Sharma would have been most concerned about the escalating inflation challenge that we inherited, that we have actually responded to through our economic plan. And our economic plan is around moderating inflation, ensuring that we can provide some cost of living relief to households without adding to the inflation challenge, and ensuring that we're getting the budget in much better shape. And the bank has made it clear, the Reserve Bank has made it clear that the 2 surpluses that we are delivering, one that we've already delivered and one soon to be finalised, is actually helping with the inflation challenge in the economy. So I don't think there is anything surprising in the sense that we have outlined that price pressures across the world, inflation, global uncertainty and interest rates are being reflected in the national accounts. Now, you can choose to selectively, I guess, single out one element of what we've said, but we have said price pressures, global uncertainty and interest rates
being reflected in the national accounts, and if it wasn't for our economic plan, whilst all of those opposite called to cut spending and slash and burn at budget time, we would have seen a much different set of results, and that would have seen our economy in recession, which the only people in the country that seem to want a recession is those opposite. Yep, those opposite.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sharma, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, to use your own words from Monday, the national accounts showed that growth across the Australian economy is slow, it's weak, it's soft, and it is no secret that growth is weak because interest rates have been lifted. Minister, while you seek to blame interest rates, what role has the 6.3% collapse in productivity under Labor had on the economy?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, it is surprising to me, it shouldn't actually be a surprise to me that the opposition come in here and they raise all these concerns about inflation when it's currently got a 3 in front of it, and when they were in charge it had a 6 in front of it. And
Order.
On productivity,
Order.
President, on productivity, the fact that we saw the worst productivity outcomes in more than 4 decades under their government.
Senator Birmingham, I've called you. Please continue, Minister.
And as I said on Monday, I would look forward to the support from the opposition for things like digital ID, for things like Jobs and Skills Australia, for other measures like the Future Made in Australia, like all of the effort that we are putting in, like our housing programs, skills, training, universities accord, all targeted to a long-term growth plan for this country, and all things that those opposite have showed either no interest in or have opposed.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sharma, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, when the ABS last released monthly economic data in August, you proudly claimed the figures were evidence that our economic plan is working. With the latest national accounts figures showing that productivity has plummeted, disposable income has crashed and the economy is in an entrenched household recession, will you repeat the claim that your economic plan is working?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Gallagher.
Our economic plan is supporting economic growth in the Australian economy. Well, not much. So there's an acknowledgement there, Senator Birmingham, that our economic plan is supporting economic growth. And if you were in charge, with your $315 billion worth of cuts, we would be in a recession. And while it might be politically convenient for you to lobby for that and to argue for it, it would be a disaster for millions and millions of families around this country. Now, we would prefer, and our plan is about avoiding recession rather than responding to cleaning one up afterwards, which is something that you would seek to be advocating for. In the policies that you have put forward, $315 billion cuts to budget spending that's being outlined by the federal opposition, and an acknowledgement today from the Leader of the Opposition in this chamber that our plan is supporting growth in the economy.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Minister Wong. Families in Western Australia have welcomed news that the Albanese government will create a new minimum age for access to social media, as many parents are increasingly worried about the potential harm social media can cause to children's mental health and well-being. Can the Minister share the Albanese government's approach to keeping Australians, and particularly children, safe?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and my thanks to Senator Ghosh for the question. And I know those of us on this side, and Senator Ghosh amongst them, have an ongoing interest in this area. We know it's important to the people of Western Australia, it's important to people across this country and throughout our community. And I hope all of us in this place can agree that the safety and mental health of our children is paramount. And we all know that parents are looking for real solutions to their concerns about harmful online environments and addictive behaviour on social media. We all know that from our own experience and from the conversations that we have in our communities with parents and grandparents and young people alike. That is why the Prime Minister has announced that the Albanese government will be creating a new minimum age for access to social media, and we will bring legislation forward before the end of the year, and I look forward to those opposite supporting it. But of course, this is not the only thing we are doing or that we have done. We have quadrupled funding for the E-Safety Commissioner. We have fast-tracked the review of the Online Safety Act, which will report next month. We have funded digital literacy programs for every school with the Alana and Madeline Foundation. We've supported the E-Safety Commissioner to develop new mandatory industry codes to protect children from online pornography. You may scoff at this. You may scoff at this, Senator Henderson, but I think actually ensuring we have legislation to protect children from online pornography is a good thing. We have passed legislation to ban the creation and distribution of deepfake pornography, and we are holding big tech to account because platforms and online services have a responsibility for the safety of their users. We have amended the government's basic online safety expectations to reflect the expectation the community have of these platforms.
Senator Ghosh, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. South Australia has released a report by the former Chief Justice of Australia, the Honourable Robert French AC, outlining a legislative vehicle to ban children under the age of 14 from accessing social media. Why is it important that we work with the states and territories to build on South Australia's approach with national laws on a minimum age to access social media?
Minister Wong.
Thank you. And Senator Ghosh, given his professional history, understands the importance of getting the law right in this area, and also understands this is a challenging area to regulate. That is why governments across the Commonwealth have come together on this important issue of protecting children, and it is important that we all work together. We do support appropriate age limits for social media. We have said we will legislate to enforce this, and that legislation will be informed by the report to which Senator Ghosh refers, which was that of the former Chief Justice Robert French, as well as by engagement with National Cabinet, engagement with the E-Safety Commissioner. We thank South Australia, including Premier Malinauskas, for his work, and we acknowledge the contribution of Premier Minns too. But ultimately, the issue needs national leadership. Because otherwise we will see Australia with different laws in each state and territory that will not keep children online safe, and we want to ensure we have an effective solution.
Second supplementary.
Thank you. The Albanese government clearly takes this important issue seriously. Can the minister please explain how these laws are focused on protecting children from harm?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. And Senator Ghosh, you're right. The focus of this is how do we protect children from harm. These are serious matters and they demand serious reforms, and the reforms that the Prime Minister has announced are groundbreaking, and we are proceeding down this path because we want to help parents protect their children. We want to help parents protect their children from threats in the online environment. And for too long, Australians have had to navigate these complex and concerning issues far too alone. I would make this point that for 9 long years those opposite failed to keep up with the technological changes in the digital world, with regulation and protection in this parliament and by government. Now they decide it is urgent. You know what I would say to them, why don't you, instead of your relentless negativity, which is on display yet again as we speak, actually work with us, actually work to ensure the parliament can act.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment, Senator McAllister. Minister Plibersek yesterday tried to equate the blocking of $1 billion, near 1,000-job McPhillamys gold mine tailings dam with a proposal to relocate a go-kart track. Given Regis Resources had already spent $200 million on the mine by the time of Ms Plibersek's decision, and to help us better understand the accuracy of the Minister's attempted comparison, could the Minister tell us what were each of the equivalent figures for the go-kart track?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you for the question. Well, of course, it is the case that Minister Lee was required to make a decision under the very same Act Minister Plibersek was required to deal with in the case of the McPhillamys mine that has been the subject of so much discussion in this chamber. And there are, in fact, a very great number of similarities between the two decisions. So Minister Plibersek made her decision based on the advice of the same traditional owner group as the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, the Wiradjuri Traditional Owners Central West Aboriginal Corporation. She made the same type of decision, a Section 10 decision under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act. And I would observe that that Act has been in place since the 1980s and operative under a range of governments of different flavours. Minister Plibersek makes the point that she made her decision essentially based on the same reasons as the Deputy Leader of the Opposition when she made her decision. And at that time, she spoke about, and I speak now of Ms Lay, the cultural significance for the Wiradjuri people in contributing to local Aboriginal narratives, songlines, ceremonies and cultural heritage. And she made the decision to protect the site.
Resume your seat. Senator Duniam.
Sorry, on relevance, a point of order on relevance, President. I asked specifically how much money was spent on the go-kart track and how many jobs came from it in my question.
Senator Duniam, I'd also refer you to your preamble if you have it written down, and I would say that the minister's being directly relevant to the question. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Thanks very much, President.
Senator Ruston. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Senator Watt, that includes you. And Senator McKenzie, it does not need a response from you. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Of course, interestingly, Senator Duniam, the two sites are very close together, less than 50 kilometres apart from one another. And it is the case...
Order.
It is the case that not everyone agreed with the decision taken by Ms Lay at the time. Thank you.
The time has expired. Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. At the time of the go-kart track decision, there was a petition with over 10,000 signatures from locals to stop the project. In contrast, Labor's Section 10 decision, proposed by less than 20 people, has left those same locals furious and at a loss as to how they'll continue to live and work in the area. How can the minister so offensively equate the economic blow to the Blaney community with the decision to prevent a go-kart track from being built?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, there are a number of assumptions in the question put to me about the statement made by Ms Plibersek that I simply don't accept. I will say this. Ms Plibersek has repeatedly indicated
Senator
that
Ruston. Please continue.
Ms Plibersek has repeatedly...
Order. Order. Senator... Order. Senator McGrath and Senator Ruston. Senator Ruston, I've called you 4 times. And Senator Wong. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Pressure. Under so much pressure.
Order. 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 Order across the chamber. Order. I am still waiting. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Thanks, President. Well, the point that Minister Plibersek has made is that her obligation is to apply the law. And what is extraordinary is that Mr Dutton, Leader of the Opposition, has indicated that he is indifferent to the law on these questions, that he will rule these projects in or out based on how he feels about them. Now, for the benefit of the chamber, I can outline some of the processes that are required. Essentially, Aboriginal heritage is the responsibility of state governments, but this Act exists to protect Aboriginal cultural heritage.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Thank you. Given the minister has demonstrated complete indifference to the people of Blaney and the decision's created a loss of nearly 1,000 jobs in the Blaney area, and given she hasn't been able to tell us how many jobs a go-kart track actually creates, what is the actual comparison between a go-kart track and its impact on the community and a gold mine? How can the minister justify this decision?
Order. Order. Senator Watt and Senator Duniam. The question's been asked. I'm waiting to call the minister. Minister McAllister.
Very much. Well, the very obvious connection, Senator Duniam, is that both sites were the subject of a Section 10 application under a piece of legislation that has been in place since the 1980s. And the way that it works is this. The department provides advice to the minister on the application and its merits. And this includes providing a summary of the application, a map of the area and its boundary, a detailed analysis of the available evidence, an assessment of the evidence against the relevant criteria, and any other matters of relevance. And submissions from the applicant and those received from any other interested party throughout the course of the evaluation period are also summarised and presented to the minister. And procedural fairness is carefully observed in the processing of applications made under this Act, and in advice to the minister, the department also outlines how the principles of procedural fairness have been observed.
Minister.
And
the time
those
for
are the
answering
similarities.
has expired. Just a moment, Senator Whish-Wilson. I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the enclosed gallery of a parliamentary delegation from Indonesia, led by the Honourable Nomar Parta. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment and Water, Senator McAllister. Minister, the federal government's own Threatened Species Scientific Committee has recently estimated there are just 40 to 120 Maugean skates left on this planet. Provided preliminary advice that the skate be uplisted to critically endangered, and stated very clearly that salmon production in the skate's last known home, Macquarie Harbour in Tasmania, poses a catastrophic risk to the survival of the skate. Minister, does your government accept the findings made by the committee that industrial salmon farming is the single biggest threat to the survival of the Maugean skate in its natural habitat?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much for the question. Of course, the Australian government is deeply committed to ensuring that the Maugean skate does not go extinct under our watch. And we know that this is a species of high risk of extinction, as you have alluded to in your question, and that substantially reduced water quality in Macquarie Harbour is the primary contributing factor. Now, the Minister is aware of these issues. You will know, I think, because we have talked about it in estimates, that on the 12th of October the Minister held a roundtable discussion in Devonport with industry, with government, with other stakeholders regarding Macquarie Harbour aquaculture. And she wrote to the Tasmanian Premier, Minister Rockcliffe, on the 6th of November in 2023 and provided really clear information to him about her responsibilities under the EPBC Act with regards to salmon farming in that harbour. Now, the Minister has been asked to reconsider a decision made back in 2012 under the EPBC Act about marine farming in Macquarie Harbour, including whether current farming operations require further approvals under national environment law. And the department is rigorously assessing a very large volume of information relevant to that decision, and I understand will soon provide Minister Plibersek with advice. Macquarie Harbour will need long-term support to recover, and the Australian Government is actively working with the Tasmanian Government, with technical experts and community stakeholders to achieve that. But we also acknowledge that in the short term there are things that we can do, and you will be aware that in September last year, the Minister announced $2.15 million to urgently initiate a captive breeding program ahead of hot summer conditions.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whish-Wilson, first supplementary.
Yeah, thank you, President. As you point out, Minister, it's been 221 days since Minister Plibersek was ordered to reconsider that 2012 decision to expand salmon farming. Yet evidence at a Administrative Appeals Tribunal hearing last week revealed the Minister doesn't yet have a brief on this decision. Minister, why has it taken 221 days, and are you kicking the can down the road till after the next election?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, sorry, there's some laughing on the other side of the chamber on a reasonably serious question.
Order. Order. Please continue, Minister.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks, President. This is an issue that requires quite serious consideration of substantial volumes of information. It's an issue that is of real concern to industry and of real interest and importance to industry and to many conservationists in the local community as well. And the consequence of that, in part, is that over 2,500 submissions have been received by the Minister. The government is carefully considering the information and the scientific advice that it has obtained to ensure that there is a proper, legally robust decision. And I think you will understand that that will take time to do that properly.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whish-Wilson, second supplementary.
Not sure the skate's got time, Minister. Minister, when launching the Threatened Species Action Plan in 2022, Minister Plibersek stated, "I will not shy away from difficult problems or accept environmental decline and extinction as inevitable." Minister, if you want to prevent extinctions, at some point you will have to do something that will prevent extinctions. Will you listen to the scientific advice? It's been before you for months, and stop salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour and give the skate the best possible chance of survival?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. Well, I already emphasised in my answer to your first supplementary question that the approach the Minister is taking is to carefully consider the information and the scientific advice to ensure that there is a proper and legally robust decision at the end of this process. But you are right that there are things that we can do now in advance of that decision, and we are working to ensure the protection of the skate. I spoke earlier of the $5.7 million that is being invested to help protect the skate and improve the health of the harbour. That includes a $2.1 million program to establish this captive breeding program. And we are pleased to report that that program is helping save the Maugean state, and more than 19 baby skates have hatched and over 100 new eggs have been laid in captivity.
Senator Whish-Wilson, you've asked
More
a question.
eggs are on track to start hatching, and scientists are planning for the skates born in captivity to be returned to their rehabilitated habitat
The time
in
for
the
answering
harbour.
has expired. Senator Giacone.
Thanks a lot, President. Yes. G'day, everyone. It's Wednesday. Excellent. There we go. Now, President, my question is to my good friend, the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. Especially this bloke here. Now, at the last election, Minister, Federal Labor promised to get wages moving again and support Australian workers. Now, we know that low wages and insecure work were a deliberate design feature of the Coalition's economic plan when they were last in government. We also know that these policies led to high levels of industrial action and rising cost of living pressures on Australian households. After a decade of deliberate wage stagnation and attacks on workers, how is the Albanese Labor government's policy agenda supporting Australian workers to earn more and keep more of what they earn, while also keeping industrial action low?
Thank you, Senator Giacone. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Giacone. I can see why you were so excited to ask that question, because there is good news for Australian workers and Australian businesses arising from the Albanese government's workplace reforms. The Albanese Labor government is helping working people in Australia earn more and keep more of what they earn. And after a decade of low wages being a deliberate design feature of the Coalition's economic policy, this government, this Labor government, is getting wages moving again, creating more secure jobs, making workplaces safer and closing the gender pay gap, all while keeping industrial action down. And Senator Henderson, I'm sorry to hear that all of that good news disappoints you so much. Because of our agenda, wages growth is back. Oh, so unhappy.
Minister
so
Watt,
unhappy.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Order, order, order. Senator Henderson.
On the point of order, President, the point of order is that you are completely out of order by imputing my reputation by misrepresenting me. I was sitting here doing nothing.
Your seat. There's no point of order. Senator Henderson. Order. Order. Senator Henderson, I note you are perfectly within your rights to call a point of order, which you do fairly regularly. I am also the President of the Senate, and when I ask you to resume your seat and stop speaking, that is what I also expect. Minister Watt, please continue.
What?
Senator McGrath, if there wasn't so much disorder in the chamber, you would have heard me say there is no point of order. Now, please resume your seat. Please resume your seat. Minister Watt.
Well, if opposition members are going to object and complain about our policies, we're going to point that out to you. We're going to point. I mean, how many glass jaws are there on that side of the chamber when we want to talk about the fact that
Minister Watt, I am going to draw you to the question.
Sure. It is unfortunate that that side of the chamber feels so upset and so disappointed every time we talk about the fact that our workplace reforms are delivering higher wages, more secure jobs, safer workplaces, closing the gender pay gap, all while keeping industrial action down. I don't know why you're so sad about that, but every time we talk about it, you arc up, you cry, you complain. It's very, very puzzling. Because of our agenda, wages growth is back. As I say, the gender pay gap is at its lowest level ever. There are more people in jobs and industrial action is low. In fact, in the last quarter of the previous government, industrial action was far higher than it is now, and that is because Labor has built a cooperative workplace relations system to replace the conflict-driven model that we inherited. We've closed loopholes which are benefiting workers and also benefiting businesses, stopping them from being undercut by rogue competitors.
Minister, thank you. The time has expired. Senator Ciccone, first supplementary.
And as always, thank you very much, Minister, for that answer. Now, I do note that the Liberals and the Nationals have repeatedly voted against the Albanese Labor government's policies to support Australian workers from earning more and keeping more what they earn. Given the Coalition's track record of attacking workers' rights and wages, how are the government's reforms supporting workers and the economy, and what is the biggest challenge, Minister, to implementing these very, very important reforms?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Watt.
Well, thank you again, Senator Ciccone. And we already know that Mr Dutton and Senator Cash and all of their colleagues over there are out there running scare campaigns against higher wages and more cooperative workplaces. It wasn't that long ago that we had Senator Cash out there saying that Labor's workplace law changes would close down Australia. Sadly for Senator Cash, Australia is open, it's functioning, and you know what? It's delivering higher wages, more jobs, reducing the gender pay gap and reducing industrial action all at the same time. Now, we also know that Mr Dutton has been telling big employers in Western Australia that he will hit Control-X on his computer and cut the rights that we've promised to workers and their unions. But what will that actually mean for the Western Australian economy? Because under this government, employment growth in Western Australia is at a record high of 3.6%. Under the Morrison government, it was 1.6%. Wages in Western Australia have been growing faster under this government than under the Morrison government, and working days lost to industrial disputes in Western Australia have fallen under this government.
Has expired. Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
Again, Minister, I know a lot of frontline workers and people in retail and hospitality rely on those increased wages. Now, I do note that the Coalition have not ruled out reprising their low wages policy, but have promised to take a suite of targeted repeals to the next election. Why is getting wages moving and fostering cooperative workplaces so important, Minister, and why is the government being committed to strengthening the rights and entitlements of every single Australian worker.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Watt.
They do get upset when we talk about workplace reform, don't they? They do get upset when we talk about wages rising, more secure jobs, lower gender pay gap and also, importantly, lower industrial action. And unlike those opposite, who thrive on conflict, this government is focused on bringing businesses and workers together to ease cost of living pressure, deliver higher wages and more productivity for businesses. We know the Coalition had an anti-worker and anti-union agenda when they were in government. They deliberately kept wages low, they kept workers in insecure work and they refused to fix the bargaining system, leading to more industrial action. And we know the Coalition have already committed to ripping away rights for casual workers and taking away the right for workers to stop working for free with our right to disconnect, scrapping casual worker rights, scrapping the right to disconnect. They're on the record saying it. We had Senator Hume out there saying that adding more rights for workers is, quote, unreasonable, and that's because the Coalition have a plan to take a targeted package of repeals to the next election.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Senator McCarthy. A few years ago, sheep farmers had limited access to an Australian manufactured foot rot vaccine called Custom R Parlus. That was highly effective in reducing and managing foot rot, but its use was discontinued by the APVMA. It was also cheaper and much more effective than the single overseas manufactured vaccine now available to Australian farmers to manage this debilitating disease, which costs the industry more than $83 million a year. Will the Minister please explain why the Australian manufactured vaccine is no longer available to Australian sheep farmers?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister McCarthy.
Sure. Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Hanson, for the question. I will get some further details specifically on that. I do understand that we are talking about in relation to the APVMA as an independent regulator, that it administers scientifically rigorous risk-based regulatory system for the ag and veterinary chemicals, and we have confidence that the APVMA decisions are based on the best available science to improve safety outcomes for Australians. I'm certainly happy to get more details in regard to your specific question.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Just further to inform you then, and I appreciate that, that you weren't warned about my question before this. One sheep farmer from Victoria has informed me the overseas foot rot vaccine cost her $76,000 in 1 year, along with approximately $50,000 in labour costs treating her sheep. I'm also informed that a process to fully register the Australian vaccine is facing significant delays, and that this farmer's pleas to the Minister and Prime Minister have gone unanswered.
Thank you, Senator
Will
Hanson.
the Minister...
Senator Hanson, it's time. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you.
Minister Wong.
To give leave to finish the question.
Senator Hanson, please finish your question.
Well, I just wanted to ask the Minister, would she explain the process has been delayed and the detriment of farmers' profitability and the welfare of Australian sheep?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Senator Hanson, thank you for the question. Obviously, you've given a specific question that I don't have an answer to for you in regards to that particular farmer, but I am happy to get that from the Minister as soon as possible.
Thank you, Minister McCarthy. Senator Hanson, second supplementary.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. But also considering the untold damage to the sheep industry being done by Labor's ban on live exports on dubious animal welfare grounds, will the government provide the funding and support necessary to ensure this Australian manufactured vaccine is made fully available to the industry as soon as possible to address the real animal welfare issue?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister McCarthy.
Oh, I certainly reject the premise of the question in terms of our legislation to ban live exports, Senator Hanson. We have done that in absolute consideration of animal welfare across the country. What I will do, though, as I've said, President, is get the answers to your particular request on the farmer.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, a few weeks ago, APRA ordered CBus and BusQ Super to review their governance arrangements, given recent allegations on serious misconduct within the CFMEU, which is a shareholder of both CBus's trustee, United Super and BusQ. Minister, does the government think it's appropriate for the CFMEU to remain shareholders in superannuation entities controlling over $100 billion in members' savings?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, and I thank Senator Bragg for the question. And as Senator Bragg's question indicated, this matter is under consideration by APRA, which is the regulator of superannuation in this country. And we would mechanisms are in place for the regulator to manage and investigate those matters. And if they think there is anything that they need to respond to, I'm sure that they will. I think Senator Bragg's war on super, well, that's what this is about. He's obsessed with it. He's obsessed with his war on super and undermining, well, he can dress it up in any way he likes. He is well aware that APRA is looking into any matters. I'm sure they're engaging closely with CBus as they investigate these matters. But that is really, he's using that as a shield to continue to undermine compulsory super in this country. That's what he's doing. He does it as every single opportunity, and if it's industry super he can attack, then he'll go after them. Industry super in this country plays an important role in managing and enhancing millions of Australians' retirement incomes to ensure that they are able to retire with dignity and their hard-earned work that they do through their working lives is rewarded through the superannuation system. We have a regulatory system here that manages and regulates the superannuation industry. They've already indicated that they are working with CBus and having a look at some of the concerns that have been raised, and I would encourage Senator Bragg to allow them to do their job. And I have no doubt that he will be speaking or questioning APRA at estimates on this very subject.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Time will tell, time will tell. On 29 August, the CFMEU Administrator Mark Irving KC forced all three of the CFMEU appointed trustees off the CBus board. CFMEU appointed directors still make up half the eight-member BusQ board, and BusQ recently launched a federal court challenge to APRA's request that they conduct a review of their own arrangements, describing the licensee conditions as unreasonable. Will the government take action so that fund members can be better served by more independent directors on super fund boards, rather than them being controlled by unions? And if not, why not?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister. Order. Order. Senator Ayres, come to order. Senator McGrath, come to order. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. The Albanese government expects all superannuation funds to act in the financial interests of their members. I think there's been long debates about governance of superannuation funds in this country. And that's why we have APRA here, to ensure that the best interests of members, that responsibility is met by superannuation funds. On this side of the chamber, we acknowledge the valuable role that unions have played in establishing, in advocating and arguing for superannuation in this country, and we believe they have a right to sit at the table in the interests of their members and the funds that those funds administer on their members' behalf. We are not, Senator Bragg, again, your war on superannuation is all that seems to drive you in this chamber, but it is a significant financial asset for millions of Australian workers in this country.
Has expired. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
Be improved. Last Friday, APRA took legal action against First Super co-chair and CFMEU official Michael O'Connor, alleging he breached his director duties by using members' savings to bankroll a union official salary. According to 2022-2023 disclosures, First Super gave $2.5 million to the CFMEU. What is the government's plan to ensure such misappropriation of funds is not systemic?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, we expect the regulator to do the job that they are charged with doing. They need to ensure that superannuation funds meet the highest standards of governance, act in the best interests of their members, and the independent regulator has the mandate to uphold these standards. So your question and the fact that you have referred to APRA shows that we have the system in place to manage concerns, and if complaints or cases are raised, then APRA should respond to them. That's the system that this parliament has put in place. APRA, I think, has a very, very strong reputation in enforcing and upholding those standards, and I have no doubt they will continue to do so.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Immigration, Senator Watt. Over the weekend, I visited a group of Sri Lankan Tamil refugees protesting in the electorate of Tangni, grieving the death by suicide of 23-year-old Mano Yogalingam and calling an end to mandatory offshore detention. The recent reports by the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre reveal the suffering of refugees held in offshore detention, subjected to uncertainty, medical neglect and trauma. On page 141 of the 2023 Australian Labor Party platform, there is a mandate to reintroduce the 90-day rule in the Migration Act. Independent MP Kalia Tink has introduced a refreshed private members bill calling a 90-day time limit on detention for people seeking asylum. Minister, will the government support Ms Tink's bill?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Payman. Can I first say what an outstanding Member of Parliament Sam Lim is? The member for Tangni, and I am aware that there has been a pretty long-standing protest outside his office. The protest and the rally that Senator Payman was referring to has been occurring outside Mr Lim's office for quite some time, and I think it has been obstructing members of the public from obtaining services from that office. But I'm sure that that won't stop Mr Lim from doing the excellent job that he has been as a representative member in the electorate of Tangni. I'm also aware that many of the community members who have been at that protest are members of the Tamil community, and of course we respect their right to protest. And I know that in at least some cases their protest activity has been motivated by the recent tragic suicide of a Tamil asylum seeker, and of course it goes without saying that our thoughts are with the family and friends of that man who did take his life on the 28th of August. We have provided a visa pathway for thousands of people who were neglected by the former government. We understand that when we came to office there were several thousand people who had gone through what was known as the fast-tracking process. Their asylum claims had not been properly dealt with and in many cases were rejected, but then they weren't given any security as to their future situation. They were told they couldn't stay in Australia, but they also weren't sent back to their originating country, so they have been in limbo for more than a decade. This is one of the many challenges that we inherited from the former government in the immigration portfolio. Of course, it's now a matter of record that when Mr Dutton oversaw that portfolio as Home Affairs Minister, it was a broken system. That's been the finding of several reviews. The issues that Senator Payman is referring to are some that we're dealing with right now, and I know Mr Burke is giving it his full attention.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Minister, the remaining 8,550 people failed by the fast-track process who feel left behind and forgotten are still working, paying taxes, attending school and rebuilding their lives. Will the minister grant permanent residency to all people seeking asylum failed by fast-track via a mechanism similar to the temporary protection conversion to resolution of status visas?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Well, as I say, the former government did leave thousands of people in limbo for years with no resolution in sight. The numbers were given by Senator Payman, and it's of course a very large number. But since taking office a couple of years ago, our government has taken a different approach to this matter. We've provided resolution of status visas for anyone with a temporary protection visa or safe haven enterprise visa before the 14th of February 2023 and who have been found to be owed protection. This has provided a visa pathway for thousands of people neglected by the former government. Of the 6,352 people who were not found to be genuine refugees but are still lawfully in the community, only 167 are without work rights and access to Medicare. So, as I say, the Minister for Home Affairs, Minister Burke, is working through the failed fast-track cohort on a case-by-case basis. It's a large job to be done as part of fixing our broken migration system, but it's one that Minister Burke is committed to.
Senator Payman, second supplementary.
We can't keep blaming the opposition for the decade. I speak from the heart on this matter as my late father was in detention upon arriving in Australia and described the horrors back in 1999. Considering the documented evidence of suffering and human rights violation in offshore detention centres, will the minister finally commit to an independent investigation into these facilities and their operations?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Watt.
Well, Senator Payman, I think you yourself acknowledged that there were several thousand people who had gone through the failed fast-track process, and that is a situation that we are dealing with. So I think it's entirely appropriate to point out the work that was required to deal with this issue when we came to office and that we inherited from the former government, and that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. I've already pointed out... Senator Shoebridge, if you want to ask a question, feel free to get up on your feet or get a question up. But this is Senator Payman's question, and maybe she's entitled to an answer to the question. So our government has taken a different approach to that of the former coalition government. As I say, we've provided resolution of status visas for anyone with a temporary protection visa or safe haven enterprise visa before the 14th of February 2023 and have been found to be owed protection. That is a very different approach to what was taken by the former government. It does remain an issue for many people in our community, and it's an issue that Minister Burke is working through.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister for Women and Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Minister, you've spoken before about the Albanese government's commitment to paid parental leave, a policy that Labor introduced and is now expanding and modernising. Labor's commitment to PPL is also about valuing the important work of caring for babies, supporting families to share that care, and reducing the long-term economic impact of time out of the workforce, especially for women. Can the Minister please outline why the government is committed to paid parental leave and why adding superannuation to PPL is a priority?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator O'Neill for such a good question, an important question as we continue to drive economic equality for women across this country and for Senator O'Neill's long advocacy in this area. I acknowledge that today. And when we came to government, President, we had a long list of things that had been left undone or ignored as it related to women in this country. And we started on implementing changes and announcing new measures, and one of those was about expanding paid parental leave, which of course the former Labor government brought in over a decade ago. It always takes Labor governments to do these important social changes that drive outcomes for women. So we've expanded that to 26 weeks by 2026, and we're seeing those increase in weeks come on board this year. We've introduced reserve leave for each parent. This will reach 4 weeks by the end of 2026, with the remaining weeks shared between parents however they may decide, and that's about making it flexible for families. But an important part that we hadn't addressed was paying superannuation on paid parental leave, something that had been advocated for and campaigned for years, the only employment condition that didn't have super paid on it. And we put that in place in this year's budget, due to come in to the 1st of July next year. Now, this is an important change to paid parental leave, but it's an important statement from the government about the value that we place on parents taking time out of the paid workforce to care for the next generations, whether that be the birth parent or the non-birth parent of that child. We want that condition to be flexible, but we don't want people to pay an additional penalty because they're doing that. This is work we value. It is important work, And we know that all the data shows women pay a penalty for taking time out on it.
Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. How is the government supporting the retirement savings of mothers and parents caring for their children? And are you aware of any alternative positions?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator O'Neill. I am aware of an alternative position. We've heard, and it has Senator Bragg's hands all over it, doesn't it? It has his hands all over it. It's no real surprise after a failure to do anything on PPL or strengthen super or put super on paid parental leave that the opposition announces that they don't think it's that important. I don't think it's that important. Why not? Oh, that's right. Choice. We always hear that. It's always about choice. This is about ensuring that women don't retire with 25% less than men at the same age. This is about ensuring that we are sending a message that when you are caring for children, you deserve to have superannuation paid on that leave. And every answer from those opposite is about raiding your super. COVID, raid your super. Housing, raid your super. And now
Minister,
PPL, raid your super.
Order. Order. Senator Scarr and Senator Bragg. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. And it's really disappointing to hear, the voices in this chamber articulating once again that the opposition are letting down Australian women. Now, the Liberals will take any chance they can get to undermine the super system. We saw that in the pandemic, and they want to do it again for housing too. How is this approach from the Liberals and the Nationals the latest attack on women's economic security?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill, for that question. Well, it is women's economic security being attacked here. We have report after report, women who have fought for decades to get super on PPL, experts who have repeatedly recommended super on PPL, and challenging that evidence that shows there's a direct link between unpaid care and women's retirement
Minister
incomes.
Gallagher, please resume your seat. Order across the chamber, but particularly on my left. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. And I'm going to say it again. This mob over there have never met a problem they don't think the super can fix. So in the COVID times it was raid your super, look after yourself, and a lot of women did that and they're now behind. Housing pressure. Raid your super by the house, despite all the experts saying that's ridiculous. Experiencing violence, raid your super. Go and raid all that super you don't have. And now, super on PPL, raid your super. That's your answer to everything.
Senator McGrath and Senator Hughes. But Senator McGrath in particular, I've had to call you to order a number of times since question time started. You are out of order. Senator Rennick.
My question.
Order. Senator Watt, equally, I've had to call you to order. Senator Rennick.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister. The Albanese government has lent $100 million to Ampol for 200 battery charging stations to expand electric vehicle fast charging infrastructure nationwide. If, as Senator Wong claims, renewables are cheaper, why is it necessary for the Albanese government to give taxpayer funds to a company that recently reported a half-year profit of $235 million in order to subsidise electric vehicle charging stations?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, nearly 1 in 10 new cars purchased is now an EV, Senator Rennick, and that's up from just 2% under the former coalition government. And the thing is that those consumers are making a choice, and the choice that they are making requires them to have access to charging facilities. Now, under this government, we think that's important because we know that when you purchase an EV, there are substantial savings available to you on fuel.
Order.
And it's why, under this government, the number of EV charging locations has nearly doubled. In 16 months, it's to around 900 as of March 2024. We've also seen a 131% increase in ultra-fast charging locations. We want to make sure that existing industries, existing businesses, existing stations are part of that transition. So we announced in August, as your question points out, that CEFC capital will be available to finance a range of clean energy technology measures at Ampol service stations across the country, and that is to accelerate the decarbonisation of its operations, to kickstart its biofuel development and to drive down national transport emissions. And the thing that you need to understand, Senator Rennick, is that all of these investments, all CEFC investments, are made with the expectation of a positive, risk-based financial return. And it's a program that has actually been running for more than a decade. It's a legacy, in fact, of the last Labor government, and it's been very successful and an important institution that's been able to leverage significant new capability and capacity in the Australian economy. It's a good application of the power of government. And I'm surprised for someone who's interested in how the economy develops.
Minister McAllister, the time for answering has expired. Senator Rennick, first supplementary.
How many tonnes of electric vehicle lithium battery waste does the Albanese government forecast Australia to produce in the next decade? Where will it be recycled and what will the cost of that recycling be?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Minister McAllister. Minister, order.
Right. Thanks very much. Senator, we're in a period...
Minister McAllister, please resume your seat. If you can't listen in silence, may I invite you to leave the chamber? Minister McAllister, please continue.
Senator, we are in a period of very significant technological change across a range of fronts, and this is one of them. And the National Electric Vehicle Strategy is this government's response to that. It's a pathway to cut our transport emissions, but it also has three objectives which are relevant to the question that you ask. The first is to increase the supply of affordable and accessible EVs. The second is to increase the resources, systems and infrastructure to enable rapid EV uptake. And the third is to encourage increased EV demand. And part of that, Senator, is thinking about waste. I encourage you to go and take a look at the strategy and look at the and have a look at the measures that are being proposed and set out in that strategy.
Senator Hughes, this is not your question. I have previously asked the minister to resume her seat. I invited people who could not listen in silence to leave the chamber. That applies to you. Senator Rennick, second supplementary.
Madam President, the former head of the CSIRO, Larry Marshall, said it costs 3 times more to recycle an EV lithium battery than the cost of materials to make it. If this is true, how will the Albanese government ensure that EV batteries can be renewed and recycled cost-effectively and not end up as environmental waste?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President. Well, as I indicated in my answer to your first supplementary question, this is an issue that is being considered as part of the National Electric Vehicle Strategy. It's also the case more broadly, of course, that lithium batteries are an increasing feature of our economy. It's not actually just electric vehicles where lithium batteries are used. They're used in a whole range of products, and there are a range of things that we do need to do as a community to make sure that that technology is being used safely. There is, of course, some work being undertaken to ensure that we've got appropriate arrangements to make sure that if there are incidents of any kind relating to lithium batteries, that our first responders are well equipped to deal with it. There are standards being developed through the Building Codes Board. There are a range of things that need to occur to make sure that this technology can be safely and appropriately integrated into the Australian economy.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, President. I have a response to Senator Hanson. There is currently no active application before the APVMA to register the foot rot vaccine.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of answers given earlier, particularly that given by Senator Gallagher, the Minister representing the Treasurer. To hear this government talk about inflation, you think that their fight against inflation is going well, and they're fond of quoting the inflationary figure when they came to office. In June 2022, Australia's inflation figure at an annualised rate was 6.1%. But at the same time, in the Eurozone, it was 8.6%. In the United States, it was 9.1%. In Canada, it was 8.1%. So when the Labor government came to office, inflation in Australia was lower than benchmark advanced economies around the world, several percentage points lower. Today, this is the picture. Inflation in Australia is 3.5% annualised, higher if you look at core inflation. But in the Eurozone, it's 2.2%. In the United States, it's 2.9%. In Canada, it's 2.5%. So inflation was several points lower than other advanced economies when the coalition left office. And now with Labor in government, 2 years later, it's several points higher. This is why interest rates are higher in Australia than they need to be, because the government is not getting control of inflation. Now, we heard from the Minister say, the Minister representing the Treasurer, we heard her say that our economic plan is supporting economic growth. But the only thing supporting economic growth in this country is immigration running at record highs. We are in a per capita real GDP recession. We have now had 6 negative quarters of real GDP per capita growth. That's the largest per capita recession in Australia in 50 years. Real net disposable income per person, this is a measure of how well off or otherwise people feel, is down 8.6% over the past 18 months. So if you wonder why people feel poorer, why households are complaining about the cost of living, this is why, because there is no economic plan from Labor. We've seen a collapse in productivity, down by 6.3%, and we've seen the only economic measure this government has is an expansion of the public sector. Of the 209,000 new jobs created in the first 6 months of this year, 2024, fully 1 in 2 of them is public sector jobs or in the non-market sector. In a normal economy, a normally functioning economy, that would be 1 in 7. Instead, it's 1 in 2. We also heard from the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt, claim that industrial disruption was at an all-time low. Well, in fact, under this Labor government, there have been 36,700 days lost to industrial action every quarter. And if you compare that to the Coalition's 9 years in office, it was 23,600. So fully 50% higher days lost to industrial action under Labor, the result of their sclerotic, union-friendly industrial relations regime they are forcing down the throats of Australian corporations. So if you wonder why, if households wonder why they are feeling worse off, this is why. Because their real incomes are not increasing, because there is no productivity growth, there is no productivity agenda from this government. They're paying more in taxes because of bracket creep. This government is collecting record amounts of income tax, and their stage 3 tax cuts, even on their own forward estimates, are going to take more in receipts over the forward estimates. You're paying more for your mortgage because interest rates are higher than they should be, despite countless warnings from the Reserve Bank that government spending is too high, is keeping inflation higher than it needs to be. Despite all the evidence from economists, respected institutions, people in the financial markets, the government refuses to accept this and instead seeks to blame the Reserve Bank. Well, in other advanced economies around the world, central banks are cutting interest rates. Bank of Canada cutting interest rates, Eurozone cutting interest rates. The Bank of England has cut interest rates. The US Federal Reserve is poised to cut interest rates. Only in Australia is the Reserve Bank saying there are no interest rate cuts on the horizon, and certainly not this year, because inflation is too high. And as I said before, when this government came to office, it inherited inflation that was several percentage points lower than other advanced economies. It is now presiding over inflation that is several percentage points higher. And that is why people are paying more for life's everyday essentials, because inflation in this country is out of control. This government does not have an economic plan to address the economic challenges facing Australia. They need to come up with one.
Senator Polley.
Thank you. Well, if you had been overseas and not actually understood what had gone on in this country over the last decade, when those on that side were in government, you might believe some of that contribution, but we know the facts are very different. 10 years almost in government, never delivered a surplus, not one. We've been in government for just over 2 years and have already delivered 2 surpluses. And even the RBA governor has made comment to the extent of how much that has actually helped to reduce inflation in this country. So you might want to come in and try and paint a very different picture, but people in Australia understand that if inflation has a 6 in front of it, now it has 3 in 2 years, that is downward trend. And if you really were that concerned about the cost of living on ordinary Australians, why is it that you have voted against every measure that this government has put forward? Because we know under Mr Dutton there would be higher costs for energy. We know the tax cuts would not have been delivered at the rate that we delivered, because Australian taxpayers on average have got twice the tax cut under our government than it has if you had still been in power. We know that when we've put measures in place like increasing wages for Australian workers, you voted against it. You have voted against every single measure that we have put through this chamber to help with the cost of living for ordinary Australians. You vote against it. Every time you say no. So coming in here bleating about inflation and what would have been under you is not going to wash with the Australian people, because they see right through you. What have you done when we introduced cheaper medicines? You voted against it. When we have introduced 60-day scripts, which will help people reduce the amount of times they've got to go to their GP, cost them less when they go to the pharmacy. What did you do on that side? You voted against it. And every single opportunity those in this place have to actually attack superannuation for Australian workers, they do it each and every time. Why do they do that? Why do you attack superannuation? Because fundamentally it's in your DNA not to support super for Australian workers. That's the reality of it. Why was it that when you were in government for almost 10 years, your policy was to keep wages low? Keep wages low. Why? Because it's part of your DNA. Just like on this side of the chamber, we will always support Australian workers. We believe in superannuation. We believe in access to Medicare. We haven't tried to tear it down, which is what you did each and every time you've been in government. That's why when Mr Dutton was the Minister for Health, he cut billions of dollars out of health each and every time, because you do not fundamentally believe in universal health. All of these things add to the cost of living, whether it is increasing wages you vote against, whether it's about making medicines cheaper, you have voted against it. You voted against every measure that we've tried to put in place through this chamber to help with the cost of living. So when you actually make a contribution with your hand on your heart, trying to have the Australian people believe that you really care about what they're going through with the cost of living, all they have to do is look at your record of voting in this chamber, because each and every time you never let them down, you vote no each and every time. And your great contribution to the energy debate and reducing the cost of energy to Australian households, 22 of those when you're in government and couldn't deliver one, not even one of them. And the one you want to try and deliver if Mr Dutton ever becomes Prime Minister will cost the Australian taxpayer billions and billions of dollars and not reduce their personal energy bills by 1 cent. That's the reality, that's the truth, and they're the facts that need to be put on the record, which I'm happy to do.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy. I admired your contribution last night, Senator Polley, this one less so. Deputy President, I rise to take note specifically with respect to Senator McAllister's response in relation to the questions asked in relation to the McPhillamys gold project.
Senator Polley.
In clarity whether the first taking note was on one issue alone, one question.
He's not moving. No,
he's seeking to.
Senator Sharma moved all answers to coalition questions, but more particularly.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part. I thought it was just one. Otherwise, I would have gone into other areas.
You're confused by Senator Sharma's rhetorical flourish.
Senator Polley. I was listening very carefully as someone speaking in the debate following him.
Continue, Senator Scarr.
So I'm rising to take note with respect to following Senator Sharma's very wide allusion to all of the questions, to all of the answers to questions. In relation to Senator McAllister's answer to the question in relation to the McPhillamys gold project. Now, I just want to put this in context for the people listening to this debate. There is a dispute at the moment with respect to Minister Plibersek, in her capacity as Environment Minister, exercising powers under Section 10 of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act to refuse approval for a $1 billion gold project called the McPhillamys Gold Project in regional New South Wales. In defending that decision, Minister Plibersek went on ABC AM and said this, and I'll quote it to you. Sabra, wonderful journalist, Sabra, just a couple of years ago, the previous Environment Minister, the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Susan Lee, made a very similar decision just down the road about 50 kilometres away in Bathurst. Made a very similar decision in relation to a project just down the road about 50 kilometres away in Bathurst. Now, when this was referred to earlier in the week, I assumed, in good faith, that Minister Plibersek was actually referring to a material project, to a project comparable to a $1 billion gold project. But what she was in fact referring to was a go-kart track. A go-kart track. It never even occurred to me that the comparison Minister Plibersek was drawing was one which sought to conflate a decision made in relation to a $1 billion gold project with respect to a go-kart track. And that was not disclosed by the minister when the minister made that comment on ABC AM. It was not disclosed by the minister. And there is a reason when you give evidence in court, you've got to take an oath that you're going to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The whole truth. And that was not disclosed. So if we look at Section 10D of the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, it says the minister must consider such other matters as he or she thinks relevant. Such other matters as he or she thinks relevant. And I say to the Australian people that how about these for relevant matters that should have been considered by the minister? The hundreds of jobs that would have been provided by this $1 billion project, hundreds of jobs in regional Australia provided by this project. How can you compare that and say it's a similar decision in relation to a go-kart track? How about a major project of this size actually acting as a foundation stone for the local regional community? These projects have economic consequences which go beyond the fence of the project and could provide jobs and support for small businesses, NGOs, students to go to local schools, etc., etc. How about the hundreds of millions of dollars of royalties that would be generated by this gold project? Hundreds of millions of dollars of royalties. There are 10 million ounces of gold at least in the ore body that this project would have mined, and now those hundreds of millions of dollars of royalties are foregone. How about the $192 million that had already been invested in relation to this project when it got to this late approval stage? 7 years. How can you possibly, in good faith, compare that to a go-kart track? And lastly, what about sovereign risk? Because the most disturbing thing about this decision is it says to mining companies all over the world, you can come to this country, you could spend $192 million of capital, get to the end of that process, and then have the rug pulled from under you. It's an absolute disgrace.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you. In taking note this afternoon, the Coalition is completely out of touch with the real issues facing Australians. As the questions they posed, just as the questions they posed were to the government. When we look at cost of living in our country, we have a shadow treasurer that is so out of touch with the needs of our country that he calls substantial cost of living relief manipulation. Fancy that, manipulation. And we have, coming from the opposition, policies that would pull the rug out of our economy at the very worst possible time. Indeed, at a time when we have an economy that is barely growing, it is an absolute economic insanity to slash and burn as the opposition would have government do at this time. Some $315 billion worth of cuts. Such cuts would leave our economy in a critical condition. Meanwhile, we know they also had on their agenda, which we have undone and eventually, sensibly, they voted for, tax cuts that they had targeted at the very highest income earners in our nation. Had we not delivered the redistribution of those tax cuts, we would have left the Australian economy and the plight of household incomes in a dire, dire, dire plight. We have an opposition that does not want to fight inflation. You are here day after day to fight your ideological battle with us for your own electoral purposes. But in doing so, you are fighting against the interests of the Australian people. You don't want to help Australians. You want Australians to get hurt and have a hard landing so you can manipulate it for electoral purposes. You've left us with debt and deficit as far as the eye can see. And now you want to bring forth cuts and chaos on the Australian people. We're committed in Labor, as a Labor government, to doing the hard work to get the balance right, and I'm proud to be part of those efforts and to see our ministers working hard day after day to balance our books and get our policies right. Meaningful, substantial, cost of living relief that helps everyone in the fight against inflation and is not there to smash what is, as we all acknowledge, an already soft economy. We know inflation is higher than we'd like, but it is less than half its peak and much lower than what we inherited from the coalition. Inflation at the election just 2 years ago had a 6 in front of it. Now it's come down to a 3 in front of it. We know we've got more work to do, but it's good to see that underlying inflation has moderated and we now have momentum towards inflationary pressures heading downward. Now that is a good achievement. We are pushing in the right direction. Of course, we'd love it to be faster, but you're not helping, you're not doing the work. You're not doing the work to push inflation down. All you're doing is pointing the finger. Monthly inflation has hit a 4-month low, and our budget strategy is helping in the fight against inflation, not hampering it. As we know, fiscal policy isn't the primary determinant of prices in our economy, but our decisions in the budget and as a government are here to help, and they are helping. We want to be a government, and indeed we are a government, that day after day, and in this budget, the last budget and the next budget, want to take the edge off inflation. That's why we've delivered back-to-back surpluses.
Senator Bragg.
It was a lacklustre question time, if ever there was one, from the government for vested interest, Deputy President. And our questions this afternoon were about the issues that are important to the Australian people in relation to their cost of living, interest rates, taxation policy, superannuation policy. These are the things that impact Australians. And to hear Senator Pratt say that these are not the issues that impact the Australian people is actually quite offensive. Now, the reality is that interest rates are stubbornly high in Australia because there is a massive inflation problem in this country which comparable nations are not having to deal with. And the reason that inflation is running so high is because of public sector spending. Labor can't say no to their favourite vested interests. They keep on spending taxpayer funds. That is making the inflation problem so much worse. And households and small businesses are getting smashed. And it is outrageous for Dr Chalmers, the Treasurer, to say that the Reserve Bank is smashing the Australian people. It is him and his government, through their lacklustre fiscal policy, who is smashing the Australian people. So taxes are up. That is also eroding the household budgets of the Australian people. And one of the things that this parliament will live to regret is the reinsertion of a tax bracket that was abolished by the last parliament. Who would have believed that we would turn back the clock and put a tax bracket back in place? And the fact that that has happened has locked in bracket creep in the long term. There will be more and more bracket creep, and the Commonwealth budgets will be riding high on stealing people's income to pay for surpluses and the like here in Canberra. So the government is offering nothing for small business, absolutely nothing. Nothing in relation to cutting regulation, cutting taxes, or doing things like accelerated depreciation. So there is no wonder that business investment is flatlining and the economy is turning sour, because the government could do things like cut regulation and cut taxes. And until they do that, we are heading for the rocks, I fear, because the central charge against this government is that it is a government for vested interests, and it only works hard for the unions and the special interests like the super funds, and can't bring itself to work hard on inflation or on things like housing. But the other part of this very revealing question time was that the government is against choice. And in the questions on the paid parental scheme, it was very clear that the government think it's a bad idea for new parents to be given access to their own money, and they want it locked away for 40 years in a superannuation fund. Now, for anyone who's had children, they would know that when you have children, you need to buy nappies. Nappies is more important than superannuation when you're having children. And so the idea that the government will deny people choice, access to their own money, shows how paternalistic this government is and how they believe that the Australian people are too stupid to save for their own retirement. There is no rule that says that the only way that you can save for retirement is through the Labor Party's favourite superannuation scheme. There are other ways to do it. Australians know how to pay a mortgage. They know how to tighten the belt when the going gets hard. And so the idea that the Australian people are too stupid and need to have all this paternalistic policy is frankly very offensive. But it is revealing that this is the character of the modern Labor Party that has such a low view of the Australian people, that they are too stupid to save for their own retirement. Now, that is not our policy and not our position. We think that the Australian people are smart enough to make their own judgments. And if they want to put the money into superannuation, fine. If they want to put the money into their own living expenses, fine. If they want to do something like negatively gear to provide an investment property for someone else, fine. That is our view, that people are smart enough to look after themselves. So that is the choice that is coming for the Australian people next year, or maybe later this year, I assume next year. It'll be a choice between a party and a coalition that is in favour of empowering people to make their own judgments about their own lives and seeking to support small business. And on the other side, you have a Labor Party that thinks that the Australian people are too stupid to make their own judgments and have no interest in helping small business to invest and to grow. And it is locked into a corporatist, unionist mindset where it thinks that the function of government is to funnel money and policy in favour of special interests, which is a sickness and a cancer on the Australian polity. And it is showing that Alfred Deakin was right 100 years ago when he said Labor's problem was that it was beholden to vested interests.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of answers to my questions to Senator McAllister. I started this week with a contribution on the Morgan skate on Monday morning, following an editorial in a Tasmanian newspaper, The Advocate. The editor had made some comments, and I think it's fair to say I was furious when I read those comments. The editor had commented that the damn fish, the Morgan skate, while he might find it unfortunate if it went extinct, it's not something he would lose sleep over. And I've reflected on my comments on Monday morning and my fury. And something occurred to me. To give him credit where he's due, Mr Havernier, beg your pardon, Senator? Mr Havernier, at least he spoke the truth of what he believed. He said the quiet thing out loud, that a lot of decision makers haven't been prepared to say. That is, they really don't give a rat's ass about a species that's likely to go extinct. Okay, they really don't care. They really don't care. I withdraw that, Deputy President. Bit of pub vernacular, but they really don't care. They really don't care that a species is on the edge of extinction. And you know, I haven't heard any concern from any of the politicians in this chamber who support the salmon industry in Tasmania about the fact that we have this ancient creature that's been with us since the time of the dinosaurs on the edge of extinction, based on all the best science that we have. And sure as the sun will rise in the morning, if we don't care that a creature's about to go extinct, especially when we're leaders, we're the editor of a newspaper or a politician, then it will go extinct. 100% sure it will go extinct. And where do we draw the line? If we don't support or do what we can to prevent an animal going extinct because it's inconvenient for the salmon industry in Tasmania, or the Tasmanian devil because of a wind farm in one of its last known disease-free habitats, or swift parrot logging in its critical habitat. Where do we draw the line when we've got 2,500 endangered species in this country alone? And it's great that we had politicians going to Minister Plibersek's session out the front here with endangered species. It's good that they can choose to connect with an animal, and I hope they do, and they go along. And of course, it's those charismatic animals that we tend to talk about and we tend to love and talk to our friends about. But there's such a broad array of wonderful creatures in this country that are on the edge of extinction. And it's absolutely critical that we understand that what these 2,500 or so endangered creatures in Australia, habitats, and all the endangered creatures, and there's many more of them around the world, what they all have in common is that we can link them to a decision of government. And my question to Senator McAllister, I wanted to ask it today because of my fury on Monday morning around what I felt was a very irresponsible editorial by the Advocate newspaper. I wanted to see if the government cared about the Maugean skate. And I'm none the wiser from today's answers, Deputy President. I asked why it's taken 221 days for the government to make a decision on this. And I know senators across the chamber, like Senator Duniam, also would like the minister to hurry up. But of course they're championing her to hurry up so they can farm more salmon and push the skate to the brink of extinction. And I'd like them to be honest about that. If they don't care about the extinction of a species, come out and say it, like Mr Hanavir did. At least come out and say the quiet thing out loud. That way people know and they understand just what we're up against. They know just what we're up against, Senator Duniam, that politicians and other people in my home state of Tasmania and elsewhere just don't care about this extinction crisis that we're facing. And that way they can vote and they can lobby their local members of parliament to actually do something about this, because politicians have it in their hands if they choose to act. It is that simple. We can protect nature now by making the right decisions and getting some decent environment laws and a whole range of other things. Thank you for listening, Deputy President, and giving me an extra few...
Put the question. Those are the questions. Say aye, against no. The ayes have it.
Andrew's not first. Okay. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Call the clerk. Pardon? I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? I call the clerk.
No postponement notifications have been lodged today. Committees have lodged an extension notification as shown at item 13 on the order of business.
I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. I'll start with business of the Senate 4, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge. Are you doing that, Senator Is that... Oh, yep, so we've only got... Okay, thank you, Senator Askew. So we'll go to Government Business 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I ask that Government Business Notice of Motion Number 1, proposing the reference of a public work to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I move the motion and I table a statement in relation to the work together with the accompanying documentation.
So the question is that Government Business Number 1 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to Government Business Number 2, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I ask that Government Business Notice of Motion Number 2 relating to consideration of legislation be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call the Minister.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that Government Business Number 2, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm and moved by Minister Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Are you doing 605, Senator McKim? It's in the name of Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, President. I ask that General Business Notice Motion 605, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion Number 605, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John and moved by Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with general business 606, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Kovacic, I ask that general business notice of motion number 606 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business number 606, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with general business 607, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, President. I ask that general business notice of motion 607, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
Thanks, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 607, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge and moved by Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And is 608 also you, Senator McKim? Thank you.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 608 relating to an order for the production of documents before asking that it be taken as formal.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, President. I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and I ask that it be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? So the question is that general business notice of motion number 608 as amended by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So I'll now go back to Senator Bragg's motion. Is that you, Senator Askew? Business of the Senate number 1.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, I understand there will be further divisions, and I understand that business of the Senate notices 2 in Senator Rennick's name, 3 in Senator Hanson's name, and 4 in Senator Shoebridge and Cox's name will be debated later. So we will now go to general business notice of motion number 604, standing in the name of Senator Hanson. Senator Hanson.
I ask that general business notice motion 604 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hanson.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general... Oh, sorry, Minister.
Make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
The government will be opposing this motion. The decision to decommission the Northern Endeavour was a decision taken by the former government in 2021. It may be the case that the former government's decision to decommission the Northern Endeavour was informed by expert analysis, but we don't have access to advice provided to the former government, and no documentation of the type described has been furnished to the Minister for Resources, the Honourable Madeleine King MP, and we oppose the motion on that basis.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 604, standing in the name of Senator Hanson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 604 in the name of Senator Hanson be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the... I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes. Senator McKim, I've well and truly called the tellers. You are out of order, so you need to sit. And Senator Askew for the noes. Order. There being 18 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with general business number 592, standing in the name of Senator Patterson. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Patterson, I ask that general business notice of motion number 592 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
1 minute. I seek leave to make a statement. 1 minute.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. Senator Patterson's motion highlights the lack of trust in our security agencies that the opposition have demonstrated throughout the debate on this issue. The opposition is recklessly asking for the government to table advice from our intelligence and security agencies in relation to the Middle East. We have acted in accordance with the advice of our security agencies on this issue. The personnel and the processes that underline that advice remain the same as when the opposition were in office, and rather than engaging on cost of living, the Liberals seek to drive fear and division in our community. Senator Patterson has talked of a social cohesion crisis. These types of motion and the coalition's dog whistling is what is causing it. We urge the crossbench to send a message to the opposition that enough is enough. Leave our intelligence and border agencies to do what they need to do best, which is to keep us safe. Our visa processes are strong. The system has multiple checks built into it and referrals can be made at any point. This is the same visa system that existed under those opposite.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 592, standing in the name of Senator Patterson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 592, standing in the name of Senator Patterson be agreed to. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Well, order. There being 45 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senators, that concludes formal business, but we will deal with a deferred vote from yesterday evening. So yesterday evening, after 6:30 p.m, a division was called on the motion moved by Senator Rennick relating to a proposed reference to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee. Senator Lambie, are you seeking something?
Madam President, just some direction. I did want to. I wanted to seek the call because I intend to vote differently. I'd like to remove one of the parts out of that and split it.
Okay, so which part do you want to split?
I would like to remove paragraph F to be put separately.
So
F,
everything
F
but
for
F.
Foxtrot. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right, so it's a reference to a proposed reference to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate for the deferred vote to be held now. As Senator Lambie has indicated to the chamber, she wishes to vote differently on the motion, so I'll put the entire motion except for F. So those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Rennick relating to a proposed reference committee be agreed to. This is the reference committee minus F as asked by Senator Lambie. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is negated, and that removes the need to put F separately. That concludes the deferred motions, and we'll move to the urgency motion. I'll just wait for the chair.
Thank you, Senators. Senator McKim has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, which has been circulated and is shown in the dynamic red. Is consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Faruqi to move the motion.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move the motion. The Labor government is intent on destroying the international education sector in Australia. Over 3 Senate inquiry hearings, we have heard from witness after witness, from students, from academics, from universities, from peak bodies, from private providers. They are pretty unanimous in their opposition to this reckless policy and the chaotic process that has brought us to this stage where a government is hell-bent on decimating the tertiary education sector. We are staring down the barrel of thousands of job losses, irreparable damage to Australia's reputation as a welcoming destination for international students, and a complete betrayal of the principles of university autonomy and student choice. For decades, governments of both stripes have been slashing funding for unis, and they have all become over-reliant on international students, whose exorbitant fees now cross-subsidize domestic students and research. This situation should never have arisen. International students should never have been used as cash cows. But here we are, because of the short-sightedness of governments. And now they want to slash and burn with no plans on how the shortfall of funds will be met. And this is just plain disastrous. Labor is holding the sector hostage by telling them they will get rid of the crappy MD 107 if these caps are in place. This is a choice between 2 evils. It is a no-win situation. And I'm glad that people can see right through this, and they are fighting back, because their livelihoods, their profession, and the future of education in this country is on the line. Labour will tell you this is all about ensuring quality and integrity. But 70 submissions and 3 hearings later, no one is able to tell me that caps have anything to do with quality or integrity. And let me tell you about how Labour has made a mockery, a complete mockery of the Senate inquiry process itself. They released the university cap numbers the day after our original final hearing. When we pushed for a further hearing, the government published caps for the VET sector while we were in that hearing. The government knows that they don't have a leg to stand on, so they want to avoid any scrutiny. Well, we're not going to let that happen. Evidence shows gaping holes, perverse outcomes, uncertainties, inconsistencies, and a complete lack of consultation. And these are just some of the flaws that make the whole policy and its process a complete catastrophe. This is a hot mess. The more details that are forced out of the government, the messier this train wreck gets. Not only is the Labour government intent on decimating the sector, they have absolutely zero regard for the harm they are doing to international students by making them scapegoats of their own policy failures and blaming them for the housing crisis. Just disgraceful. International students pay massive fees. They work here doing the jobs no one else does. They bring vibrancy, diversity, and culture. They keep unis and the economy going. And you have the audacity to scapegoat and demonize them. And I am loath to frame education as an export sector, because for me it is a public good and a pursuit of knowledge. But the reality is, it is the second largest export, with mining being the first. If anything, it should be climate-wrecking coal and gas you should be capping, not international student numbers. And if Labour really cares about tertiary education, fully fund it, wipe student debt, make uni and TAFE free, scrap job-ready graduates package, and give staff job security. Don't come to the table with half-cooked rubbish policy. Labour is hell-bent on strangling the sector in their bullish attempt to achieve a migration outcome which has absolutely nothing to do with international students' education. And Liberals don't have clean hands either. Both have the same racist playbook on migrants. The tertiary education sector, their staff and students, are becoming collateral damage in this shameful racist race to the bottom on migration between Labour and the Liberals. Prime Minister Albanese knows how to backflip. It's time he backflips on these reckless, irrational, and illogical caps. It's time to go back to the drawing board and come back with an education bill, not a migration policy.
Senator Henderson, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to firstly place clearly on the record that the Coalition vehemently disagrees with the Greens about the need for caps on international students studying in Australia. And I also have real issue with the way that you've characterised the Liberals, Senator Faruqi. The reference to the word racist is appalling, and I would really ask that you, through you, Chair, that you consider withdrawing such a slur on the Liberal Party, because we have a very proud history of supporting international education in this country. We have a very proud history of supporting a great multicultural country, but the capping of foreign students is critical to fixing Labor's immigration chaos. Since Labor was elected, the number of foreign students has increased from 336,000 in March 2022 to well over 800,000. This has fuelled a housing crisis, particularly in large metropolitan cities. 500,000 foreign students, as we've heard in our Senate inquiry into the bill, have been forced into the private rental market. And in suburbs like Glebe, near the University of Sydney, where foreign students now number 52% of all students, rents have gone up by 17% in just 12 months. In Clayton, which is the home of Monash University, rents are up a staggering 20% in 12 months. So by bringing in 1.6 million migrants into Australia over 5 years, Labor's Big Australia policy has completely failed to safeguard the national interest, including the right to find an affordable home, the right to see a doctor and to access other essential services. But I will agree with the Greens on this. The government has made a complete mess of its proposal to cap international students, and I am disgusted and share with Senator Faruqi the disgust with the way that the government has treated this parliament and the higher education sector. Because in the Senate hearings that we have had into the bill, the government has done everything it possibly can to keep the actual student caps provided to each higher education and vet provider a secret. And even last Friday, after saying very strongly that we oppose the way the government is performing and treating the parliament and the sector, they were still keeping all of the separate international student caps secret from the Senate Inquiry Committee, and that is just completely unacceptable. So Labor has made a real mockery of the Senate inquiry process. But what we do know is that of the provider caps that have been now given to the sector, the total number of allocation for universities has gone backwards by 1%, but across the private higher education and vet sector, we understand that that's gone back by 28%. So we are seeing gross discrimination at play. But the minister, when he announced these caps, said this is a win for the regions, and we now learn in the Senate inquiry this is not a win for the regions. A number of regional universities have done very badly out of these caps, because what these secret and covert caps enable the government to do is to basically go about imposing these caps without any transparency and doing deals behind closed doors. So we are, as a committee, seeking to extend the reporting date of the committee report again. We are actually seeking to extend, we're also seeking to, to reopen submissions, and we are also seeking another public hearing, because it's absolutely not good enough the way the government is treating this whole issue, and including the sector. The Coalition will implement a hard cap on the international student program in consultation with the higher education sector, which is what has been missing. International students contribute to the Australian economy. They provide valuable labour by working in casual and part-time jobs. However, the vast majority of international students are housed off campus. This is placing enormous pressure on housing. There is a housing crisis courtesy of this government. That is not good enough, but we need a system that manages this properly.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. We have in the education sector, international education sector specifically, an economic and social contribution to our nation that is incredibly important. It's important to those students and their future lives abroad, and indeed those that might progress to migrate to Australia. But we are progressing reforms as a government to strengthen the integrity and sustainability of international education in our nation. I've got many dear friends all over the world who I met as international students, and they form such a firm foundation for government to government and community to community relationships right around the world. But following the pandemic, where international students were in grave strife, often trapped without incomes, etc., and we had to work hard to come back from that. But international students have indeed voted with confidence in Australian education and have come back stronger than anyone expected. We have about 10% more in our universities and almost 50% more in our VET sector. But when we look at what the government is actually doing now, the new limits that have been set out transparently to university institutions, for example, will see 23 of our 38 universities set above the 2023 student numbers, and for 34 of the 38 universities above the levels of student numbers that they had in 2019. But what we don't want to see is what has happened, which is that the growth of the sector post-COVID, the COVID pandemic, has lured back unscrupulous providers who are motivated by profit, not quality. And it has lured students to Australia who seek to work in Australia, not to study. We are, as a government, determined to commit ourselves and continue to remain committed to the integrity of the sector, to strengthening the sector, ensuring it retains and maintains a social licence so that we can confidently invite international students here and know that they will be welcome. We need this experience to benefit students, our partners overseas, but also Australians. We need reform to ensure sustainable growth into the future, and so, subject to the passage of legislation before the Senate, we are intending to set a national planning level for overseas student commencements, a rate of $270,000 for the calendar year of 2025. The NPL will support a managed international education system designed to grow sustainably over time. We can't have a system of international education that sets housing economies and employment markets completely out of whack. We need to be careful about how we get the balance between higher education and VET sectors, for example. For publicly funded universities, the managed growth approach in aggregate will result in around 145,000 new overseas student commencements in 2025, which is very close to last year's number. For other providers, in aggregate, their new overseas student commencements in 2025 will be around 30,000. That is about the same as student numbers were before the pandemic. And that is where they should be, because that is where a quality VET service to international students was seen. We've got to cut out sham providers and people who are seeking to come to Australia simply to access the labour market. We will, though, see around 90...
Your time has expired. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, Senator McKim's motion talks about the government's disregard and contempt for international students. Well, let's be honest, it's to keep foreign students' numbers uncapped. This motion shows the Greens' disregard and contempt for Australian families experiencing homelessness and mortgage stress. As always, the Greens are putting the interests of foreigners before the interests of the Australian people and Australian university students. There were more than 810,000 international student enrolments in Australian universities as of May this year. That's more than the entire populations of Tasmania and the Northern Territory combined. These same universities, which make billions of dollars a year from international education, makes insufficient provision to house all these students. Last year it was reported that international students took up about 70% of available rent accommodation in Australia. That's an appalling figure when so many Australian people are struggling with rental vacancy rates in mainland capital cities falling to under 1%. International students are also affecting the quality of education for Australian students who are being left behind. So many of them cannot speak English and sit in lectures and seminars with their phones translating for them, or get lectures in Mandarin. The Greens must learn a simple fact. Record immigration and international student numbers are hurting this country, while the Greens advocate for more immigration, more refugees and now more international students. Australia owes nothing to foreigners that it does not first owe to Australian citizens. In fact, our universities, built and funded by Australian taxpayers, cost approximately $20 to $25 billion a year, and that's including student loans. They are classified as charities and don't pay tax. We have the bull by the horns if we now believe foreign students are more important than us Aussies when it comes to education and living standards. As for Senator McKim, is trying to use foreign students to prop up the University of Tasmania, regardless of the impact on housing, while rents in Tasmania have doubled and vacancy rates in Hobart have fallen to less than 1.5%.
Senator Murray-Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I too rise to speak on this matter of urgency moved by Senator McKim, and on one thing we agree, the value of Australia's international education sector. It is a vital part of our economy, and international students are a valuable part of our communities. And that's why it's important that we progress reforms to strengthen the sector's integrity and its sustainability. Reforms that ensure that students have a brilliant experience in Australia and go on to be proud ambassadors for our country and our values when they return home. And I want to be absolutely clear that our government is committed to this sector and it is committed to its future. That's why, subject to the passage of legislation which is currently before the Senate, the government will set a national planning level for new overseas student commencements of 270,000 for 2025, divided between the higher education and the vet sectors. After the pandemic, international enrolments have surged more strongly than anyone expected. And unfortunately, some of these enrolments are people who seek to work in Australia, not study. And that needs to happen through the appropriate pathways. And we've also clearly seen a resurgence of unscrupulous operators who are focused on profit over delivering quality education. And that leads to bad outcomes for students who we want to have an amazing and transformative experience in our education system and who, as I said, we want to return to their countries with nothing but positivity to share about their time in Australia, about the education that they received here. And that's why the government has taken these measures to deliver sustainable growth to our international education system into the future. This policy will ensure that students coming to Australia can be confident that they are investing in a high-quality education and study experience. And we have seen since the pandemic that the previous unmanaged system presented unacceptable risks to the quality of international education received by students and would ultimately undermine the strength of our sector and its reputation internationally. Now, the government has released indicative international student profiles using a transparent formula that has been designed to ensure that regional universities in particular, whose enrolments have generally not returned to pre-pandemic levels, have room to recover from the pandemic and continue to grow. These proposals do not decimate the sector, as this motion claims. It does not cut enrolments by 90% or any of the other misleading numbers that members of this chamber have claimed. The fact is, overall, public universities will be able to take roughly the same number of new students next year as they did last year. And for publicly funded universities, our government's approach will result in around 145,000 new overseas student commencements in 2025, which is close to the number from last year.
You were heard in silence.
I thought it was my turn to speak, but that's all right, I'll keep going. Yeah. Almost all universities, 89%, have received an indicative allocation for 2025 at or above their 2019 level. And that includes the 3 great universities in my home state of South Australia, all of which have received an indicative allocation higher than their new overseas student commencements in 2023. And in particular, I've got interjections about misinformation from the Greens, which is hilarious, but perhaps, Chair, you could...
Senator, you have the call. I just remind senators that others have been heard in silence, and I appreciate the same courtesy. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. After 9 years of mismanagement by those opposite, we are working to get our higher education sector back on track. And we're trying to do so in a way which advances and supports a quality international education offering, which leads to a positive experience to students when they come to Australia. And we're also doing what we can to support those students in Australia for whom university is the pathway that they prefer and that they choose and that they seek to have a transformational benefit from, for Australian students to be able to go to university too, and we're supporting them to do so by wiping $3 billion in student debt for more than 3 million Australians. We're making higher education more accessible and more affordable for students. That follows the landmark Australian Universities Accord final report, which contains 47 recommendations and targets to reform higher education and set it up for the next decade and beyond. We're already progressing this work by committing to suburban hubs and regional university study hubs and expanding access to First Nations students in particular. I've visited a number of these student hubs around regional South Australia. They offer a huge benefit to students who wish to further their education but do so in a way where they can stay at home, continue studying at home and continue studying their placements at home.
Senator Pocock David.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The Senate Committee inquiry into the government's Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment, ESOS Bill 2024, has heard overwhelming evidence of a bill that has been rushed, has been poorly drafted, poorly consulted on, and presents serious risks to the higher education sector, including already record low research funding levels, as well as the economy more broadly. That's not to say that the government's objectives are wrong. The integrity measures are welcome and much needed. There is a genuine issue in some courses, in some organisations, with an over-enrolment of international students leading to poor student outcomes. And no one can deny that housing affordability is one of the biggest issues we face. A strategy for immigration and how big Australia gets is needed. I believe something that Australians want. But this bill as drafted doesn't deal with those issues. There are a range of sensible amendments that could make this legislation more workable. But there must be a delay in implementation. It is getting so close to the start of the next university year. We simply cannot risk the reputational damage from rescinding offers that are already out there, that students are planning for next year. We can't risk the hit to the economy from slowing too quickly, our biggest non-mining export industry. And I cannot see how government and higher education providers can possibly be in a position to implement this in a matter of months. We need to delay the start date, put a safety net and a buffer around the caps, provide a process to challenge individual caps, and sunset the extraordinary powers that this bill gives the minister. I urge the government and the coalition to work in good faith with the sector to get a good outcome for such an important part of our economy and the staff and students at its heart.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pocock. Barbara.
Speak to this urgency motion and to the dire state of our university sector. I know, after 25 years working in the sector, that public higher education fulfils a vital role in society and the benefits are broad-reaching, and I've witnessed the extraordinary strain in the sector. Universities educate workers of the future, equipping them with the skills, the knowledge, the critical thinking we need for democratic participation and inclusion in a constantly changing labour market. This week is Social Science Week, and not a week goes by without this place being dependent on the work of social scientists, their research and their training of people who inform all of our work in this place. High-quality, accessible education serves the public good and should be adequately funded by governments. Students should have fee-free access to a safe and effective learning environment, and staff need secure jobs and pay. Inadequate public funding and the gradual corporatisation of Australian universities has eroded the quality of research, teaching and employment. The future of public university hangs in the balance, and this cap on international students will only make things worse, much worse. Rather than address the structural issue of chronic university underfunding, this government would rather scapegoat international students and blame them for the housing and cost of living crises. Australian universities have been chronically underfunded for decades. The structural crises in universal funding and workforce reflect decades of punitive restructuring and underfunding, push deregulation and privatisation that's been underway in our sector since the mid-1980s. Federal funding for universities between 1995 to 2021 declined by $6.5 billion. That equates to almost half of current higher education funding. In addition, Australian universities are experiencing an epidemic of insecure and casual employment. It's been going on for years. If this bill is passed, it'll put a further 14,000 university jobs at risk, according to the sector. And I know what this means for research and for the quality of teaching in our Australian higher education system. Make no mistake, this is an appalling migration policy masquerading as an education policy. This bill is a political smokescreen that the government hopes will give it an upper hand in its political battle with Peter Dutton on migration ahead of the next election. This is wrong on so many counts. International students accounted for more than half of Australia's GDP growth last year, almost single-handedly saving the nation from recession. International students are more than numbers or commodities. They bring culture and vibrancy to our cities, our towns, our campuses. International students pay astronomical fees, yet too often face bias, discrimination and racism. In my home state of South Australia, international education is the largest export sector. In 2023, it was worth over $3 billion to our state economy. And our community in South Australia would be so much worse off on so many counts without our international graduates. In the hearings about the international student caps, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of the University of Adelaide, Professor Jenny Shaw, said that, and I quote, "The imposition of caps endangers the future prosperity of South Australia." The President of the Flinders University Student Association also said that the government's measures over the past 12 months have left international students feeling completely dehumanised. There was universal opposition to this chaotic and reckless bill at the inquiry hearings. The higher education sector will be collateral damage in this race to the bottom and the race to the right on migration between Labor and the Liberals. The government must scrap the caps and immediately get rid of Ministerial Direction 107. They must go back to the drawing board. They must genuinely consult with the higher education sector and restore public funding to these critical institutions, which are so important to the economic, social and cultural health and richness of our country.
So the question is, the motion moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Yeah. Thank you. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. Those of the opinion, those on the ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chairs. I'll appoint Senator McKim as tellers for the ayes and Senator Kovacic for teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. I'll just give senators a few moments to leave the chamber. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Canavan and Chacon, which has also been circulated, is shown on the dynamic red. In consideration of is consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Canavan to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Acting President. I move the motion, and in doing so, I want to recognise the great achievements of the Australian cattle industry. It's an industry that has existed in this country for pretty much the inception of European settlement here in Australia. In fact, at the first fleet brought over, the first herd, so to speak, 4 cows and 2 bulls. They were put out to pasture on Bennelong Point, where Sydney Opera House now stands. Didn't go so well because they escaped within weeks from that area and the first settlers lost them. But it was actually a happy circumstance because around 20 years later they found this herd of cattle south of Sydney who had flourished into hundreds of cows had bred and naturally grazed on Australian pasture lands without any, obviously no human development, no clearing of land. It was just a natural place where cows could survive and ultimately build the cattle industry we have. I remember being up in a meeting in Normanton where Fred Pascoe, a great Indigenous leader, spoke about how the cattle industry is now part of his people's culture. He is part owner, with other Indigenous leaders, of the Delta Downs cattle station in the Gulf of Carpentaria. It's part of our country's heritage and history, the cattle industry, and it's why there's been such a reaction from the industry to the attempt of another nation's government, another, if you like, colonial power seeking to take over and dictate what Australian graziers should be able to do on their own lands, their own properties, including Indigenous Australians who run their own cattle properties now. The European Union a few years ago introduced a new set of regulations that are called the deforestation regulations. They cover a range of products, but the one I'm focusing on is beef. In short, those regulations would mean that in areas of Australia that the EU deem as forest land would not be able to raise, graze and ultimately produce beef from cattle in those areas. So if any cow sets foot on an area the Europeans deem as forested area, it won't be able to be exported as a beef product or other animal products to the EU. Now, I think this is a gross overreach of the into the sovereignty of another nation. It should be the job of an elected representative body, either here in Canberra or at the state level, to decide how our land is regulated in such a detailed way. But you also, of course, get the normal problems when a government on the other side of the world, in this case, seeks to try and dictate what should be best for the environment, for agricultural production in a part of the world they obviously know very little about. And so the European Union's regulations raise a number of challenges for our graziers. Those regulations dictate that any area that has a canopy of 5 metres or above, over 10% of the area is deemed as forest land. Now, consistent with my example from the First Fleet, a lot of our pasture lands have not been cleared. They are naturally part of the environment already available for cattle grazing, even with a large amount of woodlands on them. It's very different from the European situation where they have very thick forests and really to graze cattle, they have to clear those forests. It's not necessarily the case in Australia, where there are lots of downs country that is naturally formed in that way, or has been slightly cleared over time, but it's been part of our practice to do that. The Europeans have put out maps which say these are the forest areas they reckon that exist in Australia. They've taken it upon themselves to map our own country. And that area covers an area of 144 million hectares, not far off the size of Victoria. And 44% of the green blotches the EU has on their map are actually grazing lands in Australia. They're grazing lands. There remain huge issues with the implementation of the EU regulations. They haven't finalised the country benchmarking scheme. There is no clarity for our beef industry about how they would comply with these regulations. The reason we're passing this motion is to respectfully ask the European Union to look again at these regulations, to defer their implementation. We're not the only country in this boat and asking for this deferral, but to look properly at this issue and not seek to over-regulate another part of the world that they don't really understand, understandably don't understand, and that will only actually worsen environmental outcomes here in Australia and cause damage, economic damage, to the relationship that we have with Europe, with our friends in Europe. We should work together on these issues, not seek to pass laws against each other's nations, ignorant of the facts on the ground.
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and I thank Senator Canavan for that contribution, and also for him working constructively with Senator Ciccone on this motion, because this is an important issue for our country and for our cattle industry in particular, and beef producers. I understand, and as a Queensland Senator, understand the importance of the cattle industry to my state, but also in my recent role as Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, have enjoyed the engagement I've had with the cattle industry across Australia at the same time. And it is one that is important to our economy, but it's also important to many regional places. And I was in Cloncurry and Mount Isa last week, and it was a topic that came up for discussion amongst the mayors and community members that I engaged with whilst I was in that part of the world, which is obviously a really proud history in terms of beef cattle and particularly export trade as well. We are committed, and just on this issue specifically, it is an important issue and it is something that the government is taking seriously and understands the role that we have to play supporting our industry in this country. We are committed to combating deforestation and understands the European Union's concerns about the rate of deforestation globally. Like the European Union, we understand the critical importance of forest biodiversity and sustainable land use. The European Union is a close trading partner of Australia, and we look forward to working with them on areas of mutual interest. And as Senator Canavan said, that is something that we have had a strong history with in the past and would seek to continue on this matter. The government is committed to halting and reversing net forest loss and land degradation by 2030. Australia and European Union are both signatories to the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forests and Land Use, the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, and the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We have a well-established institutional framework to support the conservation and sustainable management of forests. However, we are concerned at the complexity and regulatory burden the European Union deforestation regulation will place on our agriculture exporters to a market that already has high costs of entry, a concern that is shared strongly by industry. As we have continued to do since coming into government, we will support and advocate for our agriculture sector when it comes to arbitrary measures imposed by trading partners. The Albanese Labor government has undertaken significant advocacy with the European Commission on the European Union deforestation regulation since forming government. These steps have included a submission on Australia's forest status provided to the European Commission on 30th of June 2023, supporting our advocacy for a low-risk country rating. On the 6th of May 2024, Senator Watt, in his former capacity as Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, wrote to the European Union Environment Commissioner calling for a delay of commencement beyond 30 December 2024 and outlining a range of issues with the European Union deforestation regulation, including a lack of clarity, slow development of European Union information technology systems, and insufficient preparedness among many member state competent authorities, all of which could potentially have an adverse impact on Australia's agriculture trade. A range of government officials' meetings and exchanges of correspondence with European Union counterparts to seek clarity on specific destinational issues to ensure that the European Union understands Australia's agriculture and forest management practices, including our net forest maps, to increase the accuracy of the European Union Global Forest Cover dataset. Although the European Commission confirmed they are preparing additional formal guidance for trading partners with respect to agricultural use, grazing intensity and frequency, set-aside land and plantation forest, among other topics Australia has raised with them directly. We are still waiting and our advocacy will continue. The government continues to engage with the European Union on the regulation to seek clarity and to support our agricultural industry's efforts to comply with the regulation. The Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry recently completed work to assess the implication for Australia's trade, which involved industry stakeholder engagement, in-depth trade analysis and ongoing engagement with the Union. Separately, we continue to work closely with like-minded countries to raise specific concerns about the European Union deforestation regulation, including with the WTO. We are supporting Australian-led industry initiatives to respond to the European regulation, including an AgTrace project led by the Food Agility Cooperative Research Centre. We call on the European Union to delay implementation of the European Union deforestation regulation until the uncertainties around its implementation are resolved.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Is a significant contributor to emissions and therefore climate change. So avoiding deforestation, of which Australia sadly is a world leader, is taking climate action. Now, I expected the LNP would bring on a motion like this because they've spent the last decade in government in this place doing whatever they could to undermine climate action, but I am surprised that the Labor Party would co-sign and join this motion. I'm not surprised about the timing. We had farmers here yesterday protesting, so the timing of this no doubt is designed to try and give the Labor Party some cover in relation to trying to keep farmers on side. Let me tell you a little bit about deforestation. The documents obtained by the Wilderness Society via Freedom of Information reveal that the government was seeking assurances from the EU in relation to its deforestation import regulation, and that Australia ought to be considered a low-risk
for deforestation because it claims Australia has a robust environmental law that supports the protection and sustainable use of our forests. Well, Australia's Environment Minister, Tanya Plibersek, has described the National Environment Law as broken and recognised that under these laws, deforestation is a significant problem. So which one is it? The law is currently going through a supposed reform, and no doubt this is something we are going to be acting on. As the good senator said from the government, the Australian government is also a signatory to a global Glasgow Leaders Declaration to halt and reverse deforestation by 2030. The quote from the Wilderness Society I really liked, and this is from Adele Chasson, corporate campaigner for the Wilderness Society. She said, "The government can't seem to keep its story straight on Australia's deforestation problem. The Australian government is telling the world it is a global leader on environmental issues, all while asking for delays and exemptions to the EU's flagship deforestation regulation. At the same time, they are undertaking a tumultuous environmental reform process to, at least in part, tackle a serious and admitted deforestation problem." Well, we now know that the laws around deforestation aren't going to come before this parliament. And I reckon we'll be bloody lucky if they come before the next parliament. Acting Deputy President, having been in this place for nearly 13 years, having seen how little attention and focus and priority is put on climate action. So let's call this out for what it is. This is an attempt on behalf of a vested interest, the beef industry, who want to have a low carbon footprint. The MLA and others have actually been ahead of the government in terms of their emissions reduction targets, and consumers want to buy zero carbon beef, as they do in the EU, and good on the EU for having strict regulations. And I hope they stick to it, and they force Australia to actually step up and do something about avoiding deforestation, tackling this issue, and maybe then we'll be the world leaders we claim to be in environmental and climate action.
Senator Wish-Wilson. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's not surprising the Greens stand up in here supporting the taking over of Australian sovereignty by ideological fellow travellers from overseas. I mean, the fact is that Australia should set the rules for Australian farmers as to how they operate and what is considered forest country in Australia. We should not have those rules imposed on us from outside by another party. I consider myself a strong free trader, and it was one of the reasons I thought very hard before speaking out against a prospective free trade deal with the EU, because quite frankly the EU has history in this space. They have a strong focus on trying to control the countries they do business with and how they operate. And quite frankly, this is not acceptable. This is not an acceptable way for an international player to operate, and it's not an acceptable way for an Australian government to take those approaches lightly. We should push back. We need to push back. We need to defend the rights of this place, this parliament, to make decisions for Australia, and we need to support great industries like the Australian beef industry, who do a lot in this area to manage the plains types environment that Senator Canavan talked about, open savanna type environments where there are a mixture of agricultural activity, trees, landscapes, and we have great Australian businesses operating in that sort of an environment. And we don't need rules and regulations being imposed on Australian beef producers by another foreign actor in this way. But as I say, this isn't the only space where the European Union particularly has sought to interfere in other countries. We've seen it in the use of some chemicals, chemical like glyphosate, which is extraordinarily important to the broadacre farming sector in Western Australia particularly, but right across Australia. Without chemicals like glyphosate, broadacre farming would be forced to either shut down or return to the old methods of tilling. The environmental damage that would be done if we were forced to abandon no-till approaches to agriculture would be just simply extraordinary. to the point where it probably would either be completely inefficient to do or would be extraordinarily destructive to do. The idea that we would accept the judgment of other countries who do have other imperatives driving this, as Senator Canavan said, the type and nature of forest cover in Europe, given their long history of intensive agricultural production, is very different to Australia, just as are their soil types and the kinds of agriculture they undertake. Much heavier soils than in Australia, where the use of chemicals such as glyphosate are less important to their farming systems on a relative basis than they are in Australia. So we have to be very careful when considering our relationships with other countries and other foreign organisations like the European Union, just to look at the incentives that are actually driving their decisions. They aren't always just about a positive environmental message. It's often there are underlying reasons why the settings they seek to put in place, the settings they seek to impose on other countries, actually give them a relative economic advantage. Now, I don't, that's their job. I don't think we should find anything particularly surprising in that. But when making decisions in this country, we have to make them in the best interests of this country. And that is why I'm very happy to support Senator Canavan in this urgency motion.
Senator Chacon.
Thanks a lot, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to speak on the urgency motion that's before us today, and proud to co-sponsor with Senator Canavan, someone who I know is a big supporter of the Australian beef producers and one that is very important for our economy. Like many in this place, I'm very passionate about advocating for Australian agriculture, and I celebrate the jobs that it creates, the very communities that it also supports around the country, particularly in regional parts of Australia, and the significant contribution that Australian agriculture makes to our economy nationally. And from the outset, I would like to particularly acknowledge the role of the beef industry in our ag sector. It's my view, and the view of many, thankfully, that our country's reputation as a high-quality, safe and sustainable producer of beef is something that all Australians should be very proud of. In fact, we're also clean and well respected around the world, having some of the best agricultural products, and we are renowned for what our farmers do to make sure that we can deliver that, not just for us to consume here domestically, but also to be able to export internationally. And that is why we are a global leader, and for very, very good reasons, as any person who enjoys a steak or a sausage on their barbecue would understand. According to the Meat and Livestock Australia, the total value of Australian beef and veal exports amounts to almost $11 billion, with the export trade accounting for approximately 70% of beef production in Australia. In fact, we are one of the largest beef exporting countries in the world, with only Brazil outpacing us for T-bones shipped. And you don't get to be that big without a commitment to reaching and maintain the highest standards of quality and safety. And you don't also get to stay that big without an equally strong commitment to sustainability and sound land management practices. And as the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Red Meat with my friend Senator MacDonald, who I know we constantly enjoy hosting these events here at Parliament House to promote the benefits of our cattle producers, of our red meat, our butchers, and the fine work that the many men and women in the industry do every single day to feed Australians right across the country, but also educating our parliamentary colleagues, particularly those on the crossbench who fail to understand the benefits that people in this industry actually deliver for many regional communities and communities in metropolitan parts of Melbourne. There are jobs part of the whole supply chain that always gets ignored and neglected by those on the crossbenchers. But it is important to also make the point that for us who constantly go out to regional parts of Australia, we see firsthand the commitment of these Australians who do the work every single day, as I and many others have in this place. And it is with pride that I must say that the demand for Australian beef is at a record high. And that indicators are that in the future it will only continue to grow. It will only continue to grow. And this is very, very good news for the thousands of jobs that it supports across regional and rural parts of Australia. In 21-22, for example, over 430,000 people were employed in Australia's meat and livestock industry. From the direct jobs of our many producers who wake up at the crack of dawn to the additional industries like transport, veterinary services, meat processing, the jobs it provides are critical. The commitment of the industry and the government to sustainability and constant improvement in livestock practices will play an important role in ensuring that we keep our status as a leader in beef production. But I am concerned at what the implementation of the European Union deforestation regulation would mean for our beef producers. I'm concerned about the complexity of the measures and the regulatory burden that it would create. And I know beef producers share this concern, as does the government. Like all governments should be, ours is committed to combating deforestation and reversing the net forest loss. Like the EU, we appreciate the importance of our forests and the sustainable agricultural practices. And this has been mentioned by the former Minister Murray Watt, speaking at Beef Week in Rockhampton, where he articulated the government's call on the EU to delay the implementation of the regulation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Last year, the European Union regulation on deforestation-free products entered into force. It seeks to control deforestation worldwide using a devious trick, requiring proof that products imported into the EU did not originate from recently deforested land or have contributed to forest degradation. Products like Australian cattle and wood, as well as derived products like leather, chocolate and furniture. It does seem inconsistent to One Nation that the two parties, Liberal and Labor, Liberal National Labor, who just voted through a bill to prevent illegally logged timber coming into Australia, now oppose a measure to stop the same material being exported from Australia to the EU. One Nation, on the other hand, opposes both measures. Trying to control deforestation through holding food and building materials hostage is a long way around the block. It introduces compliance costs, and it's impossible to confidently determine the status of products. It's easier to use satellite imaging to identify and take direct action against illegal logging. Using the European Union approach allows for politics to enter the equation. It allows greenmail. It allows tit-for-tat sanctions on spurious environmental ground. It gives life to bureaucracies that should not exist. For instance, define recently cleared land. In Australia, farmers will leave fields go fallow for several years, after which there is some vegetation growth, which is cleared to return the field to use. It's bad enough farmers have to put up with idiot greenies crying over junk vegetation being mulched to enrich the soil. Now we must put up with the European Union bureaucrats joining them. Seriously, our farmers won't be able to feed and clothe the world with the layers of stupid regulation being heaped on them. They're the best farmers in the world. They know what they're doing. I don't know how we can influence the European Union on this matter, yet One Nation is happy to support the motion. At some point, hunger might inspire an awakening of common sense across Europe and across the Liberals, Nationals, Labor to stop pushing climate fraud and to stop pushing net zero and the allies to climate fraud.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I also rise to support this urgency matter, and I thank Senator Canavan and Senator Ciccone for providing a bipartisan position of reason on this matter. Because, to be clear, this is not about environmental management or protection. This is not about diversity. This is not about habitat protection. This is nothing more than a cheap trade, a non-tariff barrier to trade. What this will do is ensure that Australian beef producers and, I'm concerned, other agricultural producers like blueberries, like cane farmers, will also bear the brunt of these EU deforestation regulations. We don't have a huge beef market into the EU. It is a very premium market. But what we do have is markets for things like cattle hides, markets that otherwise no longer exist because of the crazy rhetoric on pleather and other fake leather products into motor vehicles and others. But I digress. What I'm concerned about is that we are going to have a non-elected, non-Australian organisation directing Australia farmers or restricting Australian farmers from being able to export into this market, and worse, that these restrictions will be picked up by other countries. When we start seeing these same standards, which are unclear, undefined, creeping into other regions, into other trade markets. This is incredibly dangerous. We know that over the last 5 years, since 2019, we have seen 10,000 pages of legislation on this matter. That equates to about 15 pages a day that farmers are expected to manage. This is outrageous because food production, fibre production is the most important thing that we can do for humans. We eat 3 times a day, and the quality of food that we produce should be protected. Our farming expertise should be protected and encouraged. But this, as I've already said, is a non-tariff barrier to trade. It is going to restrict Australian farmers, and worse, we're not sure where it stops. This is an incredibly important precedent that has to be pulled up. I think that the lack of definition, the lack of Q&As provided, the lack of advice, means that we are trying to manage a regulation that is so unclear, so complex, and the regulatory burden is unreasonable to put on people who are doing just such important work. Now, I'm from Northern Australia. I also want to flag what this will mean to the development of Northern Australia, whether it be Cape York, right across the Northern Territory. This will stop any future development of agriculture, potentially mining. This is a shocking piece of regulation that we should hold out at every opportunity. But already we're seeing companies like Woolworths and banks adopt some of these allegedly science-based target initiatives, but I'm here to tell you that they are not. They are not about environmental management. They are a restriction that we should be very, very afraid of. And so I want to call out to Woolworths and any other retailers here in Australia, if you think that adopting these measures is going to be in the interests of Australian farmers or Australian consumers, you are wrong. You are wrong. You will restrict their ability to farm, and worse, the contagion may mean that we will see other regions, other trade areas for Australia also restricted. This is dangerous stuff. Food production, wars are fought over. Food security, food reliability, and particularly high standards like Australian produce is something that we should nurture, we should encourage, we should protect. But to have the EU have these deforestation regulations that are not about the environment, that are about trade, non-tariff barriers to trade, is dangerous. We should be very afraid of what this could do to both our beef industry and farmers more broadly, and I urge the government to hold out against it and ensure that our farmers are protected at all costs.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. I intend to now put the question, and the question is that the motion moved by Senators Canavan and Chacon be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 4 of today's order of business. Senator O'Neill.
I haven't got the order in front of me. Oh, here it is.
In the hands of the chamber, and I think we are now moving to Yes, Senator Shoebridge.
Could I just ask what matter we are on before we move?
To the consideration of documents listed on page 4, and there are
okay.
2.
Thank you.
I'll move now to tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Senator Cadell.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I present Scrutiny Digest 11 of 2024, the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, together with ministerial correspondence received by the committee, and I move that the Senate take note of this report, and I seek leave to continue my comments.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. I don't need to put that question, do I, Clerk?
Is leave granted?
Oh, I do. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Sorry, Deb. I present 2 government responses to committee reports as listed at item 18 on today's order of business. In accordance with the usual practice, I seek leave to have the documents incorporated in Hensa.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Cadell.
Documents and seek leave to continue our remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator O'Neill.
That's one standing, yeah.
Apologies, Senator I'm advised Senator Shoebridge
Getting work
out. Is going to address a government response. Is that right, Senator Shoebridge? You have the call.
It is. Thanks, Acting Deputy. I rise to take note to the government response to the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Bill 2023. We did ask for the usual courtesy of an early provision of the government's response to assist. We weren't afforded that courtesy, which, it's defence, so there's a love of secrecy. Bit odd in this case because it's now going to be made public by being tabled, but we did ask for the usual courtesy. We weren't granted the usual courtesy, and which I think speaks to the ongoing frustration many people have with the way defence treats Parliament and treats the kind of democratic oversight. It's part of a pattern of a sort of aggressive non-disclosure that comes from defence. The reason that this is a bill that was first presented in 2023, and it proposes to set up a standalone naval nuclear regulator. And the government, I think, thought that they could just wave it through because the impetus of AUKUS would somehow drive the Parliament to just wave this through without close scrutiny. The difficulties the government had was that the bill not only deals with an incredibly controversial matter of public interest, which is putting in place a regulatory regime to deal with nuclear-powered submarines, and brings into that the growing public disquiet and opposition to the AUKUS project. Last time I checked, the AUKUS project was not much more popular than the Labor Party. I think it had about 33% public support and falling. There was those matters of genuine public interest with the subject matter. But then when the bill was actually read by my office and by subject matter experts, it became clear that this was a dangerous and reckless proposal from the Albanese government. Dangerous and reckless in a number of ways. The first way in which it was dangerous and reckless was that it's proposing a standalone regulator for naval nuclear propulsion, and it proposes that that regulator report to the Defence Minister and be oversighted by the Defence Minister. And of course the Defence Minister is, at least notionally, the person in charge of the Australian Defence Force. And where you have both the operator and the regulator of a nuclear facility or facilities who are both responsible to the same minister, you have a shameful lack of independence. And one of the non-negotiable minimum standards under the International Atomic Energy Agency for nuclear regulation, and that's whether it's civilian or military, one of the non-negotiable key safety features that the International Atomic Energy Agency requires for a nuclear regulator is legal, structural and practical independence from the operator. It's a non-negotiable feature. And the United States, for its nuclear submarine project, addresses that by having both the Department of Energy and the Department of the Navy as co-regulators of their naval nuclear propulsion. The UK has a blended form of regulation with both civilian and military regulators, forming a combined regulator of the UK naval nuclear propulsion ecosystem. But Australia decided to reject both of those and come up with its own model, which literally has the regulator solely reporting to the Defence Minister, and indeed giving the Defence Minister the power to direct the regulator as well. A critical and an inherent and fundamental flaw in the legislation. The second issue that became apparent on a close reading of the legislation was that it was putting in place a regulatory system that was giving the Defence Minister, through regulation, the power to nominate anywhere in the country, whether it's public land or private land, defence land or not defence land, nominate anywhere in the country to be a high-level nuclear waste dump. And this is in circumstances where Australia has failed to get a low-level nuclear waste facility approved because of the intense opposition from First Nations traditional owners and from local communities. And the government attempts to just avoid all of that by just creating an absolute power in the Defence Minister to nominate anywhere in the country at any point without any process to be a high-level nuclear waste dump, to take the most toxic nuclear waste on the planet, which is high-level, highly radioactive material, including the reactor components and the spent nuclear fuel from highly enriched uranium that is in UK and US and potentially Australian nuclear subs. The community couldn't believe that the government was proposing to give that absolutely unrestrained power to the Defence Minister. They were appalled by it. And the third aspect, which really set, an irradiated cat amongst the pigeons, was the decision by whoever the genius drafters were for the bill, someone in defence no doubt, to actually permit the United States and the United Kingdom to dump their nuclear waste at any one of these nuclear waste facilities created by the stroke of a pen by the Defence Minister. And it actually said in black and white that one of these, future or current nuclear waste facilities, and the legislation creates automatically a nuclear waste facility just off Perth on Garden Island, and another nuclear waste facility just in Port Adelaide, 10 k's from the Adelaide CBD. So it's already creating those two nuclear waste facilities, and the legislation then said that it would be permissible to dump any nuclear waste from an AUKUS submarine in not only those two facilities, but any other facility in the country. And an AUKUS submarine is defined in the Act to be a UK sub, a US sub, or an Australian sub. And we know that the UK, for example, has a couple of dozen of rusting hulks of nuclear submarines, chock full of highly irradiated reactor parts, chock full of highly enriched uranium that they don't have a solution for. You can go on Google and look at them. The United States has a similar problem of rusting hulks of nuclear submarines tied up chock-a-block with high-level nuclear waste, and they're just looking for some sucker to take all their nuclear waste. And in walks the Albanese government and puts their hand up and says, we'll take all your high-level nuclear waste. Is there any wonder that the community was in revolt about this? And every hearing we went to, we heard the same. How could they possibly be doing this? How reckless. No independence in the regulator, no community consultation, and we're taking US and UK high-level nuclear waste. Who came up with this stuff? The answer is, it appears, Minister Miles and whatever his genius advisors in the Australian Submarine Agency. That's who came up with it. We now see that the government is moving to make some minor changes. And I'll say we welcome, from what we understand, these changes will be. Some form of community consultation, some form of slightly greater independence in terms of the senior positions in the new nuclear regulator. This wouldn't have happened without a widespread community campaign. But on the spent nuclear, on the high-level nuclear waste being from US and UK submarines, and I note that when we first raised this issue at the end of last year, we had the Defence Minister come out and say it was green scaremongering. He actually came out and got a sort of front-page headline in the Herald, the Sydney Morning Herald, saying it was green scaremongering. They now realise it's a significant issue, but they've moved an amendment that is grossly inadequate. It's still permitting high-level nuclear waste if it's contaminated reactor parts or coolant rods to be dumped in Australia. There'll be a lot more to be said on this when we read in detail the response and when we consider the amendments. Thank you. And I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Grogan.
I present the 220th report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the Delegated Legislation Monitor 10 of 2024 of the Standing Committee for Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation. I also table ministerial correspondence relating to Monitor 11 of 2023, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. This monitor reports on the committee's consideration of 122 legislative instruments registered between the 28th of June and the 22nd of July 2024. In this monitor, the committee has commented on 3 new instruments, including the Therapeutic Goods Legislation Amendment Vaping Reforms Regulations 2024. This instrument supports the vaping reforms introduced by the Therapeutic Goods and Other Legislation Amendment Vaping Reforms Act, which was recently passed by the Parliament. The instrument amends 2 sets of regulations to specify commercial quantities of vaping goods for the purposes of new offences and civil penalty provisions in the Act. The instrument also introduces conditions applying to existing exemptions in the regulations that allow sponsors to lawfully handle therapeutic vaping devices and goods where they were imported or manufactured before March 1, 2024. In this monitor, the committee has raised scrutiny concerns about the broad discretionary powers in the instrument. These powers also appear to be coercive in nature, as they require the production of documents and allow entry to premises. For example, a number of conditions introduced by the instrument require sponsors of vaping devices or goods to allow authorised officers to enter any premises at any reasonable time and enable such officers to make recordings on those premises. As broad discretionary coercive powers can seriously impact on an individual's rights and liberties, the committee expects these powers will not ordinarily be included in delegated legislation. Where an instrument does include coercive powers, the committee expects that the explanatory statement will explain why this is considered necessary and appropriate. Further, where instruments confer broad discretionary powers, the committee expects the explanatory statement to set out several matters, including the factors the decision-maker will consider in exercising the discretion, who will exercise the discretion, their qualifications or skills, how the public interest is served by including the powers in the instrument, and whether independent merits review is available for decisions and actions in connection with these powers. In this monitor, the committee is requesting the Minister for Health and Aged Care's advice about these matters, as they are not addressed in the instrument's explanatory statement. The committee is also raising privacy concerns about several conditions introduced by the instrument. Some of these conditions require sponsors of therapeutic goods and devices to produce documents to an authorised officer and allow them to make copies, enter premises or make recordings. However, The explanatory statement does not explain the nature and scope of the information that might be collected, used or disclosed, whether it may contain personal information or whether any safeguards are in place to protect personal information. Accordingly, the committee is requesting the Minister's advice on these matters. The committee has also commented on the Therapeutic Goods, Vaping Goods Possession and Supply Determination 2024, as amended by the Therapeutic Goods Act of 1989, including a number of offences and civil penalties for the importation, manufacture and commercial supply of therapeutic vaping goods. These instruments are made pursuant to that Act and set out vaping goods or classes that may be supplied or possessed in Australia, the persons or classes of persons that may possess or supply the goods, and the circumstances and conditions on the possession or supply. The committee is raising scrutiny concerns, as in doing so, the instruments create exemptions to offence provisions in primary legislation. The committee's long-standing view is that provisions which create exemptions to primary legislation or include significant elements of a regulatory scheme should ordinarily be included in the primary legislation instead of delegated legislation. However, where these provisions are nonetheless included in delegated legislation, the committee expects the explanatory statement to comprehensively justify the nature and scope of the exemptions and explain why it is appropriate to include them in delegated legislation. The committee is therefore requesting the Minister's advice as to why it's necessary and appropriate to include the exemptions in the instrument, as this is not detailed in the relevant explanatory statements. Similarly, the committee is concerned that these instruments also confer broad discretionary coercive powers, which enable the production, seizure and inspection of documents or information, and that many of the conditions in the instrument require the collection and disclosure of information which may contain personal information. The committee looks forward to engaging with the Minister on these matters and its other concerns as detailed in Delegated Legislation Monitor 10. The committee has also resolved to lodge protective notices of motion to disallow 3 instruments examined in this monitor. However, the committee wishes to emphasise that these notices, protective notices of motion, are being given to facilitate the committee's consideration of the instruments, and this is prior to the Minister having the opportunity to respond to the committee's comments. The timing of these protective notices of motion to disallow are a reflection of the significant number and the complexity of legislative instruments registered in June at the end of the financial year, and the time taken by the committee and its secretary to scrutinise the high volume of instruments. The notices, the protective notices to which I've just referred, will be lodged on the 17th and the 19th of September, the last day on which these notices can be lodged, to facilitate the maximum amount of additional time to engage with the Minister and resolve the committee's scrutiny concerns. The committee would also like to thank the agencies and ministers that have provided updates to the committee secretariat on the progress of implementing outstanding undertakings, in line with the committee's new practice. I'm pleased to advise the Chamber that the number of undertakings that have been outstanding for more than 90 days has decreased to 24 matters, and that 12 undertakings have been implemented since the 16th of August. I reiterate the committee's expectation that undertakings are implemented in a timely manner, and note that the committee will continue to closely monitor the implementation of outstanding undertakings. With these comments, I commend the committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor 10 of 2024 to the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. The question is that the motion moved by Senator O'Neill be agreed. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I'm moving now from committee reports and responses to ministerial statements. Are there any ministerial statements? The Minister.
I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning fire ant eradication and helicopter flight permits, and the Ill-Pay Trust.
Excellent. Thank you, Minister. I'm advised that there are no committee memberships, and I move now to messages from the House. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the National Health Amendment technical changes to averaging price disclosure threshold and other matters Bill 2024 for concurrence, and I call the Minister. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is, the motion as moved by the Minister. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard.
Sorry? Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
Question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024 and Family Law Amendment Bill 2024, and I call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is that the motion moved by the Minister be agreed. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024 and Family Law Amendment Bill 2024.
The Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to 18 November 2024. I call the Minister.
I move that the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
Question is that the motion moved by the Minister be agreed. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, Notice of Motion number 2, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, relating to a reference to the Economics References Committee.
Senator Rennick.
I move the motion, and I'm pleased to rise to speak to this motion today because tax reform is desperately needed in this country. Yesterday I addressed the issue of bureaucratic inefficiency, but we also need to change the way in which our taxation system works, because we currently have a system that punishes those people who are productive and rewards those who sit back on their wealth, and it can be lazy wealth and it's not earning an income. We also have a system in this country where for some reason we seem to want to tax domestic earnings much higher than offshore earnings. And that, of course, encourages retained earnings to be sent offshore, only to be replaced by foreign debt. And yet again, there's even a special provision in the Tax Act that allows foreign debt to be exempt, the interest that you pay on this foreign debt to actually be exempt from tax. And I became aware of that section of the Tax Act, and I've mentioned it many times before. Section 128F of the 1936 Act, the public offer test, was the moment I thought, I'm going to have to make a run for politics here, because there is no one else in this country who would actually be aware of what this Act is and why it's there and the impact it has on this country. So I'll start off on that slightly obscure but very important section, because that public offer test is not a public offer test at all. What it says is that if you offer a bond in the primary market to at least 10 participants, you don't have to pay withholding tax. And of course, anyone knows anything about the Treasury bond market knows that not anyone in the public can just walk up and issue a bond in the Treasury bond market. I think it was $500,000 In my time, it might be $1 million today. That's the minimum parcel. You need to issue a bond in the bond market, and the sort of people that pay withholding tax, of course, are foreigners. So I knew straight away from my Treasury experience that this was a section in the Tax Act that allowed foreign banks to avoid having to pay tax on the interest that we pay them offshore. And I thought to myself, I wonder how people who earn interest income in this country would feel knowing that foreign banks don't have to pay tax on the interest that we pay to them, but, you know, hard-working Australians, pensioners in particular, retirees who earn interest on their bank account, and many of them do want to earn interest on their bank account. They don't necessarily want to have their money in the stock market as they get older because they don't want to suddenly wake up one morning and find out the Dow Jones has collapsed and their equities are all, the value of their equities have rapidly diminished. So many older people don't want to take risks and do like to invest in fixed interest. Well, guess what? You've got to pay tax, but foreign banks don't. But I want to actually address many other issues in this, and I know I'm going to run out of time, but it's important that I do address it. And one of the other things that really grinds my gears in this country is the fact that people on low income who earn less than the cost of living have to pay income tax on that cost of living, have to pay income tax on that income. And all that does is actually drive these people further into poverty. Now, my view is if you get out of bed every day and put your nose to the grindstone, and I don't care, you know, whether you're earning 40 grand or 100 grand, that first 40 to 50 grand on your income should be tax-free. Because currently, if you, say, earn $50,000, you're paying about $10,000 tax and you're paying about $6,000 in superannuation, and you're just about to start paying HECS. So you're effectively losing $10,000, $16,000. So you're going from I'm earning $50,000 to take-home pay of $34,000. Now, it's highly likely that unless you're still living at home with your parents, and even then you'd probably struggle to live on $34,000, you are going to go back below the poverty line. So I think that we tax low earners at too high a rate in this country, and it needs to be reduced. And ideally it needs to be reduced to zero. And I think that we also need to call out Treasury for the way that they model these tax cuts, because they effectively don't assume secondary impacts. And that discriminates against income tax for low-income earners, because if you're a low-income earner, the money that you will earn, and if you did get a tax cut, say of $1,000, it's highly likely that most of that money will end up back in the Treasury within the next 12 months. So we need to look at why we tax low-income earners at 16, it's now 16 cents in the dollar, it was previously 19 cents in the dollar. And we need to ask ourselves that, those low-income earners are paying 16 cents in the dollar plus 2% Medicare plus 12% super, while you can have money in superannuation, uncapped, you can have millions of dollars in superannuation. You could be earning $150,000 in superannuation, and the most you're paying on your earnings is 15 cents. Now, I fail to see why someone earning less than $45,000 has to pay 18 cents, including Medicare, plus 12% super, while someone who's a multi-millionaire and have millions of dollars in super only pays 15 cents on their earnings, and if they hold, if it's a capital gain and they've held it for longer than a year, they only pay 10 cents. So yet again, we have this arbitrage between different trust structures or different corporate structures. So if you've got your money in a superannuation fund, which is effectively a trust, you're paying a lower rate of tax than someone who's actually earning, trying to get ahead and getting out of bed and trying to earn that through an active wage. And many of those low-income earners actually work very, very hard. They'll travel the furthest to work. They're doing the menial jobs like cleaning, cooking, working in aged care. These aren't easy jobs, and someone has to do it. So we really need to look at the way we go about taxing low-income earners. But the other thing we need to look at, there's a big hoo-ha at the moment over the fact that Treasury want to bring in a system whereby if you have more than $3 million in assets in superannuation, you're going to pay 30 cents in the dollar, and if you have less than $3 million in assets, you're going to pay 15 cents in the dollar. Now, it's really strange that superannuation, for some reason, taxes based on your balance and not on your income, because you could have $2.8 million in superannuation and earn a 5% return, so you could earn $140,000, and you could have $3,001 in super and earn 3%, so earn, say, $90,000 and pay a higher rate of tax on $90,000 because that particular year your rate of return on the asset was less than someone else's rate of return on the asset, and pay a higher tax rate than someone that actually earned more than you. And I often think it's been used to mask the significant superannuation tax concessions, which are just shy of $50 billion. And if you look at the tax expenditure statement, that $50 billion goes mainly to the upper 25%, nearly all of it goes to the upper 25%, while we still have the pension that costs $54 billion. And that tax expenditure statement has actually forecast that tax concessions for superannuation that mainly go to the upper 25% is going to very quickly exceed the cost of the pension itself. So this is another issue that we need to have a look at because it is completely what you call dysfunctional, and there is no symmetry in any of this, whereby we've got a flatter tax rate. Different people, depending on their income, they can have the same income and pay different amounts of tax. And that's completely dysfunctional. What we want is a system where we have a very simple tax system and everybody pays the same rate of tax based on the level of income they earn, regardless of whether or not it's in superannuation or not. It should just be all taxed at a flat rate on the same amount of money. And so I would actually think that we need to seriously look at taxing superannuation based on income levels. And I would suggest somewhere between $20,000 or $30,000, your first $20,000 to $30,000 in superannuation is tax-free. You can add that on top of your first $40,000 outside of superannuation, and there you go. You've still got a very generous tax-free income if you're retired, but after that you go back to your marginal rates rather than just have a flat 15% in superannuation. Now, the other thing we need to look at in this country is that we have an onshore tax rate of 30 cents, and that's before franking credits that I'll come to in a minute. And depending on the withholding tax treaty that you're dealing with, and depending on where that money's sent, that withholding tax rate on profits transferred offshore can be between 0 and 15 cents in the dollar if it's with one of our recognised trading partners. Now, that is basically encouraging any company to either set up a subsidiary offshore or to transfer their profits offshore. And that is ridiculous. And we saw it a few years ago with the iron ore companies. What they did is, obviously, if they kept their earnings here in Australia, they'd pay 30 cents. So they decided to set up a marketing hub in Singapore, whereby they could pay marketing fees to Singapore. What Singapore knows about marketing iron ore is beyond me. It's not like they've ever had any iron ore. But suddenly the BHP and Rio and Fortescue decided that they needed to set up a marketing hub in Singapore. And of course, that was nothing more than a tax dodge, and I'm glad to say that the tax office did get on to those iron ore companies about it and they've shut them down. But this sort of behaviour goes on all the time. We've seen it with Pfizer, for example. Their operating profit ratio is 7%, despite the fact that their worldwide operating profit was 40%. And of their $1.4 billion in sales, about $1 billion of it got transferred to Ireland. Why Ireland? Pfizer Ireland, who I doubt would actually have a manufacturing plant, why that money needed to go to Ireland is beyond me, other than the fact that Ireland has a company tax rate of 12%. So it's very simple logic. If you get a tax deduction here, you save 30 cents in a dollar, you send the money to a low-income tax jurisdiction and you pay 12 cents there. Now, many people will say, well, you can't have withholding tax on profits sent offshore because you'll have double taxation. That's not the way it works. What you actually got to look at is the cumulative rate of taxation. So if there's a withholding tax rate of 10 cents here in Australia on profits sent to Ireland, and Ireland has a company tax rate of 12 cents, the cumulative rate of taxation is 10 plus 12, 22 cents. It's less than 30 cents. So there's an 8 cent arbitrage there for the sake of paying a lawyer to set up a subsidiary, putting an office over there and effectively transferring profits offshore. And that sort of behaviour goes on quite a lot. And while I know the tax office does a very good job and tries very hard to crack down on it, they literally cannot keep up with the amount of international transactions going on. And that is why the very easy way to do all this and deal with this in a heartbeat is to effectively increase the rate of withholding tax on all profits sent offshore. There's more tax treaties than you could put a stick at, unfortunately, and I haven't been able to go through all of them, even though actually, after I finished my Masters of Tax Law, I actually went back and did another subject at the University of Sydney just to come up to speed with it. But this sort of stuff, you just can't keep up with it. Put a higher withholding tax rate offshore and lower the company tax here so that we encourage people and companies to retain their earnings here in Australia rather than shift the profits offshore. And you will find that, like anyone that understands the balance sheet, if you increase your retained earnings, you'll have a higher capital account and you'll need less debt. So it's actually one of these things that will help encourage reduce foreign debt in this country. But the other thing we need to look at is the amount of churning and the real company tax rate here in Australia, because imputation tax credits have had two iterations in this country. First was when Paul Keating introduced imputation tax credits, and the second time was when Peter Costello decided that he would refund tax credits. And of course what that did was create a massive churn in the economy, and I've worked on both sides of the ledger here. First of all, as a company tax accountant, where you'll pay company tax down to the ATO in Canberra, and then 6 months later the shareholders will lodge their tax return, and then the ATO will refund the company tax paid to Canberra back to the shareholder. And Australia is, I think, the only country, or one or two or three countries in the world, that refunds franking credits. It's a very inefficient system of churning money through Canberra. It requires companies to keep franking accounts and streaming accounts, and they've got to watch how they frank their dividends and everything like that. And then it creates a whole heap of work at the other side for the public accountants who have to go through and work out all the franking credits and all the rules around that. You're much better off just having one, and I think the states do this, I'm pretty sure the states do this, where you just have a rebate of 10 cents, and that way then you don't actually have to repay the money once it's been sent to Canberra. But we need to have a look at that, because our actually net company tax rate is now below 15 cents as a result of the balance in superannuation funds going from when Costello introduced the refund of franking credits of about 500 million, it's now 3.5 trillion, and it's forecast to hit 9 trillion by 2050, 2060. So eventually, we're just churning money through these superannuation funds only to repay it later on. Let's get rid of all of these, yet again, this arbitrage between these different legal structures in which taxable income is declared. But long story short, if we want to increase productivity in this country, we need to look at lowering taxes on active income. We need to look at lowering taxes on income earned here in Australia, and we need to look at actually retaining our earnings and encouraging productivity, which our current Tax Act does not do.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. In my first speech in 2016, and many times since, I've called for comprehensive tax reform. The tax system in Australia as it exists is our country's most destructive system. Not just exorbitant tax rates, and I'll give you some figures from the late 1990s, early 2000s. Research was done. Someone on the average income paid 68% of their income to government in the form of rates, levies, fees, charges, special levies. 68%. That means someone's working from Monday to mid-morning Thursday to pay the government. Since then, it's got much more complex and more absurd. And some of the data I'll give you is more recent. Some of the figures are indicative, not definitive. The ABS average income figure is $100,000. The median income figure is $67,000. Life is tough for people on the median. In 2015, Joe Hockey said, typical person in Australia pays 50% in tax. Work from January to June to pay the government, and then from July to December, we get to keep. But basically, as I said, people are working at least half the year, probably 68% of the year, for government. And then we think about the tax. Tax on a house, according to News Corporation article a few years ago, and according to recent figures, is 45 to 50% of the house price. Effective tax rate is 80 to 100%. Bread, international accountant, and auditor Derek Smith in Queensland says that, and bread, that 50% of the price of bread is tax, which is an effective tax rate of 100%. Petrol, excise and tax varies. At 70%, the effective tax rate is 230%. So a worker on the average income on payday gives 21% of his or her gross income to the government. With what's left, that's 79%, the next day wakes in her house, pays after-tax money 80 to 100% to have that house, makes some sandwiches because food is too expensive to be prepared in wherever she works, so that is a tax of 100%. And fuel tax, she fills up on the petrol station on the way to work, and that costs her 230% tax. And then we have GST. GST can be levied on bills, including stamp duty, so we got a tax on a tax. So there are two aspects. Actually, there are three aspects. There's the total tax paid. There's the second point is how is it levied? The third point, is it enforced fairly? Ultimately, the people pay a tax in higher prices. So it doesn't matter if a company is being taxed, if another entity is being taxed, they pass it on to the customers. Cost of living, inflation, over-regulation, and many other factors make sure that today's system of government impositions, government cost recovery, is highly regressive. Look at the carbon dioxide tax and offsets, a UN tax driven by the UN, introduced by the Liberal Nationals in 2015 under Greg Hunt and Malcolm Turnbull, and now ramped up under this government with Chris Bowen and Anthony Albanese. So what we've got is a highly regressive imposition of taxation and other charges by the government. So the Australian Bureau of Statistics, as I said, shows that the median income is $67,000. So people on that median income are doing it extremely tough because of government and the mishmash that's evolved in the taxation system. So that takes care of terms of reference A and B in Senator Rennick's motion. I agree with. In fact, I agree with all of them. I agree with his whole motion, and I thank him for his motion. As I've said, I've raised the need for comprehensive tax reform many times, so I support this motion. And then we see the core, the bedrock, one of the bedrocks of our federal system and constitution, competitive federalism. That is being converted under the current tax system to competitive welfareism, destroying productivity in this country. The way competitive federalism should work is that it promotes competition between the states, not cutthroat competition, just competition for efficiency. So, as I said yesterday, Joe Bjelke-Petersen, as Premier of Queensland, abolished death duties in Queensland, and people moved to Queensland to retire, which developed the Gold Coast. And the other states then saw that their people were leaving, so they abolished death duties too. Now we've got Labor, and the Greens, I think, wanting to put in place a central death duty, estate duty, centrally imposed, no competition, no accountability. So when you have a marketplace in governance, because the states can operate on according to their needs and the best needs for their best suited for their constituents, then you have competitive federalism, you have a marketplace in governance, and that is priceless. One of the reasons we've got such low accountability in state and federal parliament is that it's too easy for state to blame the feds and the feds to blame the states, as I said yesterday. So the GST undoes competitive welfareism, competitive federalism, and replaces it with competitive welfareism. It's an encouragement for states, a reward for states like Tasmania and South Australia to be inefficient and not use their resources and instead bludge off Western Australia. I mentioned yesterday that systems drive behaviour, and behaviour shapes attitude. And the combination of behaviour and attitudes, along with values and leadership and symbols, determine the culture, which is the most important determinant of productivity, security, accountability. Energy prices, as I said, are a huge regressive tax on the poor. Massive record immigration is a huge regressive tax on housing, especially on the poor. So what I'd urge you to think about is, as I list some of these in some of these examples, and as Senator Rennick, some of his examples, I'd urge you to think about the impact on our culture in this country. As I said, the tax system is Australia's most destructive system. What behaviours does it drive? We've got the best and brightest accountants and lawyers in this country fighting the government, not helping our producers to fight the Koreans, fight our competitors overseas, the Japanese, the Chinese, all of our competitors, the Americans. We've got a tax system now that's grown up like Topsy. It's a mishmash of dishonest promises to various vested interests for favours. What behaviours does that drive? Is that productive? It's certainly not productive. Inefficient or suboptimal allocation of capital, allocation of resources, inefficient or suboptimal decisions, and a waste of resources, inefficient allocation to minimise tax rather than to maximise wealth and value. And then we have the ATO in the position where it can level complaints against people, against businesses, small businesses particularly, because they don't have the lawyers to back them up. And then, in addition to prosecuting those cases, adjudicate on those cases. How can that be justice? It's not justice. And it leads to corruption. And we've seen that in the Australian Taxation Office just a few years ago. And the complexity of various structures that Senator Rennick mentioned, he's got far more experience in that than I have. They're unfair to people who can't set up structures. Senator Rennick discussed some of the modern structures and the technologies that have come up. And that increases the need for, or the appeal for workarounds. And then we've got something that Senator Hanson has talked about for many years. Since 1996, multinationals basically pay no or little company tax. They use our resources for free. We've got the world's biggest freeloader, the biggest tax avoider in the world, Chevron, taking our gas and sending it overseas, using our infrastructure, using our security forces, using our education system, and not paying much at all for the gas. We've got 90%, this is the figures that I got from Jim Kalali, the former, see if I can remember his title, Deputy Commissioner of Taxation in charge of multinational matters and large companies, international matters and large companies. He retired, I think, in 2015 or 2016. I've met him. He said in the 90s and in 2010, I believe, 90%, and it's quoted in the newspapers, 90% of Australia's large companies are foreign-owned and since 1953 have paid little or no company tax. Who's paying that share of tax? Men and women, working families. Since 1953, we've had 1953 double taxation legislation enacted by the Menzies Liberals. We've had foreign companies paying little or no company tax. And then in the 1980s, we had Labor with the Petroleum Rent Resources Tax, making sure that large companies such as Chevron pay little or no tax from exporting our gas from the North West Shelf. Then we've got transfer pricing rorts and so many other rorts, which Senator Rennick went into. So we've got the terms of reference C and D are definitely worth keeping. And the tax reform, while it's necessary and arguably one of the most important things in this country, is difficult because the Uni Party, the Liberal and Labor, seize new ideas and seize on new ideas and then basically tell lies, misrepresent, to destroy a tax system. Paul Keating, as Treasurer to Bob Hawke, introduced the concept of the GST, and later, when John Hewson raised it as opposition leader, who smashed it? Paul Keating smashed it. He destroyed the GST concept, even though he came so close to putting it over the line in Australia. When Pauline Hanson, she wasn't a senator then, when she got hold of the transaction tax, it was also sent to Costello by the originators of that taxation system, that taxation proposal, and Peter Costello was asked, as Treasurer, and a good Treasurer, was asked about it, and he said, sounds like a good system, we must have a look at it. Then Senator Hanson introduced it to the public, and he used it to destroy her, to try to destroy her. And look at my motion for stopping bracket creep, motion on a Labor bill. Labor stood right up there and said it supports work to remove bracket creep, indexing of bracket creep, but voted against it. The LNP, Liberal Nationals, similar. They stood up, Senator Hume, I think it was, stood up and said, we support removal of bracket creep, the stealth tax, the hidden tax, the deceit tax. But they voted against the indexation of bracket creep. And barely a few weeks later, Senator Sharma, in his first speech, said that one of his goals was to get rid of bracket creep. Well, pile on, but just a few weeks earlier, he voted against removing bracket creep. And as Senator Rennick has already mentioned, the tax system has been wangled and mismanaged to protect special interest groups feeding off tax loopholes. In terms of reference, E, F, G and H, all necessary. Now, tax is the cost of government. That's necessary. But it's now got to the point where tax in this country of ours is the cost of excess government interference and excess waste, well, all waste. The cost of poor governance, and it's the poor who pay regressively for it. I support Senator Rennick's motion, a step to exposing harm and inefficiencies of the tax system. I think the first way, because of the complexities of the tax system and because of the politics around it, I think the first thing to do is to get an agreement to understand that the tax system is so destructive and so inefficient. And I think that Senator Rennick's motion is a commendable first step to exposing the inefficiencies and the unfairness in the tax system. Once there's an agreement on the inefficiencies, then we need to develop principles, not a system, principles. For example, simplicity, efficiency. The tax system actually collects more than the cost of implementing that tax. Fairness, objectivity, the fact that it's inescapable. So we don't have multinational companies coming here, stealing our resources and assets and using our infrastructure and people and skipping the country without paying their fair share. So we develop principles and get agreement on them. And then once that's done, the specific system falls out. So I see Senator Rennick's motion as leading to an important first step in identifying the problems and some of the solutions. And then ultimately take the next step, comprehensive tax reform, define the ultimate system and then the transition, the baby steps to getting there. So I support Senator Rennick's motion.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. There have been no further contributions. I put the question. Are you seeking the call, Senator Rennick? Yep. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. Okay. We now move to the next order of business, which is business of the Senate number 3. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate notice of motion number 3, standing in the name of the leader of Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party, Senator Hanson and Senator Roberts, concerning a reference to Environment and Communications References Committee.
Okay, Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. I move the motion. Scams within scams within scams. Scams costing taxpayers untold billions of dollars every year as wind turbines and solar panels spread across regional Australia like a malignant cancer. Scams driving poverty across the nation as Australian households struggle with record electricity bills. Scams driving Australian small businesses into the ground as they struggle with reduced revenue from the cost of living crisis and their own record energy costs. Scams involving guaranteed taxpayer returns to union-controlled industry superannuation, funds for investing in uneconomic technologies ending up in Labor and Greens election coffers. Scams that leave energy-rich Australia facing serious energy shortages when economic productivity is already in sharp decline. A scam built on the fantasy that Australia can stop global warming all by itself while major carbon dioxide emitters like China rapidly increase their emissions. And of course, the ultimate scam itself, that the world is doomed unless human beings stop emitting carbon dioxide altogether. These scams are a direct threat to Australia's future. These scams are a direct threat to jobs, farmers, miners, industry, manufacturing and innovation and regional communities. What is truly perverse is the threat these scams pose to Australia's natural environment and wildlife. Climate change extremists, like the Greens, Labor and the Teals, would have us destroy the environment in order to save it. They would have us clear huge areas of native vegetation and rainforest to plant vast forests of ugly, toxic wind turbines that end up in landfill less than 20 years later. And I will add, they use more energy to make and erect than they will ever produce. They would have us rape the earth with child labour to get the vital ingredients for their fire-prone car batteries. They would have us cover prime agricultural land with toxic solar panels that contaminate soil, wind turbines that harm wildlife, and thousands of miles of transmission lines. They don't care because they don't have to see it from their cosy inner city sanctums. That price is paid by regional and rural communities and by our farmers. Perhaps if we planted a few of those 300-metre wind turbines around Sydney Harbour or on the banks of the Yarra or the Brisbane rivers, they might understand. But I doubt it, because they're all hooked on the money generated by the scam. They have net zero empathy for the Australian people as they burn down our nation's future, prosperity and growth. One of the many scams in this place is the concept we call carbon offsets. This is the idea that carbon dioxide emissions can be offset by buying carbon credits generated by carbon dioxide sinks, mostly located overseas. In other words, it absolves emitters of the reduction effort by handballing it to someone else. It's absolutely critical to the net zero emissions fantasy because there is no human being and no human civilisation that can exist without emitting some amount of carbon dioxide. It's absolutely critical to Labor's promises to reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 43% by 2030. 20 years ago, carbon credits were all the rage among the big Australian corporations keen to put their environmental and progressive credentials on display. Today, however, it's a very different story. There are very serious concerns about whether carbon credits do anything to reduce real emissions. Big corporations like Fortescue, Telstra, Woolworths and BHP, which used to be big fans, and I say big fans of carbon credits, have now abandoned them. In its latest annual report, Fortescue said the company would, I quote, no longer buy voluntary carbon offsets unless required by law, as offsets have been shown to be troubled by extensive concerns about quality, lack of additionality, and an inability to deliver real reductions in emissions. In June this year, Telstra announced it would also stop using offsets. Until then, the company was the single biggest participant in the Labor's government climate active carbon neutral labelling program. Even the extremist Greens think they're bogus, enabling the companies to claim they're carbon neutral when these claims are built on dodgy offsets. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, but the evidence backs them up. Last year, a joint media investigation found that 90% of rainforest carbon offsets approved by Vera, the world's leading certifier of voluntary offsets, did not represent genuine carbon reductions. Also in 2023, a systemic review of more than 2,000 offset projects found that 88% of the total credit volume across renewables, cook stoves, forestry and chemical processes did not constitute real emissions reductions. Again, in 2023, the Australian National University conducted an analysis which found more than 24 million Australian carbon credit units worth more than $760 million had led to minimal, if any, carbon sequestration. There are dozens more such revelations, but you get the idea. Despite all this evidence, Labor continues to push a flawed scheme based on these bogus carbon offsets. These have to be bought by the corporations and the energy companies, with the costs always passed on to the Australian consumers. Energy bills have never been higher in Australia than they are today, and are a major component of Labor's cost of living crisis. We are paying through the nose so that Labor can pretend it's taking climate change action. We are in fact in a per capita recession. Labor is all talk and definitely no substance. They're all power with no responsibility. It's desperate Labor virtue signalling in a vain attempt to stop votes leaking to the Greens. As our energy costs soar, Australians are wondering what happened to Labor's promise to lower their power bills. The real tragedy is that all of this pain inflicted on the Australian people is completely and utterly fertile. Even if we reduced our emissions to absolutely zero overnight, the reductions would be quickly overtaken by increased emissions in other countries such as China, India and Russia. This inquiry isn't just about scrutinising Labor's policies. It's about standing up for the Australian families, workers, farmers and businesses carrying the burden of the scam. It's about holding this worthless, lying government accountable over expensive illusions of taking action on climate change. And it's also trying to hold them accountable to the high immigration levels that have come into this country, because every person you bring into this country, their emissions are about 32,000 tonnes a year. So if you're really interested in reducing emissions in this country, why have you brought in 1.5 million people that is adding to our carbon emissions? Clearly you're not terribly worried about this country and its high emissions rate. You couldn't possibly be with bringing in that number of people. It just doesn't make sense to me or a lot of other Australians. And it has been a scam. The whole thing is a scam. All this money that's pouring into it, even, by Australian, this all sounds good, Australian-made program, but all it is keeping your scam going about the carbon emissions and about the climate change. BS that, and another fact that was brought to me this afternoon in a poll that was done a couple of years ago, it was about 11% of Australians, and prior to that was 16% of Australians who agreed in climate change. After all the cost of living crisis that's going on at the moment, people can't afford the mortgages, losing the house, can't pay the pill bills. That 11% now has gone down to 4% in this polling that they did. So it tells you you're losing the Australian people. They're starting to wake up about the scams that are going on, and they don't like it. They don't believe this rubbish, that the world's coming to an end, that if we don't address our carbon emissions, well, then the whole world's going to come to an absolute grinding halt. Your action speaks the loudest, and what you're doing to our nation is you're destroying the prosperity, you're destroying our standard of living, you're adding cost to it so that future generations are going to have a huge debt to actually pay off. For what? At the end of the day, for what? You are so, what can I say, hypocritical when you talk about carbon emissions, and these big companies have to offset their carbon emissions, which is destroying industries and manufacturing, and yet you actually do business with China with their emissions over 30%. So you continue to buy their solar panels, the wind turbines, everything else they're manufacturing, and therefore you're not questioning that. What a bunch of hypocrites you are. If you are true to your sense of duty that you are really dead set about, and you think the world's coming to an end and you've got to clean up the planet, then you wouldn't buy or allow the trade that goes on between you and China. But you won't do anything because you kowtow to them, because you have no interest in standing up to China. What's happening? Because we've become so reliant on China and what we buy from them, we can't do anything. So you buy in Australia instead of actually going to the heart of it and setting up real industries here that will create jobs and will actually will be able to provide to ourselves our needs and wants that we need in Australia, you're doing absolutely nothing. As I keep saying all the time, and I'll say it, you are the worst government in my 28 years I have been around this place in Parliament when first elected and 28 years ago, the worst government I have ever seen. And your performance in this place, on your policies you brought in, how the destruction to this country that is not going to go beyond your time and into the future, and the sooner you lot are gone, the better for all of us.
Senator Hanson. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Carbon dioxide credits are a scam, an absolute fraud. And the Greens agree on this with One Nation. Yes, you heard that correctly. Difficult to believe. So Australians may wonder, what do we agree on? Granted, the Greens and One Nation have come to the same conclusions for very different reasons. Nonetheless, we share the conclusion that carbon dioxide credits are a scam, rife with opportunities for fraud. The Clean Energy Regulator has issued 140 million carbon dioxide credits. At the current spot price of $35 each, this represents a racket potentially worth $4.9 billion. That's expected to grow by 20 million credits, or $700 million, this year alone, to make it 5.6. And the Greens and One Nation aren't the only ones to criticise Australian carbon dioxide credit units, or ACUs. In 2022, the environmental law expert at the Australian National University, Professor Andrew McIntosh, and his colleagues published a series of papers absolutely tearing apart the ACU carbon dioxide credit system. Now keep in mind, this is a $5.5 billion market that's being fabricated, in part to give the UN income ultimately. As usual, they enlist parasites who benefit while pushing UN policy for them. For example, the major banks, Rothschilds Australia, Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, had on their advisory boards in this country at the time the CSIRO Chief Executive, Dr. Megan Clark, on their advisory boards. Conflict of interest? Back to the study of ACU carbon dioxide credits. They said, quote, the study under Professor Andrew McIntosh, they said, quote, the available data suggests 70 to 80% of carbon credits issued to projects are devoid of integrity. 70 to 80%. 20 to 30 may have some integrity. Remember, this is that's the end of the quote. Remember, this is a $5.5 billion market. Here's another quote. What is occurring is a fraud on the environment. A fraud on the environment, I say to the Greens. And what Dr. McAllister said, Dr. McIntosh, sorry. What is occurring is a fraud on the environment, a fraud on taxpayers, Australian taxpayers, and a fraud on unwitting private buyers of ACUs. End of quote. In response to these revelations, the government commissioned what they called the Chubb Review. The government should have just been honest and called it what it really was, a whitewash, a distortion, misinformation. Actually, it's disinformation, the Chubb Review. In the past, when Professor Chubb has been requested for empirical scientific data within a logical scientific point, backing up claims of climate change due to human carbon dioxide, he failed to produce it repeatedly. He has never produced it, yet he's often advocated for it. He's part of the climate fraud industry and has received a lot of money to push climate fraud, being heavily rewarded by both Liberal Nationals and Labor Party governments. The Chubb Review, in this case, addressed nothing of substance, provided no evidence for its claims that problems had been fixed, yet the government held the report up as proof everything's fine. Everything's fine. As Professor McIntosh and his colleagues outlined in a response to the Chubb Review, the Chubb Review spent less than 6 pages discussing the ACU rules. $5.5 billion. They say, quote, the Chubb report does not contain references to the evidence relied upon to reach its conclusions. I'll say that again. The Chubb report does not contain references to the evidence relied upon to reach its conclusions and includes very little analysis to support its findings. Importantly, the panel does not address key questions around the integrity of the scheme's rules. What use was that? Fraud on the environment, a fraud on taxpayers, and a fraud on unwitting buyers of ACCUs. Another quote, bewilderingly, I don't find it bewildering, it's straightforward, I've been watching this scam unfold for years. Bewilderingly, in its assessment of the methods, the panel does not refer to the findings of a review it commissioned from the Australian Academy of Science that, quote, found numerous flaws in the methods and the associated governance process. Numerous flaws in the methods and the associated governance process. So typical of this government, so typical of Liberal, Nationals and Labor pushing the climate fraud. Another quote, the Chubb Review acknowledged the scientific evidence criticising the carbon dioxide credit scheme, but says it was also provided with evidence to the contrary, yet it did not disclose what that evidence was or what it relates to. But the public is simply expected to trust that the evidence exists. Maybe the dog ate its breakfast, ate the evidence for breakfast. The end of quote. This is what the government says is assurance and integrity for taxpayer money. While the Greens, Professor McIntosh and I may agree on the integrity issues with carbon dioxide credits, here's where I leave them behind. There is no reason to reduce our output of carbon dioxide or trade credits for it. Carbon dioxide credits can never have integrity because they are a scam designed to transfer wealth from the pockets of Australians, everyday Australians and their families, and small businesses, to the bank accounts of billionaire net zero scam artists and parasitic multinationals sucking on the financial payout from climate fraud and associated financial scams. Note some of these points, and I won't go into them in detail. The government that introduced the renewable energy target, scam, the national electricity market, that is really a national electricity racket. It's not a market, it's a bureaucratic controlled entity, stole farmers' property rights across the country so that they could comply with the UN's Kyoto Protocol, put in place the first policy, not legislation, but the first policy advocating for a carbon dioxide tax. It wasn't Julia Gillard, it was the Howard government that did all these things. The Howard government laid the foundation for all of this and went around our constitution to steal farmers' property rights around the country. And then, 6 years after being booted from office, after the Liberal Nationals told us in the Howard government that it's all based on science, John Howard said in London at a major lecture from a skeptic think tank, said that on the topic of climate science, he was agnostic. He didn't have the science. He didn't have the science. And now our electricity sector is being crippled because of the renewable energy target, the national electricity market, and an alphabet soup of bureaucratic agencies. There has never been, there never is, any empirical scientific data and logical scientific points that human carbon dioxide is warming the planet. Not from CSIRO, I've done freedom of information requests, held them accountable in the Senate. Not from their publications, never. Not from the Bureau of Meteorology, same deal. Not from the United Nations, same deal. There's also no policy basis. There is no documented effect per unit of human carbon dioxide on climate factors such as air temperature, rainfall, heat waves, drought, severity, frequency, storm, severity, frequency, duration. None at all. There is no basis for this policy on which the carbon dioxide credits are based. There's been no cost-benefit analysis. There's been no business case. Ross Garnaut, who produced a report for the Rudd-Gillard government, in his report on the science, said there basically is no science. He's going on the consensus. Yet he's parasitically sucking on solar and wind subsidies, driving up electricity prices and putting Australians into poverty. And remember, the extra money that goes to electricity, the extra costs of electricity in this country is a highly regressive tax on the poor in our country. In 2009 and 2020, we had a global experiment twice.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I'm just looking around the chamber, and I'm calling the Minister.
Sorry, thank you, Acting Deputy President. I did have a short contribution to make on this, if that's okay. The government will not be supporting this motion. This motion is a political stunt by a party that rejects the science of climate change and seeks to undermine action by businesses getting on with acting to cut pollution and store carbon in our landscape. The reforms to the safeguard mechanism, passed with the support of the Australian Greens and most of the Senate crossbench, have been welcomed by the business community, including the Business Council of Australia and the Australian Industry Group. These reforms provide the policy certainty for companies to invest to decarbonise their facilities. When our reforms passed on the 30th of March, the Business Council of Australia stated, "This is critical progress towards securing a transition that delivers new jobs and new opportunities. After more than a decade of uncertainty and equivocation, employers now have certainty about our emissions targets and how we're going to get there." The Australian Industry Group also made clear on 30 March that, quote, "The legislation delivers a measure of much-needed certainty that Australia is serious about both its emissions goals and the centrality of competitive industry to achieving them." On the 31st of January 2023, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry urged those opposite to do the right thing for Australia's future and pass the bill, saying that business, quote, has been very clear in its support for reforms to the safeguard mechanism. This is the best way to secure the planning, investment and innovation that will underpin the decarbonisation of our economy without sacrificing reliability or affordability. They also said that, quote, past failure to deal with this reality has crimped certainty for industry and investors and left our energy sector in disarray. Australian businesses and households are now paying the price. On the 3rd of April 2023, Orica made clear, quote, Orica strongly supports the government's reforms and strengthening of the safeguard mechanism, and we commend the government's consultative approach and commitment to making this scheme work. 82% of safeguard facilities, representing around 90% of covered emissions, are already covered by corporate net zero commitments because business knows that reducing emissions is essential to their long-term competitiveness in a global net zero economy. And I might just add, only today I met with senior representatives of Rio Tinto, one of Queensland's major employers. I'm not sure whether Senator Hanson or Senator Roberts have ever bothered to go to Boyne Smelters in Gladstone, and Rio Tinto are investing heavily in partnership with the Queensland Government in renewable and other sources of power for their plant, which employ over 1,000 blue-collar workers in Gladstone, because Rio Tinto understand that their ongoing competitiveness, the ongoing future of those jobs in Gladstone and the thousands of jobs in manufacturing outfits that supply Boyne Smelter, along with other heavy industry in Gladstone, rely on making this transition towards cheaper, cleaner power. Rio Tinto are doing this because they understand that if they want to be able to sell their product in the future across the world, they have to move towards renewable, cheaper and cleaner power. We know that One Nation and unfortunately elements of the LNP in Queensland want to put their heads in the sand and pretend that this is not happening, that this is what companies need to do now to make sure that we have those jobs in heavy industry into the future. The reforms that the Labor government has introduced will progressively lower baseline on a trajectory consistent with our legislated targets, delivering more than 200 million tonnes of abatement to 2030. The use of Australian carbon credit units has always been central to the safeguard mechanism since it was legislated by the previous government in 2014. Let's not forget that on the 25th of November 2015, the previous government's Environment Minister Greg Hunt boasted that the safeguard mechanism would generate approximately 200 million tonnes of emissions reduction by 2030, and that was towards the weak 2030 targets that the former government had at the time, a target that has now been abandoned by the Leader of the Opposition. The ACCU scheme has already been subject to multiple reviews and has been found to be sound. In 2022, the independent Chubb review found the ACCU scheme settings were sound and set out some sensible improvements that should be made. We are getting on with it and have already acted to implement the review recommendations. The Climate Change Authority's review of the scheme, which reported last December, has also found the scheme is well designed with robust governance, compliance and enforcement structures. On the 30th of April, the Australian National Audit Office released their performance report of the ACCU scheme. They found the scheme administration and development of methods was effective and was being effectively enforced by the Clean Energy Regulator. The Clean Energy Regulator has increased the transparency of HIR projects and established extra review and audit processes to implement Recommendation 8. In May 2023, implementing the ministerial direction, the Clean Energy Regulator expanded its compliance audit program to include independent audits for regeneration and forest cover attainment checks, known as gateway checks, of all HIR projects. In June 2023, the Clean Energy Regulator published HIR project carbon estimation areas. In the second half of 2023, the Clean Energy Regulator engaged Associate Professor Chris Brack, a forestry services expert from the Australian National University, to independently review HIR projects, passing their first 5-yearly regeneration check. Associate Professor Brack's first report, published on the 15th of December 2023, found that HIR projects are demonstrating regeneration and proponents are implementing the project activities. He also found that the independent audit reports and clean energy regulated reviews of HIR projects provide strong assurance that projects are meeting the methods requirements. A second report was published on the 30th of September. Associate Professor Brack found that the independent audit reports and the clean energy regulators' assessments continue to provide strong assurance that projects are being managed properly. The Albanese government has also been consulting on the Climate Active program and looking at ways to drive more effective voluntary climate action and provide consumers with greater confidence about businesses' climate credentials. The program is not related to our safeguard reforms and is not one of the key levers used by the government to meet its legislated emissions reduction targets. The Albanese government has put in place a comprehensive suite of climate and energy programs to encourage businesses and organisations to act on climate change and prioritise emissions reductions. And of course, we are partly doing that because of the environmental need to act on climate change, but we're also, as I say, doing this because we understand that so many thousands of jobs across Australia, particularly in the resources sector, heavy industry and other blue-collar occupations, rely on us making this energy transition as quickly and efficiently as possible. We know there are some in the Australian Parliament, including One Nation and sadly, including in many in the LNP, who continue to believe that we can ignore climate change, that we can continue, in some cases they just don't believe that climate change is even happening, but there are many in this chamber, fortunately not in the Labor Party, but in other parties, who think that we can ignore the reality of climate change, who think that the rest of the world can move ahead making this adjustment and we don't need to worry about it. The only thing that will happen as a result of that is that thousands of blue-collar workers in places like Gladstone will lose their jobs, and it's not environmental activists who are making this point. It's companies like Rio Tinto, and Senator Hanson can keep yelling at me if she wants to. I bet she's never set foot in Boyne Smelter. I bet she's never set foot in any of the alumina refineries. Well, people like I have, because we've talked to the workers, we've talked to the companies. They understand that we need to make this change because they want to have a job, not just next year, but in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. And the way to do that is by making sure that we accept the reality of climate change, we make the investments that are necessary to keep those jobs and ensure that they are supplied by cheaper, cleaner power. We're not going to be distracted by the climate deniers who sit in parties like One Nation and the LNP. We're about protecting those jobs and protecting the environment.
If there are no other speakers, the question before the chair is the motion moved by Senators Hanson and Roberts. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Believe the ayes have it. Yes. The noes have it. Because a division is required, but because it is past 6:30 p.m, it will be deferred until tomorrow. So therefore, the Senate will move on to the next item of business. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 4, standing in the names of Senators Shoebridge and Cox, concerning a reference to Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. On behalf of Senators Cox and myself, I move the motion. To be clear, this motion is seeking to refer to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee, an inquiry with a requirement to report by the 26th of November of this year into Australia's youth justice and incarceration system, and with particular reference to the outcomes and impacts of youth incarceration in jurisdictions across Australia, the over-incarceration of First Nations children, the degree of compliance and non-compliance by state, territory and federal prison and detention centres with the human rights of children and young people in detention, the Commonwealth's international obligations in regards to youth justice, including the rights of the child, freedom from torture and civil rights, the benefits and need for enforceable national minimum standards for youth justice consistent with our international obligations, and any related matters. Acting Deputy, we have seen so many instances of states and territories permitting their criminal justice system to imprison First Nations youth in particular at rates that are shameful. But we've also seen instances of systemic abuse across this entire country. There was a Royal Commission recently into the Tasmanian treatment of young people more broadly, child sexual abuse. Its findings in relation to Tasmania's sole child detention system were so appalling, showing such systemic abuse of young people in that prison. Physical abuse, sexual abuse, violence. It is unimaginable that that institution continues, yet it does. To just give you one indication of the horrific nature of that child jail in Tasmania, the evidence was that young girls, when they were being admitted into that detention centre, the evidence was that they were, if they had reached puberty, being automatically put on the pill because the system knew that they would end up being sexually assaulted in the place. That facility continues. There has been only one criminal prosecution brought in relation to the systemic abuse that was identified in that institution in Tasmania, and that prosecution was brought against a corrections officer who took his life. No active prosecutions, despite the appalling nature of the evidence, and that institution continues. We could go across the country to WA, where the Banksia Detention Centre has been found by repeated Western Australian Supreme Court judgments to be acting in breach of WA laws, prolonged torture of children, repeated findings of the Supreme Court that it's acting unlawfully against somewhat weak existing limitations on detaining children in WA, and the WA government has repeatedly ignored the findings from the WA Supreme Court. And as my colleague Senator Cox will make clear, the tragedy, the loss of life, the loss of hope, the brutality of that particular institution identifies the systemic unresolved failings in the WA criminal youth justice system. We could turn our attention to the Northern Territory, where, as we are gathered here tonight in the Senate, I think we can have a 99% certainty that every child, every youth who will be jailed up tonight in the Northern Territory's detention system, including some that are so notorious, pretty much every child in those children's jails in the Northern Territory will be a First Nations child. And that Territory government the Territory government has just been taken by the CLP, who want to lower the age of criminal responsibility and put more First Nations kids in jail. We could turn our attention to Queensland, where tonight in Queensland watch houses, there will be dozens, perhaps hundreds of kids held in Queensland police watch houses because their criminal justice system keeps putting more and more kids, majority First Nations kids, but not just First Nations kids, into the criminal justice system, and seen an explosion of kids in jail as a failed way of dealing with concerns about children's behaviour, sometimes criminal behaviour. In my home state of New South Wales, there are multiple child jails. I've been and visited them on many occasions, on numerous occasions when I was a state MP. I've seen the way those detention centres can snuff out hope from young people, and drive what is often actually a child removal, leads from a child being removed from their family, the failings in the foster care system or the state care system of a child has been removed, sees a child find themselves in juvenile detention, it's in a pipeline into the criminal justice system. That system is broken. What I will say, though, there are some lessons to learn from New South Wales. The proportion of kids in juvenile detention in New South Wales effectively halved over the last 12 years. And it effectively halved because of a series of measures taken, sometimes against the flow of state politics there, to see more kids being found stable accommodation outside of jail. And if we were to look at often why kids end up in jail in WA, in Northern Territory, in Queensland, New South Wales, Tasmania, often it's because the courts know that there's no safe home for them to go apart from jail. And the kids spend months on remand. They eventually get sentenced. Often it's a non-custodial sentence, and they've been punished, largely because there was no home for them. With all of that happening at a state and a territory level, the Commonwealth Government has done nothing. Absolutely nothing. The Federal Attorney General will occasionally make some sad statement on Twitter, make some sad statement to a collection of state and territory leaders. But who has all the international obligations to ensure that children aren't tortured, that the rights of the child are respected, that First Nations rights are respected, that civil and political rights are respected? Which level of government has all those international obligations? It's not the Northern Territory government, it's not the WA government, it's not the New South Wales government. The level of government that has all of the international obligations to prevent torture, for example, all lie with the Commonwealth. And all the Commonwealth ever does is pass that responsibility onto the states, wash it through the system and pass it through the states and says, never any of the Commonwealth's business. Well, what we say is this: that passing of responsibility, that duck shoving, is failing generations of kids. And we've seen from the evidence that states and territories by themselves will not fix this system. Yes, some marginal improvement in New South Wales, but even then, the systemic problems remain. The states and territories will not fix this problem by themselves. They've proven that time after time after time. And what this inquiry is calling for is a close examination of the benefits and the need for enforceable national minimum standards for youth justice, consistent with our international obligations, and they are Commonwealth obligations. It's about time the Commonwealth lifted its game. Can I finish by saying this? I know that in the short time that these terms of reference have been available and circulated amongst the Senate, we did get some suggestions from Senator Thorpe's office to expand it. Pretty much the suggestions are already covered by the terms of reference that I've read onto the record, and particularly that final terms of reference, any other related matter. But I also note this, that this inquiry needs to report by 28th of November, and it needs to be focused, and it needs to deliver a pathway for reform that is going to get some kids, as many kids as we can, out of jails, that's going to push back against this flow of increased incarceration, that's going to put the Commonwealth, an obligation on the Commonwealth to do more than just wring its hands. And whilst I fully respect and understand the rationale behind those amends, they are covered by the existing terms of reference, and we already face an enormous challenge in getting this inquiry done in a time that can be considered by this Parliament, and I commend the motion.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And as the co-sponsor for this motion, I want to also echo and support my colleague Senator Shoebridge's comments in relation to this. Time and time again, we've seen governments across this country, as Senator Shoebridge said, put out a sad post, put out a sad Instagram reel talking about the loss of life. And in my home state of Western Australia, we've lost 2 children in the last 2 months to youth incarceration. Now, there has been a flurry of people coming in and out of that state, politicians, former politicians. The previous Director General of Corrective Services say quite publicly that areas like Banksia Hill need reform. Areas like Unit 18 in Casuarina Prison need to be shut down because they are representative of torture. The children as young as 15 and 16 would rather harm themselves, kill themselves in fact, suicide, rather than be incarcerated, rather than being subjected to the torture and trauma in these places. And it is beyond time. With the death of Cleveland Dodd, the coronial inquest and the harrowing evidence that's already been shared as part of that process, it is beyond time. The second child that died in Western Australia less than 2 weeks ago means that, as Senator Shoebridge said, the wringing of the hands of the state governments and territory governments in this country, the time is up, and it's up here tonight. And as a mother of a child, my youngest daughter is 10 years old, and I think about the age of criminal responsibility that governments in this country would like to lower the age to, and I think about her being incarcerated. And I can't get that level of trauma removed from my mind, because I don't think anybody in this chamber would agree with that. If this was your child, your niece, your nephew, your grandchild, would you want that for them? And I hope tonight we see in this chamber an overwhelming amount of support for this motion, because we should. This is the human thing to do. It is with humility that Senator Shoebridge and I have brought this motion forward here tonight, because we are frustrated when we hear the constant excuses about why they can't do anything. Now, we know that 70% of the children that are incarcerated in youth justice, and we can't even use that word, it's not about justice. There is no justice for our children that are incarcerated in this country. 70% of them are First Nations children, but there are many, many others. Many children who are homeless, who've been in the child protection system. Many other children, children of migrants and refugees to this country, children who have experienced trauma. And then we go to the cost, because people will often argue with us about that this is about a tough on crime approach. It costs $1 million to keep a child in custody per year. $1 million. But it also needs for us to have some care and protection for our children in this country when 1 of 6 of them is living in poverty. Now, all of you in this place will sit around and talk about cost of living pressures and what it means, but these children and the love and the care and the protection that they need is not in an institution. And we have to dismantle that pipeline. That will be your legacy in this place tonight as you vote for this motion. The humanity that you can restore for the future generations of children here in Australia is out here, laid bare on the floor for you all. Because everybody's watching. And those folks watching at home tonight, that we know the stories, the media articles that have been shared about the reintroduction of spit hoods, the deaths of those children in my home state of Western Australia. And yet, we will hear politicians provide the lame excuses time after time. These kids are complex. These kids have disabilities. Well, you know what? They don't belong in a cage. That's the reality of this situation. And tonight, we bring this motion, myself and Senator Shoebridge, because jailing is failing in this country. And it's not just a hashtag. This is about our children and the fact that we have the opportunity, we have the responsibility to stop youth justice equaling incarceration and jailing the next generation of our children.
Thank you, Senator Cox. If there are no other speakers, the question before the chair is the motion that has been moved by Senators Shoebridge and Cox. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business orders of the day. Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Number 1 Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
And I call Senator Green.
Acting Deputy President. Well, I am pleased to continue my remarks in regards to the Future Made in Australia bill, an important opportunity for our country to take the next step into a cleaner future for our nation and better local jobs for our regions. It's without question that our world is quickly changing and our global and national population is growing, economies are becoming more competitive, and we are moving towards a future where we get to decide. We get to decide, do we want to fall behind on the global transition to net zero, or do we want to invest in ourselves and ensure that Australians of today and of future generations are set up to have cheaper and cleaner energy? This is an opportunity to see Australians have more secure and well-paid jobs. It's an opportunity for Australians to see their nation become a renewable energy superpower that's taking ambitious strides towards net zero, and a real opportunity for regional Queenslanders to lead this change. Now, I want to discuss about what is in this bill, because I have heard a lot of debate about what this bill means. But it's really clear that what this bill does is provide a clear plan for the future of our industrial policy. It's a plan that looks to a targeted public investment to attract private finance sectors that have comparative advantage in our net zero global economy. The bill would establish a national interest framework and introduce a community benefits principle. The national interest framework would have two streams, the net zero transformation stream and the economic resilience and security stream. Together, these streams would both target sectors that could have a comparative advantage in the net zero economy and will look towards unlocking private investment for areas that align with Australia's national interests. This framework would have a transparency at its core and play a crucial role in attracting investment that will transform our economy. Now, the community benefit principles are a second priority of this bill, and they're really important. Community benefit principles will be established to ensure that public investment and the private investment that attracts will flow towards communities and benefit local workers and businesses. Now, there's 5 principles that are outlined in this legislation, and it beggars belief that those opposite would oppose these principles. They are very simply job security and safety, upskilling workforces, engaging collaboratively with local communities, strengthening industrial local supply chains, and demonstrating transparency and compliance in relation to the management of tax affairs. The bill, with the aim that our country becomes more competitive, productive and economically resilient, will be delivering $22.7 billion to ensure that we can have good, local, secure manufacturing jobs. Some of these commitments include $68 million over 4 years to attract key investments in key industries and to increase the contribution that Australia is making to innovation, science and digital capabilities. But it's the investment that we are making in our critical minerals that I think is crucial to this bill. A key commitment of the Future Made in Australia bill, which is significant for my home state of Queensland, will be the new initiatives of funding critical minerals. It's an important step forward because we know that this is going to be a crucial industry as we transition to net zero. And it's really important to places like Queensland that have a good resources industry. Under the Future Made in Australia policy, critical minerals will receive production tax incentive to support downstream refining and processing of Australia's 31 critical minerals over the next decade. It is, again, an exciting opportunity for those regional towns to take hold of this transformation. Now, the other sector that we are looking at through this bill and through our investment in manufacturing is, of course, defence manufacturing. Now, the Future Made in Australia bill will also look towards broader investments in the government's growth agenda, including in defence priorities and manufacturing. Now, to achieve this, the government will provide $100 million to attract and retain a skilled industrial workforce. This funding will support Australian shipbuilding, the delivery of conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines, and create new jobs and experts within our defence sector. It is an important step forward to create an industrial base that is resilient, competitive and capable. And it's exactly what our government wants to do through the Future Made in Australia bill. This bill before us today, the Future Made in Australia bill, is a pivotal decision for our future. The Albanese Labor government wants to invest and strengthen in our economies, industries and supply chains, and we want to make more things here in Australia. We want to create jobs for Australians and invest in our local communities. And we want to equip our workforce with the skills that we need for a modern and thriving economy. Now, as I said at the beginning of my contribution earlier today, it is so important that we get this right. And there is no community that knows that more than the community that I live in Cairns. We have two things at stake when it comes to this bill. We have a thriving tourism economy that is dependent on us getting to net zero. We also have an incredible defence and marine manufacturing sector ready to take to the next level. We have good local manufacturing jobs that rely on the reef. And that is the economic base of our small regional community. It is really important that we support this bill, and that's why I'm doing that, to support the local community there in Cairns. And it's disappointing to see, yet again, the Liberal National Party vote against the Future Made in Australia and vote against all the opportunities that this bill could bring to somewhere like far north Queensland. But this is the first opportunity for the new LNP candidate for Leichhardt, Jeremy Neal, to stand up for the community in far north Queensland. He has a choice to make. Does he support a future made in Australia, or does he support Mr. Peter Dutton? Because you can't do both. You can't support the LNP's position on a future made in Australia and vote down this bill that supports manufacturing and say that you support the Cairns Marine Precinct, the shipbuilders there down on the wharfs, and the future of our tourism industry in Cairns. You can't do both. So this is the first chance for Jeremy Neal to stand up for the local community in far north Queensland, to say that he does support Labor's Future Made in Australia bill and that he doesn't support the position of the Liberal National Party. It is shameful, again, that we have this situation where it doesn't matter what single manufacturing job we talk about, the Liberal National Party is out to get those workers. They've been called rent seekers. I don't see it that way. I've met with manufacturing workers in Cairns and across Queensland. They have a bright future under a Labor government because we are looking forward to what a renewable energy future looks like for Queensland. And what it means is that we're able to do two things. We're able to make more things here in Australia, and we're able to progress to a net zero economy and protect the Great Barrier Reef. That is what this bill is about. I'm very pleased to be supporting it. I've always stood up for manufacturing workers, and I've always stood up against the attacks from those opposite that manufacturing workers have suffered. We'll continue to do that, and as a Labor government, we'll continue to deliver what manufacturing workers need: good, local, secure jobs. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Green. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024. And sadly, this bill couldn't be further from the priorities that this government should be pursuing for the Australian people. We are opposing this bill because the more we hear about it and the more we hear about the detail, the more clear it becomes how wasteful some elements of this are. And the bigger that government gets, the more intervention in the economy there is. And that's what we don't need, more intervention. This is just another thread in the fabric of this government's agenda to slowly break down small businesses in this country and give special treatment to their mates in the union movement and in the industry super funds. It's time to focus on building small businesses, not bringing them down. Labor's policies on energy and industrial relations and on tax are all making it harder for Australian small businesses to survive and making Australia a much harder place to do business. This is the opposite of what we need, and this bill just adds to that significant problem. We are now continually hearing more and more stories about the poor processes, lack of scrutiny and the double standards that are within this program. And the government continues to try to pick winners in the economy. They are spending billions of dollars of taxpayers' funds to do so. And they are pouring these billions of dollars into the economy in this way in the middle of a cost of living and inflationary crisis. Now, we speak regularly about the fact that this government has poured $315 billion extra into the economy since they came into government. This is why we have homegrown inflation. This is why we have the problem with the stickiness of inflation in this country, and that is why we are laggards when it comes to dealing with inflation compared to our global contemporaries. Since Labor came to power, Australians have been paying more and more, and far more, than people in comparable economies. Our core inflation is higher than the US, UK, Canada, Japan, the EU, Sweden, Norway, Switzerland and New Zealand. We are now in 6 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth per capita, the longest per capita recession in 50 years. Think about that, 50 years. Living standards have fallen by 8.7%, productivity has fallen by 6.3%, household savings are down 10.2 percentage points, personal income taxes are 25.3% higher, and that's not to mention what has happened to the mortgage repayments and rents of the everyday Australian. Gas is up 33%, electricity is up 14%, and even after the rebate, and that is even after the rebate has been added. Rents are up 16%. Health is up 11%. Education is also up 11%. Food is up 12%, and finance and insurance are up 17%. And a family with a mortgage of $750,000 is around $35,000 a year worse off. And I probably hear you saying, yeah, we've heard you say that a lot. Well, we say it a lot because it's really important. The average family with a mortgage of $750,000 in this country, just on that basis, is $35,000 a year worse off. That is extraordinary. And we should be talking about that a lot more, and we should be understanding the pain that the everyday Australian is feeling every single day as they struggle and juggle to pay their bills. It is unacceptable. It is unacceptable that Australians are in a full-blown cost of living crisis. I have been calling here, along with so many of my colleagues, for this government to address this inflation, to address the root causes of this inflation, however the spending continues. This bill does nothing to alleviate these pressures on struggling families and small businesses. In fact, this big spending agenda and this big spending bill is likely to make inflation worse. Just like households and small businesses, governments need to manage their budgets and live within their means. But the Albanese Labor government has shown just how truly out of depth and out of touch they are. This is not just a cost of living crisis, it is also a cost of doing business crisis, and it is hitting small businesses the hardest. Small businesses across the country, and I know particularly in my state of New South Wales, they are employing less staff, they are not opening for as long, their costs are going up, their prices are going up, they are paying more for their loans, and sadly they have less people coming through the door to buy their goods and services, so they are shuttering their doors, they are closing down. Small businesses in this country are in crisis. They are closing down because they cannot continue to afford to operate. And that is happening under the watch of this government. What does this bill do for small business? Does it do anything? No, it doesn't. In fact, it will make the problems that small businesses are facing even worse. One could call it another shot in the war against small business. That is unacceptable. Small businesses are the heavy lifters of our economy. How are the accountants, the hairdressers, the dentists, the doctors, the pharmacists, the tradies, the plumbers, the electricians? They are people that hold our country together. And yet, for some reason, this government continues to introduce policy mechanisms that make it harder for small businesses to survive in this country. This legislation puts the Treasurer and his department in the position to decide whether a sector of the Australian economy deserves investment. The Treasurer has never run a business and described his private sector career as 6 long months. And he will now be setting the conditions for businesses to operate and seek funding under his plan. 6 long months. Think about that. Every small business operator in this country that struggles to pay their bills, that struggles to pay their staff, that struggles to keep costs down, should have a think about that and the attitude of this government to what they're going through. His department will consider the investment against a very narrow set of criteria and have provided evidence to Senate estimates that key investments for Australia's energy future and sovereign capability, be they carbon capture and storage, gas, blue hydrogen, uranium or nuclear, will not be eligible and have not been considered as a part of this framework. The analysis to greenlight these investments will be guided by a Treasurer who has never worked in business and a department of bureaucrats who, under this government, have shown that they have failed to understand Australian business, particularly Australian small businesses. Meanwhile, the so-called community benefit principles will entrench union involvement in the workplace and replicate much of the same social procurement policies that have enabled the CFMEU's corrupt conduct to flourish at the state level. We don't need more of that. We need less of that. And that is not the way to build a healthy and productive economy where everybody gets a fair go. The Business Council have warned that these procurement rules are at risk of enabling this behaviour, while it risks subsidising businesses Australia would never have a comparative advantage in. The BCA rightly points out that it is important because there are taxpayer dollars at stake. We have to remember there is no government money. It's all taxpayer money. All the money that is spent in this place is taxpayer money. And the BCA have also been clear that this is not the best path ahead. And the Coalition is not the only ones raising these serious concerns along with the BCA. Danielle Wood, the Productivity Commissioner, the government's key economic advisor, appointed by Jim Chalmers, has said if we are supporting industries that don't have a long-term competitive advantage, that can be an ongoing cost. It diverts resources, that workers and capital, and takes it away from other parts of the economy where they might generate high-value uses. We risk creating a class of business that is reliant on government subsidies, and that can be a very effective way to get them to keep coming back for more. When asked whether Future Made in Australia contained tax reform, Ms Wood explicitly said, no, it is not a tax reform. There are a lot of issues here. Another example, an eminent economist, Professor Richard Holden, defended, Professor Holden said, the Prime Minister says all the wrong things and his main argument for subsidies is that other countries are doing it, like a primary school teacher being told someone else started it or somebody else has done it, so we should do it too. Stephen Hamilton, an independent economist, has said there are many problems with industry policy and this is a big one. It's why I tend to favour more neutral investment incentives like a lower corporate tax rate or accelerated depreciation. So what is this telling us? This is telling us that across the board there are concerns with this. Across the board there are red flags and industry associations, economists, industry groups that are saying you're getting this wrong. Australians want and deserve something much better than this. And the coalition in government will do three things. We will steer our nation out of this domestic crisis. We will not simply talk about our challenges, we will actually do something about them. But more importantly, we will make decisions that will set up our nation for success in generations to come. This bill, this program, the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, is not the way to do that.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. The Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 provides a legislative framework for parts of the government's Future Made in Australia policy. This provides for an investment of $22.7 billion over the next 10 years. To quote, "Help Australia become an indispensable part of the global economy as the world transforms to net zero emissions and undergoes the most significant changes since the Industrial Revolution." The government talks about maximising the economic and industrial benefits of the move to net zero and securing Australia's place in a changing global economic and strategic landscape. Specifically, the claim is made by the government that, quote, "Given our critical and abundant natural endowments and skilled workforce, Australia is well positioned to strengthen priority supply chains and become an indispensable part of the net zero global economy." End of quote. One Nation are a big supporter of the first part of that statement. Australia is blessed with abundant and substantial mineral resources, and it's our obligation to share those with the world so other countries can enjoy the standard of living we do. Well, we used to have them. Now our economy is in a race to the bottom, with the Greens, Teals and Labor in a race to see how many wealth-generating projects they can shut down. The Future Made in Australia agenda includes broader investments in the government's growth agenda, including critical technologies, defence priorities, skills in priority sectors, a competitive business environment and reforms to better attract and deploy investment. In particular, projects where some level of domestic capability is necessary or efficient to deliver economic resilience and security. And the private sector will not deliver the necessary investment in the sector in the absence of government support. That's an important point. I've been working with the project sponsor of Capricorn Steel, a steel park project in northern Queensland, which I'll speak more of in a moment. This project, known also as Project Iron Boomerang, includes a railway, port and new energy-efficient ships. This is a $50 billion project initially, which is to be entirely financed through private equity, who have the money ready to go but will not commit because they don't trust the Australian government. After watching a litany of cancelled projects like Adani, where a billionaire from India wanted to invest $17 billion in Australia, and we did our best as a country and a state of Queensland to keep him out. Long legal delays and general incompetence, financiers are taking their money elsewhere. This is why the government is now creating an investment pathway to get things built again. It's the government or nothing. The prime function of the government is to build infrastructure projects that allow private enterprise to grow the economy and raise the wealth and prosperity of all Australians, to improve productivity in a way that protects the natural environment. This bill adds a layer on top, which is that the development must be net zero friendly. One Nation doesn't believe in the United Nations globalist net zero agenda. There's no empirical scientific data, logical scientific points, no policy basis for these. We've seen that repeatedly. We believe it involves a massive transfer of wealth from everyday citizens into the pockets of the world's predatory billionaires, with parasites, billionaire parasites, sucking solar and wind subsidies. And it forms a highly regressive tax on the poor using electricity. And we wonder when the left signed onto a crony capitalist agenda that hurts everyday Australians for no environmental benefit. That's a separate issue. One Nation does agree the natural environment should be protected. We are stewards of the most fragile ecosystem in the world, and we must act with care. This bill doesn't actually mention good stewardship of the natural environment, but it's okay. One Nation does that as part of our core party values. The Future Made in Australia policy includes the following broad stated aims: attracting investment in key industries through the National Investment Framework, streamlining approval processes for investment, and encouraging private sector investment in sustainable industries. Secondly, investing in net zero industries and increasing the demand for Australia's green exports. Thirdly, strengthening resources and economic security by investing in resources and critical mineral supply chains, as well as investing in manufacturing of clean energy technology. And fourth, investing in new technologies and capabilities, reforming tertiary education and providing a training and skills pipeline for future made-in-Australia priority industries, strengthening defence capability and increasing drought and disaster resilience, among other things. The bill establishes a national interest framework, NIF, to be used for sector assessments, which will determine which sectors of the economy are ones where Australia could have a competitive advantage in a net zero economy, and that require government investment, or where some degree of domestic capacity is required for economic resilience and security. The government's stated guidelines in this section include a community benefit test, which includes promoting safe, secure and well-paid work, developing skilled and inclusive workforces, working with communities to achieve positive outcomes, in particular First Nations communities and those affected by the transition to net zero, strengthening domestic industrial capabilities, including local supply chains. This sounds like socialism, government wanting to control. One Nation agrees with them as intent, in particular the industrial and mining sectors, which are being hollowed out through net zero measures to the detriment of the workers, unionists and their families. If the government's telling the truth, then they'll be able to rectify what they've already done in hollowing out the bush and the mining and manufacturing. Otherwise, fine Australian workers will join the tent cities that have sprung up under this Labor government. It should be pointed out that local supply chains are in fact part of the United Nations 2030 sustainability goal. It's more commonly called short supply chains. This goal encourages local supply of all goods and services, especially food. This may seem fine until you realise that under this goal, anything which can't be supplied locally will not be available at all. That's the design, except it'll be available to the nomenclature who can afford the carbon dioxide tax on long supply chains. If Australians want to live in a world that even vaguely resembles the world we grew up in, then local manufacturing is essential. This bill seems to represent a newfound realisation from the Albanese Labor government that their union bosses and union members are running out of jobs. The economy is tanking and the next election is moving way out of reach. One Nation can get on board with making things here again. We can't, though, get on board with all the net zero nonsense in this bill. The bill is written generally, allowing the minister wide powers to completely stuff things up. I don't see this as any different to the general stuffing up the Albanese government is already doing. Yet giving them more ways to make mistakes seems like a bad idea. Although the bill has some good qualities, the economic resilience and security stream relates to sectors where Australia requires a degree of domestic capacity and resilience for domestic economic or security reasons, and there's an absence of private sector investment without government support. The provisions around this section are quite extensive and do seem to be a genuine attempt to provide for Australia's sovereign industrial capacity, without using that word sovereign, of course. Let me give you an example of a project that fits the economic resilience and security rules like a glove and provides breadwinner, family-friendly, secure jobs for tens of thousands of Australians. Capricorn Steel is a project to create an Australian steel industry using new, zero-emission steel plants located at Abbott Point near Townsville and at Port Hedland in Western Australia. Boomerang ships will take beautiful Queensland coking coal around to Port Hedland in Western Australia, where it will be used with their iron ore to produce Australian steel. This will be the world's highest quality steel, produced at 10 to 15% less than China, the cheapest quality steel in the world. From Port Hedland, this steel can be exported to markets in the subcontinent, India and Europe, the development crescent of India, Pakistan, Bangladesh and throw in Indonesia, will become the world's largest steel market over the next 20 years. Australia is perfectly placed to capitalise on that. Those ships will return to the port of Gladstone, carrying iron ore, which will be combined with Australian coking coal to create a second steel park in Abbott Point. From there, Inland Rail can take this steel anywhere in Australia to help meet Australia's steel needs. Steel, which is critical to net zero, housing, construction and our modern lifestyle. Steel, critical to Australia's defence capability. Abbott Point, or the Port of Gladstone, is perfectly situated to export this steel to Asia, China and the United States. Development of a railway across the top end to open up areas currently served by road, as well as new port facilities and new high-efficiency shipping are all projects that satisfy the development criteria in this bill, plus a water pipeline, plus a communications link to open up Central Australia, open up Northern Queensland, Northern Territory and Northern Western Australia. Capricorn Steel and Project Iron Boomerang will add $100 billion to Australia's gross domestic product, provide 40,000 secure breadwinner jobs and provide $25 billion in government revenue every year. Capricorn Steel will be emission-free for those who believe this nonsense of the sky god of global warming nonsense. Every tonne of steel produced in the zero-emission steel plants to be constructed in Port Hedland and Abbott Point will save 2 tonnes of carbon dioxide from steel produced elsewhere. That's a reduction in carbon dioxide production of 88 million tonnes a year. There is no net zero without steel. And yet all the messaging coming from this government around this bill is nothing but net zero, which is nonsense. I get it. Even net zero carpetbaggers are running out of interest in this failed net zero scam, so the government has to steal taxpayers' money to keep net zero going. One Nation has no confidence that this bill will achieve anything positive for Australia. If the government wants to move the provisions around economic resilience and security into a new bill, with Infrastructure Australia in charge, then One Nation would be delighted to support those measures.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I've only recently joined my parliamentary colleagues in the Senate, but in this short time I've already witnessed the important and ambitious work being done by the Albanese government. In my first speech, I spoke about what government is for and the importance of making our time in government count. Well, today I rise extremely proudly in support of the Future Made in Australia Act to do exactly that. This bill is ambitious and long-lasting. It is exactly the kind of policy that's crucial for investing in our workplaces and in securing our sovereign capability. It's about shaping the future we want for our country. A future where our incredibly skilled workers make more things right here in Australia. Before I speak about the specifics of this bill, I want to share a personal story, one that highlights why I care so deeply about manufacturing in Australia and why this legislation hits close to home for me. My dad, Vince, spent all of his working life in manufacturing in Victoria. For some of this time, as a maintenance fitter, he was working at the Coburg factory, the Kodak factory in Coburg, right in my home state. He started there in 1997, and like many working Australians...
7:30 p.m, I propose that the Senate now adjourn. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Today I rise to celebrate a milestone. It's not just a moment in our party's history, but a testament to the ongoing fight for gender equity in Australia. 30 years ago, the Australian Labor Party made a bold and transformative decision and committed to affirmative action for women. The decision to introduce quotas for women for pre-selection was not just about increasing the numbers, not just about a percentage. It was about ensuring that women's voices were heard, that women's voices, perspectives and leadership were central to the decisions shaping our nation. It was about capturing the best and the brightest of our party and putting them forward into those positions. Our society has changed and developed, and the Labor Party has changed and developed alongside it. When we reflect on the past 3 decades, we can see what a profound impact this policy has had. The leadership shown by the Labor Party has made a fundamental difference to our democracy and our representation. 30 years ago, women in politics were a rarity and almost invisible, even though they were in those positions. But today, women are at the forefront of our party. They are driving the change. They are leading with vision and integrity and courage. It didn't happen by chance. It wasn't just a whim. It happened because our party understood true representation and the true power, courage and intelligence of the women within that party that we needed to bring to the fore. The affirmative action policy was a recognition of the historical structural barriers that women faced, where they were excluded from power, excluded from decision-making. The first federal government to have a majority of women in it is the one we are standing in now. And that is a huge, huge development. That is a huge leap forward. That is a huge advantage for our society, to have our community represented appropriately at the highest points of decision-making. We know that being in government is about choices, and the Albanese government chooses to back women. In our time in government, in the last 2.5 years, we have put economic gender equity at the centre of our government's work. We've made childcare cheaper. We've extended paid parental leave. We've extended the single parenting payments. We've delivered tax cuts that are better and fairer for women. We've delivered wage increases to feminised industries. And the gender pay gap is at an all-time low. But we still see underrepresentation of women in some key areas, and we continue to face challenges in achieving true equality. Our commitment must remain strong, and it must evolve to meet the new challenges that we see as our society continues to change. And we must also acknowledge that the benefits of affirmative action go beyond gender equity. They go beyond that by fostering a culture of inclusivity and diversity. We strengthened our party's democracy by making these changes, and that flows on to the country. We ensure that the voices of all Australians, regardless of their gender, their race or their background, are heard and respected. In celebrating 30 years of affirmative action, we honour those women who fought for this policy, and we honour those women who are now in leadership positions by the nature of this policy and their pathway. And we recommit ourselves to the principles of fairness, equity and justice that underpin our party's values. This is a momentous week. This is 30 years since that policy was brought to bear. And it's shown us what is possible when we dare to take bold action. Let the next 30 years be defined by even greater progress, by even more courageous steps towards equality, and by a Labor Party that continues to lead the way in building a fairer and more just Australian society for all.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Senator Hume.
One of my very favourite parts of being a senator for Victoria is getting out and about to visit different parts of the state, getting off some of those major highways, out of the big towns, and seeing parts of the state that perhaps I might not have seen if I had have done a different job. Now, just recently I had the pleasure of visiting the electorate of Monash with our Liberal candidate Mary Aldred to join her in a beautiful part of Victoria that she calls home. Mary's an extraordinary woman. I've known her for 20 years. She's an exemplary leader and an advocate for her community for decades. She was the founding CEO of the Committee for Gippsland, where under her leadership the organised grew from being a start-up to having over 100 local employers as members. She also worked in the franchise sector, so she has a deep understanding of the pressures and the operations of small businesses. And I hope she'll soon be able to continue her support for small businesses in the Parliament, because seeing her in action on the ground proves she is an extraordinary person and will be an amazing representative for that the people of Monash need and deserve. Now, Mary and I travelled right around the West Gippsland region to meet with small business owners, to meet with farmers, to meet with community representatives, and hearing from these individuals gave me a real insight into the challenges that are being faced in that region and in regional Australia more broadly, whether it be in relation to the cost of living or particularly the cost of doing business. And while we heard many things, there was one commonality that everyone that we met shared. They absolutely loved what they do. and they loved the community that they lived in. So we started by meeting with representatives from the Coronella Community Centre. We met with Karen, with Janice and with Jan, and to tour the facility and to hear about the good work that they do in their town. Now, this centre has been pivotal in providing practical support and relief to local residents in that Bass Coast Shire region and offering essential services such as food assistance and community outreach programs. They told us that they've seen an increase in demand for their services because of the high cost of living. Indeed, people coming to their doors that they have never had to service before. But as much as people are struggling to make ends meet, they also told us that it's very difficult for some people to reach out for assistance because they're too proud and they never thought that they would need help just to put food on the table. These are people who work hard every day to make a living, and they're left with very little after they've paid their mortgage or paid their energy bills. As I said, people that have never sought help before. The sentiment around about how much tougher it is for Australians to get by is one that was shared by almost everyone that we heard from at a round table that Mary hosted with me in San Remo, in Inverloch, in Warragul and in Moe. Local small businesses told us that they had to adapt their businesses in response to the change in consumer behaviour from the cost of living crisis. Not only are they facing uncertainty on the demand side, but their business owners also said that they're facing increasing overheads, rents, and are being particularly wrapped up in red tape and complex industrial relations laws, specifically how complicated the awards system is. That came up over and over again. And it's not just our small business owners that are facing these pressures, it's our farmers too. The electorate of Monash is an agricultural powerhouse of not just Victoria but the nation. We visited Fankhauser Apples just outside Druin, an extraordinary place. The producers of many types of apples, but Gippsland Golds are my absolute favourite and I highly recommend them, but they're hard to find in the supermarkets. We also met with a group of farmers from the region, kindly hosted by Durkin Produce in Thorpedale, which Mary proudly told me is Australia's potato capital. During these meetings, these primary producers and farmers talked about the challenges facing their industries, particularly higher taxes in forms of the biosecurity levy and the heavy vehicle road user charge. One farmer told me his costs have gone up 28% in the last year alone. And he followed it up with a quote: "The cost of doing business in Australia is simply unviable. It's horrific." We saw the farmer rally that took place on the lawns just outside of Parliament just today. Without our farmers, we must understand there is simply no food, and we cannot understand why Labor are intent on making business impossible for our farmers. Mary understands the pressures that farmers and small businesses in regional Victoria face because she spent so much of her time, so much of her life dedicated to providing a voice for these industries. She knows that only a Dutton coalition government will be able to get Australia back on track, that a Dutton coalition government will have the policies to address the concerns that were raised with us, and that she is clearly the best person to advocate for the people of Monash in the next Parliament, and I hope that she will be part of a Dutton coalition government.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Dean Smith.
You'll often hear in the media commentary that Western Australian voters were pivotal to the election of the Albanese Labor government. Well, if WA voters are the ones who handed the Prime Minister the keys to the lodge, they have every right to be the ones that hand him and his government their report card. West Australians, like all Australians, have a fairly straightforward test for the government of the day. Are we better off where we were 3 years ago? West Australians are asking themselves, has my savings account grown or dwindled? Has my mortgage burden improved or worsened? Is the day-to-day running of my small business easier or harder? For all these questions and many more, the answer is a frustrating no. The data shows that our national economy and the economy in my home state is teetering on the edge of recession, with many families hurting as this government has failed to do the job it was elected to do. Just take a look at how families are struggling to build their savings accounts, with the average household saving ratio at just 0.9%. This is a confronting statistic. It means that many Australians are living paycheck to paycheck, that they are finding it nearly impossible to save for that next big purchase like a car or home repairs. And in many cases, they are one unexpected payment away from serious financial strife. This isn't because Australians can't manage their money, it's because Labor can't manage the nation's economy. Australians are struggling to make ends meet in an economy held in a vice grip by Labor's sticky, homegrown inflation crisis. West Australians in particular are feeling the impact of this cost of living crisis more than most, with the Perth Consumer Price Index increasing 4.6% in the last year, well ahead of the national average of 3.8%. In fact, in the June quarter alone, Perth had a 2.1% CPI increase. That's twice the national figure. It's not just the rising expenses of the weekly grocery shop or fuel costs that have eaten away at household savings, but also the surging increases in mortgages, home loans and rents that are making everyday life a financial battle. I recently obtained data from the Reserve Bank of Australia that reveals the extent to which more and more homeowners cannot keep up with their mortgage repayments, and the numbers are damning for the government. The share of borrowers in 90-day arrears in Western Australia has surged from 0.3% to 0.62% over the last year alone. That's a 44% jump. That's the second worst in the nation, second only to Victoria at 0.67%, with increases in every single state and territory in the last year. To emphasise the point, Gosnells in Perth is now ranked within the top 8 suburbs in Australia with the lowest share of borrowers with a high mortgage burden, sitting at 15% according to the RBA. The median price of a home in Gosnells has jumped by 32.5% and rents have climbed 20.8%. That's a microcosm of what is happening across WA and across the whole country as housing and mortgage affordability continues to worsen. These cost of living pressures are in tandem with a slowing economy and falling consumer and business confidence. We are now hearing of rising unemployment on top of that, making the complete picture of the economic pain being felt all the more severe. In Westpac's most recent Consumer Sentiment Bulletin, published just yesterday, the bank's index reported a fall of 0.5%, punctuating yet another month of falling consumer sentiment as Australians grow more fearful of the state of our economy. To quote the bulletin, small improvements in some areas of the economy were more than offset by a loss of confidence around others. The report continues, the less confident outlook for the economy is also sparking fears about potential job losses. The Unemployment Expectations Index rose 3.7% to 138.4 in September, up 11% since April, and now materially above its long-run average of 129. To put it plainly, on top of the added stress of whether households can afford their next mortgage repayment, they are now more fearful than they have been for a long time about their job security. Those fears aren't unfounded, as many businesses are struggling to stay solvent, let alone maintain staff. Why has Labor made it so hard for WA families?
Your time has expired. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Good night, Senators.